Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Grace Road. The Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, is the venue for day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Ball by ball commentary brought to you as on all balls bowled in the County Championship this season by BBC Local Radio, in this case BBC's Local Radio Leicester, Bristol, Gloucestershire. Ed Seaborn for the latter two and myself, Richard Ray, for the former, and we're joined for this game, well, at least for today and tomorrow, by Nikesh Rugani from BBC Sport. As I say, there's a few white fluffy clouds around, but it's essentially a glorious day here and every prospect of a full day's play. And we're about to see Gloucestershire resumed their first innings on 382 for 7, although the scoreboard is still showing Graham Van Buren at the crease. In fact, Van Buren was dismissed the last ball that was bowled yesterday. It was actually the penultimate ball or should have been the penultimate ball, I think, of the day. But obviously if a wicket falls in the final over, then play ceases. So Van Buren is in fact out for 101. Zaman Akhtar is coming out. He is 11 not out, played very nicely indeed the 19 balls he faced. Out go the two umpires, Paul Baldwin and Hassan Adnan. Out go the Leicestershire side, bouncing out with a pleasing degree of enthusiasm, and out come the two Gloucestershire not out batsmen, Zaman Akhtar and just heard Ian Holland leading out the Leicestershire side, and Ed will tell us who the other Gloucestershire batter is.
It's Matt Taylor.
Matt Taylor, of course it is.
He's coming at 9, so Shaw will be at 10, and Singdale at 11. So that rather entertaining end to yesterday's play, and I think Graham Van Buren, in my chat with him last night, saw the funny side of it as well. He did say on record that he was starting to feel a little bit tired out there, so I think that was a large factor as to the rather at times painstaking way that he ended up getting to his 100. He got to the late 80s in belligerent fashion, mostly. I mean, typically belligerent fashion for Van Buren, really. He scored pretty quickly. I mean, his strike rate was still over 70 for the innings, but he slowed right down as he got near that 100, playing and missing all over the place, inside edges, outside edges.
So Chris Wright will bowl the final ball from yesterday. In he goes and does bowl, and he's been hit not for 4 because there was a sweeper out on the point boundary, but Taylor reached out, foolish delivery outside off stump, and steered it rather stylishly out to that sweeper, who's Logan Van Beek, and takes the single that gets him off the mark and gets Gloucestershire's innings underway again. 383 for 7. Ed will take this over from the pavilion end. That delivery bowled from the Bennett end to finish things off yesterday. Ben Mike is out there. He limped off yesterday, Ben, in mid-over with clutching his hamstring, but I had a chat to him this morning and he's pretty hopeful it was just, quote, just a spasm or a cramping. So he's out there. Whether he'll bowl is an entirely different thing. Leicestershire will be hoping to pick these last 3 wickets up quickly.
Rishi Patel is opening the bowling in his 7th over. Still, I suppose, relatively new ball as this is played back to him. And the reason, well, one of the reasons for this is that Leicestershire's over rate is at -3 overnight. Patel bowls and Taylor prods forward in defence, and Rishi Patel's jogging back to his mark. And this is the thing with this over rate business, and we didn't finish massively late last night. As Patel bowls and Taylor drives firmly, but straight to short extra cover, and there's no run. The umpires will be inclined to be lenient as long as you're seen to be trying, and I'm not sure that Leicestershire were too often yesterday. Oh, it goes back to that one, does Taylor, and he's been beaten by it just past the top of off stump, taken by Cox, who does flick off a bail, but Taylor wasn't going anywhere. 383 for 7 as Patel bowls and Taylor jams that one back to him, so this is handy. It always helps. Ball straight back to bowler, running back to his mark, in again, and he bowls and that's defended to short extra cover. So the time, I think, is 10:30, and we've already had an over and a ball. That's got to be plus one, I should say, on the over 8 already.
It tends to be the case that the other side often sort of cooperates in a sort of non-confrontational sort of way in these situations, possibly because they know it might have to be reciprocal at some stage. Well, Sol Buddinger's going to have a bowl as well. He bowls occasional, very occasional, off spin too, so you're absolutely right, Ed. It's Leicestershire trying to hurry through a few overs to improve that over 8. If they get it to -1 quickly, then that'll be fine.
And often if it's -1, the umpires will
find
go,
a way.
yeah, it's probably all right.
Round the wicket goes Budinger and tosses one up, played back to him on the bounce by Akhtar. No aggressive intent, just straight back to Leicestershire's opening batsman, who bowls again. Akhtar props forward, pushes it back up the pitch. You'd have got good odds, I suspect, from those not in the know, on Leicestershire's 2 opening batsmen opening the bowling today. In goes Budinger and bowls, and that is going to be a run. It was a foolish delivery that was just calmly clipped back past his right hand by Akhtar. Budinger did sort of fall to his right to try and stop it, but Hull at long on had to come into play, so Akhtar up on to 12 brings Matt Taylor back down on strike. We're getting through them quickly. In goes Budinger. Taylor leans forward, pushes the ball back up the pitch to Budinger, who, like Patel, is jogging. Hopefully the over 8 will change during the innings rather than at the end of the session, as that one is pushed by Taylor into the gap in the covers. Running in is Logan van Beek, underarming the ball to Patel. One of these curious little phases of county cricket that is almost impossible to explain if you to an outsider, isn't it? Outside off stump, and tries to poke that one away through the offside, misses it, Akhtar, but there's zero reaction from Budinger or indeed Ben Cox behind the stumps. In fact, Cox is already up at the other end, and Patel is in place to bowl his next over. 10:32, and we've had 2 overs in a ball already.
Yeah. Well, it's giving us absolutely no time to digest the match position or anything else, because we have to describe every ball. But Gloucestershire are 15 runs away from another batting point. They'll have to go some to get to 450. I suppose they could have gone on the attack against Patel and Budinger, but I think they're feeling, as down comes Taylor and drives to a deep-ish cover, but still cover rather than deep cover. There is a deep cover as well. I hope you made sense of that. I certainly didn't. It's 386 for 7 as Taylor moves on to 3. So I think they would have had to have gone out and probably attacked pretty much from the start, really, because they need, 64 runs for maximum points. Low full toss flicked down to long on for 1 by Akhtar. If they had Marchant de Lange due in next, then 450 would certainly still be on the cards, but I would imagine that Gloucester should be thinking more about, just to start with, ensuring they get to the 400, and they should be able to do that with Patel and Budinger bowling. Short delivery, knocked away into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket. So I don't know that they'd be too bothered about that 1 extra batting point. Patel bowls, poked away off the back foot by Taylor for 1 into the covers. 388 for 7. My strategy might have changed if Graham van Buren were out there. He might have decided to go on the attack. Akhtar, bottom-handed flick, gets a good connection on that down to long on, and Shan Masood has to watch the bounce a little bit down there as it just bobbled on him at the last. But again, just the single. 389 for 7. So ticking off these runs, and Leicestershire ticking off these deliveries, I suppose, as Taylor blocks that one back to Patel. So another quick over, and 389 for 7. As I say, with the over rates, you can finish a day at exactly the same time, but the umpires, if you've bowled a certain number of overs of spin especially, even if you're getting through all the other overs quite slowly, I think the reason that the umpires will have been particularly harsh, at least from what I've heard from talking to people, is the fact that we only had 6 overs of spin yesterday.
Budinger bowls and goes past the outside edge of Akhtar's bat. Just went straight on with the arm from round the wicket. Akhtar propped forward. And the ball bounced and went past him. In he goes again, Budinger, and that's firmly played, but a good stop by Budinger, falling to his right. Whether that was a deliberate attempt just to flick the ball onto the stumps, I'm not sure. It was a good attempt. If it was, it didn't miss by much. In he goes again. Akhtar is tentatively forward, leaning forward and pushing the ball out into the offside. 3 balls bowled already, 10:35. 5 minutes have gone as Akhtar pushes that one back up the pitch firmly to Budinger this time, a sort of on drive. Budinger skips back into his run-up, steps in and bowls very short, and even Akhtar can't resist pulling that one out to the sweeper on the offside. Lewis Hill into the game for the first time today, throws back on the full to Ben Cox, and one is taken. Akhtar onto 15, 390 for 7. Budinger is in, tosses it up pleasantly, clipped back to him by Taylor, and that is another over gone, the 4th complete over of the day, to go with the one ball that Chris Wright had to bowl. And it is 10:36. We could be done by what? It's about 2:30, couldn't we, at this rate?
I don't think Gloucestershire, I suppose, have got plenty of spin options anyway. Van Buren himself, who I did suggest that he might be in for a 20-25 over spell as he was walking off yesterday. We talked about feeling a little jaded. Short ball down the leg side, and Akhtar pulls it straight to deep backward square for 1. So still not wanting to try and clear the boundaries. I suppose you just don't want to get out in this sort of spell when Leicestershire aren't really trying to get you out. Patel bowls and past the edge of Taylor again. So it's not as though we haven't seen plays and misses off both Patel and Budinger. I think he was playing for some turn there. He didn't get it. Cox has repaired the stumps that he splayed to one side, and Taylor continues to try and play Rishi Patel off the back foot. Steers it through point for one more run.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, Leicestershire have, what, 9.8 or 9.4, I should say, 9.3 overs to get another 2 wickets.
That's true as well. Patel in, so Akhtar is able to pretty much repeat what Taylor did off the back foot, steering it to point, another single.
But they sort of seem more interested in not losing a point than potentially gaining a point. So
I suppose they've got 3 to lose and 1 to gain. Patel bowls full toss, and that's been whacked through extra cover. I don't think he really middled it, Matt Taylor, but he did find the gap between short extra cover and cover, and the fielder in the deep, well, both of them, no chance at long off and deep cover. He can be a powerful hitter at the ball, Matt Taylor. Squeeze that one away through the gap. 397 for 7. Patel in and bowls, and he meets that one on the full as well, drives it away, and a good half stop from Eskenazi in the covers. I'll keep that to a single. I thought it might have been another boundary. 1 point, so that has got the scoreboard moving a bit more that over, and Gloucestershire just 2 shy of the 4th batting point. 52 in 9 overs for maximum points. It's possible.
Very possible. But we go on with this spin attack from both ends. Budinger is in. Forward is Taylor. Budinger runs across the pitch to field.
Need a bit
carefully.
Of Zaman Wakhtar if they're going to get there.
Bowls, tosses it up on the full, just about. Taylor gets there, drives it out into the covers, but Patel fields to his left, so again no run. Budinger is in. Taylor goes back and rather inelegantly and awkwardly sort of fiddles it away off the back foot out towards mid-off. Patel steps across and fields. Budinger is already coming in to bowl again and almost sort of yorks himself, Taylor there. He was waiting for it, wasn't quite sure where to hit it, sort of flicked at it and came off a thickish outside edge out towards Patel. Budinger falls a little bit short, but Taylor's already forward and pushing the ball back up the pitch, waiting for it in position early. Budinger jogs back to the top of his mark, which is only 4 or 5 feet behind the crease, comes in and bowls, pushed by Taylor out towards Patel, who is overthrowing Cox. That could have been an overthrow, but neither batsman interested. And that is because Mike came in from that sort of wide long leg position to field in the end. 398 for 7. Actor has 17. Taylor, that's going to say they haven't put that single up on the scoreboard yet, on the electronic that is, the manual has. So 399 for 7. Taylor has 11. Akhtar 17. 102 overs.
Yeah, the umpires had a little bit of a discussion there. I think Holland, Leicestershire captain today, was just asking, have we done enough? And the answer is obviously no, because Rishi Patel is bowling again, and there's a long trot for Sol Budinger from short mid-wicket to prevent a run there. So who knows, will they have 6-7 overs possibly to take the 2 wickets within the 110? That's driven away sweetly by Taylor, but they've moved that fielder from cover in the ring to a more conventional extra cover, so there's plenty of protection for that drive. Patel in and bowls, and that should be the 400, and it is. Just tickled away through square leg, and Matt Taylor moves the Gloucestershire score to that 400 mark, which is another batting point on the board. Number 4 for Gloucestershire, and I think I'm right in saying these two are the 2 sides that have accrued the most batting points this season in the division, as Actor drives this one back to the bowler. So Gloucestershire have moved to 34 batting points for the season, which is 1 shy of Leicestershire's total, although innings to come for them to increase the margin as Actor plays that one into the onside. And again, there's no run and no sign really that Gloucestershire are going out there and chasing that 5th point. Patel bowls, that's a drag down, that's been pulled away again. Actor's determined not to hit it in the air, and in so doing means he's got to find the gap perfectly through square leg and can't do so. Hits it in front of square and out to the fielder on the boundary, so he'll keep the strike. 401 for 7. He's certainly capable of hitting the ball a very long way, Zaman Akhtar. He's hit a few reverse hit 6s this season on account of his hockey prowess, I think. And he's also smashed the car of Gloucestershire PA announcer Ian Randall. It wasn't badly damaged, but he did hit it.
Budinger is in and bowling, nibbled around the corner by Actor down towards square leg. Eskenazi runs across from mid-wicket to field. Another single is taken. They had a little chat in mid-pitch between overs, which just slowed things down by a few seconds. Budinger is in, Taylor is forward. There were a few sort of resentful looks from the Leicestershire fielders. Budinger fields off his own bowling, jogs back to his mark, steps in and bowls again. Back goes Taylor and sort of cuts it, sort of drives it off the back foot out to the sweeper on the offside boundary and takes 1. He moves on to 13. They're lovely easy runs, these for Messrs Taylor and Akhtar. No real threat being offered by the Leicestershire bowlers with respect to Budinger and Patel. Budinger bowls, and that one is nibbled around the corner for 2 on that occasion by Zaman. He moves on to 21. 405 for 7. Budinger is in and bowling. Back goes Akhtar, playing it off the stumps. His leg was obviously between his bat and the stumps, and hence the shout from Budinger. Might have snuck onto the pad. Didn't. In he goes, bowls again outside off stump, and rather curious sort of attempted cut that turns into a sort of push through mid-off for Akhtar, but he does take 1 because there is no mid-off. So what's that? 7 from 4 from Budinger. There've also been 4 from Patel, so 8.1 overs we've had today, and 10:45, 15 minutes in. Have we done enough yet?
Can we just agree that they've done enough, even if they haven't? Because dear, it's not been the most edifying first 15 minutes of a day that I've ever seen, but it's doing a job, I guess. Patel to Actor short down the leg side, and well, he's had enough of trying to whack it through the leg side field, so he just tickles it round the corner, and that will run away to the boundary. So Actor moves his score on to 26. That's not going to help the over 8 long chase like that. 410 for 7.
Well, you have to do his bowl straight. On off stump, really.
He seems to be quite content just to keep out the balls that are straight. Patel bowls like that. It's just defended into the offside. I guess there's two schools of thought. There's the school of thought that says you bowl us out if you're Gloucestershire. Patel bowls. Actor will jam this one away and will not beat the bowler. Running away to his right. There's the other one that says, especially if there is a shower or two about, especially tomorrow, you might need all the time in the game that you can get. A little bit of bounce there from Patel. Actor wristily plays it back down the strip. So the game moving along might not be the worst thing from a Gloucestershire point of view, given that they basically have to win. There's a little bit more force behind that shot as it's drilled down to long on, but again not looking really to hit it in the air, just a firm connection for a single by Actor for 11 for 7. 5 overs left in the 110 after this delivery as Patel bowls. It's cut away by Taylor. It'll beat backward point. They probably should be looking for 2 here, and they certainly are. Back they come as the throw comes in from the boundary, and it's 413 for 7 at the end of the 105th over. Taylor moves his score on to 15.
I'm not sure I've ever seen it in the first innings before, this sort of passage of play. We see it,
Yeah,
not regularly, but occasionally in the second innings when, you know, a side has nothing else to play for really other than to reduce any penalties in that respect. But
has Johnny Tattersall been capped overnight?
is he out there with a cap on?
He's out there at mid-wicket, isn't he?
In goes Budinger and bowls. Actor turns it to Tattersall. Well, he is wearing a proper cap on this occasion, but I didn't see a ceremony this morning. I mean, he isn't playing in this game.
Just
So
nicked it, hasn't he?
in goes Budinger bowls, played back past him out towards long on. Hull is sort of halfway back, actually, almost now. Almost at deep mid on. He's walking back now. Budinger is in very round arm delivery from round the wicket, turn to mid wicket. Well, it looks as though Holland is now starting to warm up, so maybe this is going to be the last of these kind of overs. Hopefully. Budinger bowls, tosses that one up, forward goes Taylor, gives that a little bit of flight. Budinger. There was a year or two back, he was considered to have some potential as an off spinner, tosses that one up as well, but it hasn't sort of happened for him over the last couple of years. Clipped to mid wicket by Taylor, but I quite like the loop he gets from time to time. Whether he's actually turning it, he goes in, and that's a quicker, flatter delivery, and a howl as back goes Taylor and pushed to mid wicket with out of the middle of the bat, but Budinger was hopeful that might have snuck through. Now we are going to get
the last ball I'm bowling, and I'm just going to go, oh, anyway.
So we've had 10.1 overs, and we're going to get another one of these. So
That's
still no change to the over 8 on the board.
So Holland warming up, and I got hopeful. Actor facing on 29. Patel bowls. It's short, and Actor calmly back and turning to deep mid wicket and taking one. Is on to 30. 417 for 7. They don't have much time, even if they do now go to seem for that 9th Gloucestershire wicket that they'd need, 8th and 9th, as it's pushed into the offside for no run. So it does seem as though they really have just thought, well, let's just gain the 3, but they're losing 1 by doing that. Patel in now, short enough that Taylor can go back, and that's off the toe end of the bat into the onside.
Well, the really silly thing is that sort of nothing changes, does it really? Because they don't lose 1, but they don't gain 1 either. So
Patel bowls, Taylor tries to force that one into the offside, and again it's bottom part of the bat to the straighter of the 2 short extra covers. As Patel delivers, and that's gone straight back to him. Is there only 1 ball left in this over? Thank goodness for that.
there is.
A remarkable passage of play. Patel in now, and Taylor drives. There'll be a tumbling stop by Tattersall at cover, so a cheap over from Patel, who's bowled 12 overs for 51, and it's 4-1-7 for 7. As you say, it reminds me of what often happens, and at least actually we're not being tortured at the point that we usually are, which is after 4 consecutive days of commentary, and you're just getting towards the end, and then you get a passage of play where you can't do anything but describe the ball, and it's approaching 5 o'clock on the last day, and you're just thinking, oh come on, just say that they've done this pointless act of bookkeeping, and we can all just go home. But at least it's not happening then, it's happening now.
So Logan van Beek's coming on now. So we've had 11.1 overs in 21 minutes, during which time Gloucestershire have had 35 runs to their score, and now we're going to start playing cricket, basically, competitive cricket again. Daft thing that was. The over 8 is still showing -3, but presumably the umpires have told Leicestershire that they have now caught up, and they are not in danger of losing a point at the end of the game. Van Beek is in outside off stump, chopped away down towards third man. Masood runs round up the rope towards the meet, gets there, but he can't stop the ball crossing the ropes. It rebounds off his right hand and goes over the rope around about a 45-degree angle. So Van Beek, who, to be honest, like most of the Leicestershire bowlers, wasn't at his customary best yesterday, doesn't start particularly well today either. In he goes and bowls straighter this time. Akhtar, who's quietly moved himself on to 30, thank you very much, drives that one on the bounce out towards Holland at extra cover really, rather than mid-off. And there's no run. His partnership's on 39 now.
I nearly said it after the spinners weren't going for too many boundaries. I bet Van Beek goes for 4 first ball.
In he goes and bowls very straight. Akhtar, very straight bat, sort of on the back foot. Almost got through onto the pad, pushes it back down the pitch, twiddles the bat in his hand.
It's just the way, isn't it, though? You've got 2 part-timers bowling, and they're actually not going for too many runs, and then on comes a bit of pace, actually, and sometimes the batters just go, oh, that's nice.
Van Beek is in and bowls on off stump, dropped out into the covers by Akhtar, and Taylor responds to his immediate call for the single that was always there. As I say, that sometimes the other side sort of cooperates, don't they, just in case it has to be reciprocated at some point. And I think to a certain extent Matt Taylor and Zaman Akhtar did during that period. Those 11 overs. In goes Van Beek and bowls. Taylor is leaning forward to a ball of just short of a good length. That was Nikesh's test match length almost. It did jump on him a little bit, or bounce on him a little bit up a part of the bat. Got on top of the bounce comfortably enough. 4-2-2 for 7. Van Beek is in and bowls outside off stump left by Matt Taylor. End of Van Beek's first over of the day. far from being his first over of the innings. 22.4 overs now, 5 maidens, none for 79 for the New Zealander.
Yeah, so it does look as though Gloucestershire are taking the attitude of, we want to get to 450, but we don't care about it coming within the 110 overs, and risk then, as they could have been, 382 for 7, you lose a couple of quick ones, and you've only got around about that 400 mark when you possibly could have got more. Rishi Patel is going to continue, and it's just going to be deflected into the onside by Actor towards deep mid-wicket, and they will take a single. His score on to 36. So this is Actor's second highest score of the season, but he certainly scored plenty of handy 20s and 30s along the way, and sometimes not had the time to do more. Carved away to cover by Matt Taylor for no run. Highest score of 58 this season against Glamorgan at Cardiff. That was an important innings just to give Gloucestershire something on the board, and play with James Bracey, a blinding 100 in that game. Pushed into the offside for a single by Taylor. He'll move his score on to 17. He's approaching his highest score of the campaign as well, as Actor is a little bit turned around by that one. I think he was initially looking to try and play into the onside, but ends up going off the open face into the short extra cover region. Patel in and bowls, and Actor works that one to short mid-wicket. So another over being rattled through by Patel. Last ball of his 13th of the innings is in now, and Actor gets a ball on and around leg stump and flicks it for one into the leg side. So he's on to 37, 425 for 7. And this is actually only Taylor's, let's see, 6th innings, I think, of the season, although this is his 6th match.
Yeah, 7th innings. He's played 6, averaging 13.66, having made 82 runs in those previous 6 innings.
Must have an error in my book. That's not good. Yeah.
Van Beek down the slope from the Bennett end, beats the outside edge of Saman Akhtar's bat. A little nibble at that one on the back foot. Wanders down and prods at the pitch as though it had done anything. Didn't particularly look as though it did anything. Played down the wrong line, was just fiddling in the corridor. Van Beek is in again, just slightly wider, and Saman leans forward, plays it neatly with an angle bat down through the vacant gully area, runs it down towards Shan Masood and takes a single, moves on to 38, and he's waving at the pavilion now. Does he want new gloves? Yes, he does. He's been out there for 28 minutes. He wants a towel and new gloves. He's a batsman now, or an all-rounder at the very least. Van Beek is in, bowls to Taylor outside off stump, trying to tempt Taylor perhaps into a big booming drive that he might edge through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Taylor wasn't to be tempted, let it bounce through to Cox.
He's still got the deep point back there as well. If they really want to tempt Taylor into a drive, then bring that fielder up, I guess.
Yep, sweepers on both sides of the wicket at the moment as Van Beek is in and bowls, and there is the fuller delivery, and there is the drive. Didn't get it all, but got enough of it to get it through the gap in the covers out towards extra cover. Running up the ropes, the sweeper makes the stop, but Taylor picks up a couple and moves on to 19. Partnership almost at 50 already. 2 balls left to get 22 runs. And that extra batting bonus point.
Both got to be
doesn't
wickets.
Look like, for Leicestershire to take a wicket with each of the last 2 deliveries. In goes Van Beek. That's a decent shout for leg before actually, but perhaps a touch high. And umpire Hassan Adnan is already walking away from the crease. Didn't signal leg by as it ran down towards third man, so presumably a little inside edge onto that one. Perhaps saved him.
Like you, I thought to start with height might be the main issue.
Looking at the replay, had it not been inside edge, it would have been a decent shout actually. But it was. In goes Van Beek and bowls straight again. Akhtar is leaning forward, pushing that one out to mid-on, and it's the end of the over. And on comes the Gloucestershire 12th man with a change of gloves and a towel for Zaman Akhtar. 429 for 7 after 110. So 4 batting bonus points for Gloucestershire, 2 bowling bonus points for Leicestershire. Ed's going to have his first break of the day, and Nikesh is going to come in alongside. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Leicester's news fairly shortly. Might just come during the momentary pause in proceedings while both batsmen have a little towel down and change their gloves, and then march back into position. Partnership 47 now, but Rishi Patel is going to continue, so I don't think now this is necessary, other than it being what Ian Holland wants to do in terms of necessary, that is, in terms of improving the over rate. In goes Patel and bowls, chopped away by Taylor down towards backward point. One is taken. Eskenazi's out there. I'll keep going for a bit, Nikesh, if that's all right, just because hopefully the news will be coming to me shortly. But the way that Patel gets through his overs, it could well be through the over before they come to me. In he goes, tosses that one up. Nice loop to that one, a little bit too full, but Akhtar just blocks it back down the pitch on the on side. Van Beek runs across from sort of mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket. In goes Patel, bowls, full toss that is slapped down to long on for a single. Akhtar on to 39, Taylor 21, partnership 49 now, as Patel is in to Taylor, driven out to Holland at shortish cover, there to stop the one. Here comes the update. Well, they haven't been pushing very hard in the first half hour. It's all been one of those curious episodes in county cricket when all Leicestershire were trying to do was get through some overs quickly, just in case they were going to lose a point for bowling their overs too slowly, if that makes any sort of sense at all. They've done that now, but it wasn't a very particularly edifying first half an hour. Gloucestershire have moved on to 432 for 7, having added the best part of 50 runs to their overnight score of 382 for 7. Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger have been the bowlers. The Foxes that means that they will pick up 2 bowling bonus points from the innings, while Gloucestershire pick up 4 batting bonus points from the innings. Gloucestershire 432 for 7.
And you can hear full coverage with Richard on the BBC Sport website.
And I fear, Nikesh, that will have made little sense to the listeners of BBC Radio. But what else can you say?
I think that was beautifully done, Richard. That's about all you could say. Good morning to you, good morning to everyone.
Morning.
Van Beek then from the far end in, and well, it was almost an edge. He just got on top of the bounce there, did Akhtar, and guided it away past second slip for a single. Seen a couple pop up today so far. Logan Van Beek yet to take a wicket in this innings. It's another very useful partnership for Gloucestershire. 51 between Akhtar and Taylor. As Van Beek runs in once more, and that is a genuine thickish outside edge down to deep third for a single. This time a simple bit of fielding for who was that down there? Shan Masood, wasn't it?
Yeah.
434 for 7. Another glorious early autumn day here at Grace Road, as Van Beek runs in, and that's been tapped into a gap there at extra cover, and they take another quick single. All very frustrating for Leicestershire so far. I mean, it's almost, Richard, 35 odd bonus runs for Gloucestershire this morning. Didn't really need to take any risks. They were getting the odd bad ball and they could just knock it around and do what they want.
Yeah, not free but pretty cheap runs, that's for sure.
Van Beek bowls, and it's been flicked away by Actor, just wide of mid-on. Another simple single taken.
As I say, I was a little bit surprised it's coming at the end of the first innings rather than sort of, I suppose Leicester worried in case they don't bowl again in this game, which, given the weather forecast for tomorrow and Thursday, is a possibility. And they wouldn't want to be left in this situation where they lose a bonus point.
In comes Van Beek, and that's full driven, but straight to the fielder, so no run. I guess on the other hand, they managed to sneak a few early wickets, and I guess it's all swings and roundabouts.
As David Hutchinson points out on the stream, the way the seam was bowled yesterday, there was certainly no guarantee of that. So
very true. Van Beek bowls, and that's been guided away down to deep third once more. Another single taken, end of the over. This partnership continues to flourish. 55 it's worth now, 437 for 7 Gloucestershire.
and Rishi continues, Rishi Patel that is, with his particular brand of off-spin. That said, in Holland is having a long chat to Ben Cox at the moment.
What is the brand of off-spin? How would you describe it, Richard?
Inconsistent.
Inconsistent, part-time.
But yeah,
Although he's a little bit more regular than
he's become
I
so
guess,
this
a proper
season.
part-timer, yeah.
14 overs he's bowled in this innings to add to. He's going around the wicket to Matt Taylor, who goes back and plays it firmly through a very straight mid-off down towards long off to take one. "27 overs he's bowled in the county championship this season before this innings, so he's into the 40s now. 41.1 I suppose. In he goes and bowls straight-ish. Actor leans forward and just nurdles it back down the pitch on the onside, and does have 2 wickets to his name this season. Steps in and bowls a little bit short, brackets quite a lot short, and Actor goes back and pulls it out to deep mid-wicket, where Saul Buddinger finds himself mixing it around down there. Leicestershire fielding positions, keeping the fielders interested. Patel is in again, a little bit short, and again Taylor goes back and thumps it straight back down the pitch, but straight to Patel, who forms the long barrier. Needed to do so because it was travelling. Bounced off his thigh, but not too far. Steps in and bowls, tosses it right up. Taylor waits for it and then steers it gently out into the offside, where Tattersall, who has, as Ed pointed out, not only is out there, but he's wearing a conventional Leicestershire cap. But I suppose they thought it looked a bit odd, him wearing the baseball cap yesterday. In goes Patel, bowls onto leg stump, back goes Taylor, but just works it out towards Van Beek at mid-wicket. So who's actually off? Because Mike's been out there, and obviously Hull is out there. Let us see if we can work out who's off for Leicestershire. Looks around him.
Buddinger, Masood,
Yeah,
they're all out there.
Hill's out there, or has been out there. Tattersall was sort of coming on for Hill at various times yesterday, wasn't he? But I think that's Hill out there sweeping on the leg side at the moment. Chris Wright. I don't think Chris Wright's out there at the moment.
Another reason why Patel continues to bowl. In comes Logan van Beek then once more. Another thickish outside edge along the floor to gully. It's almost a sort of fourth slip really.
He did bowl his single ball that was left to him this morning, didn't he, right? If he's injured himself in that, that means 3 Leicestershire seamers are out of the attack.
Could get even more frustrating if that is the case, because this partnership worth 57 now. They've made it look very easy indeed as they knock another single there with that push into the gap on the offside from Akhtar, who edges closer to a half century. 43 not out from 67 balls. Here's Van Beek to Taylor. It's short, it's skied in the air, out towards deep square leg, and it's taken. It was swirling around in the air for a moment. Lewis Hill eventually managed to steady himself and takes the catch. So 8th one down for Gloucestershire, but not before this partnership was able to add 58. A good little knock there from Matt Taylor, who came in at the start of the day. Gloucestershire now 440 for 8.
Lewis Hill will be very happy that it wasn't called no ball as well, having taken a super catch down at long leg. I thought it was a no ball yesterday, not this time. That was still a decent effort. It was in the air a long time, wasn't it?
It was. It looked to be swirling a bit because he eventually had to change his line that he was running in on from the boundary. A couple of steps to his right at the last moment and managed to hang on. Wasn't drop kicking that one in celebration though, just in case. Shaw is the new batter, joining Zaman Akhtar, who's played very well, 43. We'll see some more expansive shots from him now. They've got just the 2 wickets in hand. Tell you what, the over rate on the scoreboard is still showing as -3.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it takes an hour to update.
Yeah, I was going to say they tend to do it in the intervals for some reason at the moment. I don't know whether that's a edict laid down that that's when you change it, but sometimes it seems to change during and sometimes just at an intervals. So we have to assume.
I think we're
It's
okay.
okay.
I think we're okay. 11 overs in 20 minutes this morning to kick things off. I think we'll be fine. Right, so 2 wickets remain then in this Gloucestershire innings. Leicestershire desperate to get this wrapped up, have a bat themselves. Josh Shaw, the new batter, facing up here to Van Beek, and defending his first ball to backward point for no run.
How's it gone with the bat this season for Josh Shaw? Well, he's actually top of the Gloucestershire batting averages. 6 innings, 141 runs, but 6 of those innings, of those 6 innings, I should say, 4 have been not outs. You can't get him out.
Van Beek into Shaw once more, who again defends out towards backward point for no run.
I used to do that. Loads and loads of not outs. Top of the averages.
Love the red inkers.
78 runs last dismissal.
There we go. 78 runs since his last dismissal. Ed tells us.
Shaw faces up once more and gets off the mark with an inside edge out towards deep backward square leg. In fact, he's going to get 2. It's gone right in between that gap. Josh Hull and Lewis Hill running in from fine leg and deep square leg. I didn't know much about it, Shaw, but he moves on to 2. That's the end of another over. 442 for 8. This is a funny thing, average, isn't it, when you're trying to describe it to people who are new to cricket, and you've got somebody there who's, you know, not out so many times, 4 out of 6, and is topping the batting averages, but it's clearly not your best batter in your side. And then you've got somebody who's an opening bat who probably always gets out, not quite as good an average. There you go.
Patel continues from the pavilion end, bowls, forward goes Akhtar, just turns his wrists on the defensive push, runs it back down the pitch on the on side. Van Beek's gone in quite close at a sort of shortish extra cover, catching position about 3 strips back as Patel bowls, and touch shorter so Akhtar can go back and just punch it back between Patel and Holland, who's at straightish mid-wicket down towards long on, where Shan Masood is the fielder. Shaw's going to be facing Patel for the first time, so he takes his guard from umpire Baldwin. Patel is in, outside off stump, fullish, driven away by Shaw without any real violence in the shot, steered as much as driven out towards the sweeper. Hill comes into field. Sun behind cloud at the moment, but as I say, it's non-threatening cloud for the most part. Patel is in and bowls. Akhtar's forward, a little uncertainly, thickish outside part of the bat, steers it towards sort of short third man. Eskenazi has to run across from a deepish gully position. Patel steps in and bowls, a little bit leg sidey, worked by Shaw, but only as far as Holland. Well, Holland had to make a little bit of ground to his right to make the stop, but he did. Yorkshireman, Josh Shaw from the Wakefield area, I think. I'm missing him in his early part of his career, which obviously did start at Yorkshire. In goes Patel and bowls, fullish outside off stump. Shaw can get forward and drive it down towards long off, where Josh Hull is the fielder. Hull, of course, you will recall, is unable to bowl. Despite the 3 wickets to his name, he's unable to bowl because he bowled a couple of what we sometimes call beamers yesterday, i.e. full tosses above waist height. And if you do that, you're not allowed to bowl again in an innings.
It's a shame because although he was quite expensive, Josh Hull looked the most threatening. The extra pace, was bowling some good Yorkers. He was on the money with quite a few of those. But yeah, so inconsistent that he managed to bowl 2 deliveries over waist height, which means he's done and dusted as far as the innings goes. 3 for 79 his figures off 11.3 overs. Next ball from Van Beek is defended away, and he thinks about a quick single to Shaw. Well, that was well, it would have been run out if Lewis Hill, I think, hit with the direct throw. It's all a bit chaotic there. It was a sort of tap and run towards extra cover. He was just ambling down the track, really. There was no response from Zaman Akhtar at the non-striker's end. Lewis Hill ran in, had a shot at the stumps, missed, and Shaw survives somehow. Van Beek runs in once more, and that's been defended away onto the offside. No thoughts of a single there.
It was one of those sort of body language things. Zaman, seeing Shaw coming towards him, took sort of half a step, and Shaw had stopped, but seeing him take the half step, then decided to keep going. And it was almost sold a horrible dummy, but they sorted it out in the end. As you say, it would have been very close.
Van Beek bowls, and it's on the money. Nice straight delivery on middle and off, defended back down the track for no run. 1 for 91, Van Beek's figures, into his 27th over. Bowling from the Bennett end. Runs in once more. and that's past the outside edge. Nice delivery there. Shaw not quite getting fully forward to that, but just poking his bat slightly away from his body. He's going to have one of these awkward looking scorecards here at the end of this innings, with Josh Holl being taken out of the attack and then Ben Mike going off injured. It really bugs me when you see lots of bowling stats there with something point something overs at the end of an innings. Oh, shout for LBW, full delivery. It was looked to be dug out off the bat of Shaw. There probably was some bat involved because it wasn't a massive appeal and there was no interest from the umpire. Josh Holl 11.3 overs. Logan van Beek, who's one ball from completing this over, will be 26.4 at the end of this, and Ben Mike 15.5. Van Beek in once more, and he's knocked the stump out of the ground. That's a great sight for any quick bowler. He raises his arms into the air as well. It's been a frustrating morning so far for Logan van Beek, but he's managed to snuff out a couple of wickets here in fairly quick succession. Shaw on his way back for 4, and Gloucestershire now 446 for 9.
Super delivery. Shaw stood and looked back at the pitch. That's ruined his average. He's not out.
Yes.
Have come to an end, but he'll still be up there. And he got a good one from Logan van Beek there. No sign of a declaration from Gloucestershire. Why would they, really? But Logan van Beek's doing himself some good this morning. Looks a bit more like his old self, really.
He does. That short delivery first, which was a surprise, led to the catch at deep square leg, and then beauty of a delivery to remove Shaw. So Ajit Singh Dale makes his way out at number 11. Just looking at Zaman Akhtar's stats here. 250s in his first class career. He's only 5 away from another one, so perhaps that'll be an individual target for him. But as for Gloucestershire, just try and get over 450. Another little psychological landmark.
Over 300 runs in his 16 innings, almost sneaking towards the all-rounder category.
So
A bowler who's a useful bat, perhaps still at this, potentially useful bat at this stage, but yeah, a few more runs, and did you say another 50? He's going to be facing the bowling of Ian Holland, Leicestershire's acting captain, bringing himself on, finally replacing Rishi Patel, who's going to go wicketless then in the innings, almost certainly, as Holland is in, and bowls outside off stump, clubbed away by Akhtar out to the extra cover boundary for 4. It was a little bit short and a little bit wide, and Akhtar just laced it away, really, just very uncomplicated.
got what it deserved, I think. It was a proper loosener there from Ian Holland. Sat up nicely off the pitch as well. Didn't zip through.
Hit it in the air, but Holland's anticipating bowling another couple of those because he's taken Eskenazi out of second slip and put him exactly where that ball went, basically, in the air at extra cover. And he wonders and bowls straight, but Akhtar is going to work that away through the vacant mid-wicket area. It was a little bit too straight, really, from Ian Holland, and that is Zaman Akhtar's third first-class 50, second of the season. It's come off 72 deliveries, and well, he had things fairly easy for the first sort of 40 minutes or so this morning, half an hour, 40 minutes, but he's had to work for the last few runs against a ball that's in reasonably good condition, and he can be really pleased with his efforts. Brings Singh Dale down on strike, though. He's happy to take the 1 to get his 50.
Oh,
Get the number 11 on strike. No thoughts about turning down the single. In goes Holland and bowls to Singdale, who is beaten on the outside edge. Curtin railed his bat back inside the line, but after he'd had a little play at that one, a little push.
Sometimes number 11s make deliveries look a little bit better than they were. It was a decent delivery there from Holland. But yeah, a bit of an exaggerated movement off the bat of Singdale, making it look even better.
He waits as Holland runs in and bowls to him. He gets his bat on that one, leaning forward on off stump, perhaps just outside, pushing the delivery out into the covers. Hill has been brought in from his sweeping position for the new batsman, for the number 11. He does the fielding, Eskinazi having gone back into second slip for Singdale. Holland is in and bowls, goes past the outside edge again. That oddly exaggerated late withdrawal of the bat inside the line, having played at the ball from Singdale. Yeah, he's going to have to patent that one.
It's the poke and then the sort of move back towards his body as if to say, nah,
didn't play at that.
Just left it alone.
Holland is in and bowls, and that was a very nice wristy whip away through mid-wicket by Ajit Singdale, and that is going to go to mid-wicket boundary for 4. So Holland slaps his palm in irritation, bowled a little bit full, a little bit straight, and Singdale took full advantage in some style, whipped him away to the boundary for 4. 455 for 9 after 117.
It was a leg stump half volley, but lovely shot there from Singdale, almost sort of helicopter-esque, like MS Dhoni. I'm sure he's practiced that over the years and executing it well on that occasion. It will be Van Beek to continue from the Bennett end, looking to wrap this innings up. He's taken a couple so far this morning. 2 for 91 his figures. Here he is bowling to Akhtar. It's short and wide, and it's just been slapped away for 4 out towards deep cover. He's a tall man, is Zaman Akhtar, and he got on top of the bounce pretty comfortably there. And batting on 50 not out, was able to easily pick his spot.
5th Gloucestershire player to pass 50 in the innings, I think. Previous being Ben Charlesworth, Miles Hammond, James Bracey.
Van Beek goes short once more, and that's been ramped over the top of slips and away for 4. And so the shots are coming out now from Zaman Akhtar, and that was a beautiful one there, just using the pace of the bowler and going into almost T20 mode.
The 4th, of course, was Van Buren. But yeah, that was a super shot.
Is he going to persist with the short stuff here, Van Beek? He's tried a couple, and he's been put away for 2 boundaries. Well, the entire field now spreads towards the boundary, just the slip and mid-on really. Anywhere close to the batter. That's been driven by Akhtar out towards deep extra cover for a single, which he's happy to take now. He's happy to give Ajit Singdale 3 deliveries in this over. Fielders all come in now. He's got a couple of slips in place. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, mid-wicket. Van Beek runs in, bowls, and that's past the outside edge. And a half appeal for a catch behind. But again, Ajit Singdale can't resist having a flirt outside that off stump. off to take a break, off to enjoy a bit of the Leicester sunshine before the rains come in tomorrow. Ed Seaborn back in alongside me as Logan Van Beek runs in, delivers, and that's been driven, but back to the bowler in his follow through, so no run. Morning, Ed.
Good morning, Nikesh. How are you?
Not too bad. Bit of action this morning. An interesting first half an hour or so, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was going to sit back and watch the part-timers lob a few up and then
let you and Richard get your frustrations out, and then I jump on, and at least we've got a bit of proper competitive cricket at the moment. Well, that's a nice drive from Singhdale. It's a full delivery. It's driven out towards deep cover, and as number 11s often do, they hit the ball, they want to run, they want that run to their name. I'm not sure Zaman Akhtar should have been as responsive, really, because he's just given over the strike to Ajit Singhdale for the start of a new over, and although he's hit a couple of nice shots, particularly the 4 that was flicked through deep mid-wicket, he's looked a little bit questionable when balls have been bowled in and around that off-stump area, having a feel at them. Seems the most likely way Leicestershire are going to get a wicket is off the edge of Ajit Singhdale's bat.
I think Ajit Singhdale, as ever, is determined to prove that he isn't the support actor. 2 slips. Holland into Singhdale, full enough. He gets bat on it, squirts it towards backward point, and there is no run. He's always an entertaining batter to watch, Singhdale, because if it's going to last any length of time, he will be playing some shots which aren't in the usual book. Either that or it doesn't last a great deal of time, which again just keeps things moving. But he does have a first-class 50. Holland into him, giving him the charge, but just pushing it back to the bowler and then having to retreat backwards into his crease. Singhdale came against Leicestershire, actually, the half-century that he
Surprise, surprise.
made.
Everyone's records are always against
You can't
Leicestershire,
say
aren't they?
that. Richard Ray did this again this morning. You can't say these things anymore. Top of the table, Leicestershire, flying high. The Foxes are running away
Shows
with
you
it.
how good Ajit Singhdale must be. He's only 50 against Leicestershire.
Holland in, Singhdale, hand off the bat. Again, the ball doesn't quite go where you expect it to. It goes off to cover. It looks as if it was heading to mid-off to start with, but there's no run. Again, it's that slight, as you and Richard were describing, that slight play at the ball and then withdraw it. He still does it even a little bit when he's playing a straight defensive shot. The bat comes down almost the inside of the ball, and then the ball goes out into a squarer region than you'd anticipate. Holland into him, drives firmly this time past cover, and that, I think, will, even though it is going to what must be pretty much the longest boundary, run away across this quick outfield for 4 more.
That was a lovely shot there. It was floated up, genuine half volley, but you've still got to put them away. And Ajit Singhdale did that very well indeed, into the gap there towards the extra cover boundary. And when he's leaving those balls, there's a bit of sort of Courtney Walsh about him, isn't there? Those extravagant leaves. Not quite seen him sort of put the bat in between his legs or anything like that at this stage, but you never know.
School of Gloucestershire number 11s. This has been pushed into the offside by Singhdale for no run. 469 for 9, I think that will be, once the scoreboard acknowledges Singhdale's second boundary. He also has, and Gloucestershire supporters will know this because I mention it every time, but Leicestershire supporters may not. He does also have the joint highest score, Singhdale, for any county batter batting at 11 in a List A match, which is a decent claim to fame. Holland in and bowls to him, field dropping way back, allowing Singhdale the single, and he's quite happy to take it. Nurdles the ball to mid-on, he's pretty deep, and he moves into double figures, onto 10 for 70 for 9. Akhtar is 11 runs short of his career best. which came last season at Scarborough against Yorkshire, and at the moment he's being starved of the strike.
Singdale's only 42 away from his all-time best. The way this game has gone, Ed, Leicestershire taking a couple of wickets, then being frustrated by a partnership. Already this one's worth 24 for the 10th wicket.
Yeah, they're all potentially handy runs. Chris Wright's now going to have to come on and have a bowl as well, so they've got some more overs into his, well, I say some more overs, they've got at least an over into his legs.
Well, here he is, running in from the Bennett end, 2 slips in place. Singdale has a wild swing at this, gets a thick outside edge, and Shan Masood does the fielding at deep third. Keep it down to a single, a couple of yards either side, and that could well have been another boundary for Singdale.
I suppose he's already bowled, of course. I'm forgetting because of, and I hope people will understand because of what followed in the first half hour. But yes, he's bowled 1 ball this morning already.
1 ball, he thought he was done. And here he is, over an hour into play. Gloucestershire still going, 471 for 9. Right. In, and that's past the edge of Zaman Akhtar. He has a feel outside off stump.
Did that stay down a bit, or was it just the way he played it?
A little bit, a little bit. Although he is a tall man, isn't he? Just skidded through a touch there from Chris Wright. We've seen the odd one skip up off a length this morning. Nothing too dramatic, just the odd delivery misbehaving at this point. Just signs though that there will be maybe some assistance for Gloucestershire's bowlers. Next ball is flicked away by Akhtar to fine leg. Josh Hull fielding down there in front of us.
Morgan is still batting at Northampton as well. That looks as if it was going to be a bit of a problem for them, but they've got 4 batting points themselves. That's a handy chunk. Ace at Tribe, 206. Remarkable effort from him.
From the Jerseyman, as we learnt yesterday. Oh, another one past the outside edge from Wright, this time into Singdale. Bit of extra bounce on that occasion.
There might have been a few Northamptonshire bowlers who'd have been calling him a toad, perhaps not to French, or worse. Yeah, some support from Cook, 84, Van der Huchten, 33, Mason Crane. Gloucestershire know a little bit about how tricky Mason Crane can be to remove.
Right, runs in, and oh, where's that gone?
It's behind you!
Ajit Singdale hopping around as he defends that ball. I think maybe off the shoulder of the bat, bit of glove involved there.
It's like he did a complete, or he didn't do a complete 360, but he did enough of a turn and then just decided, well, I'm never going to find where this ball has gone, and just turned his back on it.
I didn't hear it hit any wood, so I'm all right.
And I'm not running for it, because I need the strike.
Right, in again, and that's been defended away to mid-on, quite extravagantly once more.
It was the most reluctant start to a single run I've ever seen from Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah, he's taken the strike again, Singdale. But we like to see this, don't we? Number 11s who enjoy their batting. You get the reluctant number 11s who they're just fearful, they don't look like they want to be out there, don't like fast bowling, whatever it might be. And then you get those who love it. They just want to be out there, have a bit of fun, and Ajit Singdale looks like one of those guys, and it's great to see.
Yeah.
He's even got the helicopter shot.
Well, that's it. And then you mentioned MS Dhoni, and I think that is definitely one of Singdale's personal heroes. So
There you go.
every time he goes out there, he'll look to try and execute the trademark helicopter shot, and he brought it out pretty early today. Facing up to Holland, just the one slip, but packed offside fields, that slammed in the air over mid-off. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, 4. That's an extraordinary shot from Singdale. Scything swat, but great connection. It was clearing mid-off comfortably from the moment he hit it. 477 for 9.
I didn't expect it to go there. I think he was sort of, it was a cross-batted hoik, almost sliced, wasn't it, over mid-off, but he got a good chunk of it, did Singdale, and yes, look, if you're going to swing, swing hard.
In comes Holland, bowls, and this is pushed away into the covers, and this time Zaman Akhtar, well, he had to anyway, because the cover fielder might have got there, I suppose, but he was quite pleased, I suspect, to get to the striker's end. But Singdale moves his score on to 17 with a single, 478 for 9. And Leicestershire are not bothering to drop everybody back now, because I think they've maybe sensed that actually Akhtar isn't trying to destroy them quite as quickly as Singdale is. Long offs, when I say long off, it's very deep mid-off, but they've got 3 fielders in the ring, as it were, saving the single as Akhtar clears his front leg and smacks this straight over the bowler's head, and that's 2 bounces and 4 more. And Gloucestershire, if the charge hadn't really been on at any point this morning, it now seems to be the case, whether it's just Akhtar thinking, I want to get this, whether either he's thinking I want to get this career best, or whether it is let's just get bowling, whether it's, I'm not sure how much longer I'll have out here anyway, but anyway, it's all combining to see the scoreboard rattling along here. Slower delivery, and he's gone, caught behind. A good piece of bowling from Holland. A leg cutter maybe, and Akhtar gets a thick edge. It's well taken down low to his right by Cox. The only question in his mind, I guess, would have been, was it just going to carry to him? But it did. Akhtar is the last man to go for a well-made 64. Singdale finishes 17 not out, and Gloucestershire have been bowled out in the 121st over for 482.
Well, look, 482, you win the toss, you bat first, you will take that every day of the week. It's been a really good effort from Gloucestershire, a sort of team effort in every sense of the word when you look down that batting lineup. Joe Phillips was 17 at the top, but then Ben Charles was 74, Miles Hammond 50, James Bracey with a half century 69, Van Buren was the star of the show with 101 off 143. Slightly weird end to his innings last night, wasn't it, when he got into the late 80s and into the 90s, lots of nerves there, and then eventually did get to the 100, still looked very nervous, and got out a couple of balls before the end of play. And then today, Zaman Akhtar frustrating Leicestershire with that 64, last man out in the innings. Matt Taylor, 26, played a good knock, and then some good blows there from Ajit Singdale down at the bottom with 17 not out. That will help his average. Chris Wright with 3 for 60. Josh Hull 3 for 79. Couldn't bowl, of course, beyond his 11.5 overs yesterday because of those 2 beamers. Logan van Beek finishing with a couple, and 1 for Ian Holland, who wrapped the innings up. So yeah, lots of weather around, as we mentioned, over the next couple of days, but as things stand, Gloucestershire firmly in the driving seat in this one.
Yeah, and you mentioned you win the toss, you bat first. I think Gloucestershire were very pleased with their work yesterday at 382 for 7, but they'd have wanted something more this morning. They got to the 400 with a little bit of assistance, really. There wasn't any question, particularly because Leicestershire were looking to make that over rate up, that they would make the 400, so that was the first job done. But then, they weren't particularly interested in getting the 5th batting point within the 110, but in so doing they've ensured that they've got to 450, and then beyond it, just adding a little bit of extra on, maybe tiring out Leicestershire in the field a little bit extra mentally as much as physically, and be pleased with that, because you don't see it actually that many sides win the toss and decide to bat first unless it's an obvious turner almost. A lot of sides seem to think, well, just win the toss, bowl, and make use of the pitch as green as it's going to be is probably on the first day. So that's what a lot of sides tend to do, but they batted first and We'll see. They're not going to be an easy side to bowl out, Leicestershire, that is for sure, and Gloucestershire are still going to have to do it twice, and with that weather around, so there's potentially some even harder work ahead, but they've certainly done the job with the bat there.
Absolutely, and well, Leicestershire, I think they've done their over rate now, at all. +4 on the screen now at the end of the innings.
That's overkill.
A little bit of overkill this morning, and I mean, even without the scoreboard telling us what's what, you could see, I mean, 11 overs in 20 minutes. It was always going to be fine. You didn't need to take it that far, did you? Just maybe bowl, you know, three of each from each end. Rishi Patel and Sol Badinger, that would have been enough. You didn't need to take it to that extra next level, but that's what they've done, and conceded a few easy runs, I guess, to Gloucestershire as a result of that. But take nothing away from the visitors here. They've batted superbly well, and well, it'll be interesting to see how their over rate goes. They've got obviously more spin options.
Yes, well, Van Buren being in the side, and also being, you know, actually a pretty key part of what they'd hoped their attack, I think, would be in this game. He really does come in off about 3 paces, and that has meant that what was actually a real problem for Gloucestershire a few years back. I mean, back when they were in the top division in 2022, it felt as though they were losing a point almost every other game because of over rates, but hasn't really been a problem much this season. They had to do a bit of that sort of charge that we saw this morning in the first game of the season against Derbyshire, because there was even the awful prospect at one stage that they were going to come away from that game with minus points, actually start the season on -1, which didn't happen because, yeah, they weren't happy about that. And actually that is one thing which I guess is worth mentioning, because that was the other game this season where James Bracey was having to keep wicket and captain, so it does make it a little bit tougher when you've got to keep a captain in terms of if he wants to have that word with his bowler about field changes. He doesn't particularly want the batter to hear exactly what it is that they're looking to do, so they will have to watch that a little bit, but as I say, I think they'll be bowling plenty of spin anyway, because that's what they would see as their opportunity to bowl Leicestershire out. They've got 4 seam bowlers with Akhtar, Matt Taylor, Shaw and Singh Dale, and then Ben Charlesworth could be a 5th seam option, has bowled plenty this year, which has been really good to see. In fact, he's actually in terms of players, if you make a certain qualification in terms of games played, Ben Charlesworth is in the same way as Josh Shaw was topping the batting averages, Ben Charlesworth is topping the bowling averages, and he is no part-timer, Ben Charlesworth. He would have bowled a lot more overs in his first-class career were it not for injury. So they've got 5 seam options and 3 spin options, plus I don't think Gloucestershire will be throwing the ball to Miles Hammond, but they have done so on a few occasions, so they've got options plenty. I did notice the quirk of the bowling card. You talked about the number of bowlers who ended up with partial overs completed, but there's more bowlers who've had partial overs than
Yes.
full overs in the end. Badinger, Patel and Wright are the only bowlers who've got round overs. Holland, Hull, Van Beek and Mike all with partial overs. It's a mucky looking card, isn't it? Yeah. And I mean, at times it was, I don't think Leicestershire would take issue with this description, it was a mucky looking innings. They ended up with 43 extras, which has certainly helped to supplement that 482 total, and there was a point, they pulled it back a little bit actually compared with what it looked as if it was going to be, but there was a point when I was about to bring out my suggestion that the 50 extras ought to be a raise of the pen from the scorers. What happens when the extras column reach 50? It's usually some sarcastic applause, but
Yes.
it should be something like that.
Josh
anyway.
Hull with 11 no balls in the innings, so that's 22 runs right there. Ben Mike 6 no balls, so 17 no balls in the innings. Not really good enough. One wide from Ian Holland. And apart
Yes,
from that,
wasn't it? Of all the bowlers that you
Yes,
expect to bowl
almost
one.
off the strip as well. A proper loosener. We saw a loosener when he came on to bowl today as well. A short wide one outside off, and yesterday a sort of really wide one. I can't remember who it was. It was probably to Charlesworth, left-hander, almost off the cut strip. But those are the extras you can allow. You know, the odd wide is fine, but 17 no balls in an innings
Yeah.
from 2 bowlers only as well. Hull just kept on doing it. Mike bowled a no ball, which could have resulted in a wicket, but because it was a no ball, that brilliant catch from Lewis Hill was all in vain down at fine leg. So lots of frustrations for Leicestershire and their bowling attack in that innings, but a chance here for Patel and Budinger to get them off to a good start with the bat as they stride out to the middle.
I do love manual scoreboards are just the best, and one of the great things to do is when they're resetting it, somebody just snaps a picture of the scoreboard at any given moment, because at one point the scoreboard did read 902 for naught, which
I mean, that would do.
for Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Be
That once.
quite handy.
Yeah. How many overs were up on the board when it said 902?
I guess 10 actually. That would put
I think the
the
17
extras
no
column
balls,
for,
yeah.
for Leicestershire to shame if that were to happen. It's going to be Matt Taylor to open the bowling for Gloucestershire.
Didn't realise you
Left
could get
armour.
free hits in in first class cricket.
A lot of no balls plus 6. So Matt Taylor, and I wonder who's going to get the new ball at the Bennett end. Shaw and Singh Dale might be candidates. It's not Matt Taylor. Much of a surprise to see him opening the bowling, especially with that left arm option. 3 slips, again pretty tight together. Rishi Patel at the strikers end, Sol Budinger at the non-strikers end. Leicestershire setting off in pursuit of that 482 that Gloucestershire have posted, and a firm defence greets the first ball from Matt Taylor as Rishi Patel plays it into the onside for no run. So speaking of exciting to watch, Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger, even without the possibility of Rayan Ahmed coming in at 3, it's still one of the more enticing to watch opening partnerships out there, as Patel squeezes that one somewhat square on the onside for no run. So a couple of dots to start with from Taylor, as Gloucestershire will hope to ease into, well, I say ease into, not ease into their bowling, hope to hit their straps immediately with this new ball, because it may well have to count. It doesn't look as though there's an enormous amount in the surface as Taylor bowls and Patel defends with an angled bat into the leg side. So you sort of figure that the new Duke's ball will have to cause some problems.
Yeah, you'd feel so. Looks a very good track, particularly when the ball is quite hard as well. It's been getting through nicely.
Taylor leaps in, bowls, and bounces a little bit, but Patel rides it, pushes it to Van Buren, who's fielding it backward point. So just trying to examine the slip cordon, because Ben Charlesworth has moved back into first slip with Bancroft no longer there. Ollie Price at second, and I think that is Miles Hammond who's at third. So Jack Taylor, who does spend a lot of time in the slip cordon for the second team, is at mid-off, left alone by Rishi Patel as Matt Taylor tries one that just angles across him. So that's the personnel in the cordon. There's no fielder down on the deep third boundary. There's a fine leg Gloucestershire going with a cover straight away, with Joe Phillips positioned there, and then Singdale at mid-on without a cap on, and Actor at short mid-wicket. Taylor bowls edged and just eludes Miles Hammond at third slip. He got a hand on it and has slowed it down enough to stop it from going to the boundary. It's 2 runs. It went low. Don't know if that was a fingertip job in terms of it just carrying, whether it fell just short. It was not the easiest tell for me up front, but it's 2 runs off the last ball of the opening over.
Yeah, difficult one, I think, but a chance created, even if it was a half one from Taylor. So good start for Gloucestershire with the ball. He was pretty much on the money every ball in that over. Singdale it will be to open the bowling from the Bennett end. Sol Budinger on strike, yet to face a delivery. I always see Sol Budinger's name and feel that his name should be on a boxing card somewhere. Sol Budinger, Rocky Flintoff, another one, Sonny Baker.
Yeah. What weight?
What weight? That's a good shout. I don't know, middle.
Yeah, I'm with you on that,
middleweight or something like that. Right, Singdale then, running in from the far end, is in, and that's been punched away by Budinger into a gap there at cover. And in fact, a slight misfield allows him comfortably through for 2. It was a casual sort of late season effort.
Yes, it was from a man who's playing only his 5th game of the season in terms of championship cricket. Just the one list A game. They were coming through for the second anyway, but it could have been a much tighter affair if Phillips had fielded it cleanly.
3 slips in place as Singdale bowls, and that's past the outside edge. That's a lovely delivery. Just a hint of movement away from the left-hander.
Yeah, here's quick Singdale, Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker in the county championship. I mean, you'd look at 25 wickets at 36.2, and to be honest, even the days when a lot of seamers are averaging around about 30 and under 30, which used to be the sort of currency, I think that's out the window, because scores are so much higher now than they used to be. But he's had to bowl on some seriously flat ones.
Here he is again, and it's been well defended by Budinger to mid-off. The one thing he does do, which, you know, a lot of top batters faced quick bowlers all around the world talk about, the ones that are more difficult are the ones that don't show you the ball. He does tend to show you quite a bit of the ball as he's running in, even in his pickup and once he gets into his delivery stride. Quite a front-on action as he runs in, delivers, and Budinger cuts, but it's well fielded by Phillips at backward point. That's a much better effort. A few ironic cheers from his slip cord in there.
He was warming up actually quite vigorously in the previous over, but perhaps he just needed that extra little run after the boundary and slide just to really get himself going. he did go giving some serious G up from the slip cord and stopping that one. He just thought he was double the age that he is, only 21.
Singdale runs in, and that's another one past the outside edge, just angled across the left-handed Budinger. He was looking to drive on the up. That's one thing you will get from Sol Budinger, he'll play his shots. And that could lead to opportunities for Gloucestershire.
So actually, I mean, Phillips at backward point is very much in the game as a catcher with Budinger. I'm sure I can even anecdotally feel against Gloucestershire he's been out caught at backward point at least once.
Singdale in. Oh, another beauty, and that's found an edge, has it? No. Well, there was a big appeal from behind, from the cordon, from keeper. Singdale went up a little bit late, and umpire says not out, so Leicestershire remain 4 without loss.
We've seen so many of those in this game so far. We won't say game, I mean it's an innings plus one, but that's exactly the sort of appeal that we saw many a time from Leicestershire as well, where those behind the stump seem to hear something, and the bowlers barely interested at all. Singdale will certainly let you know about it if he feels that there's an edge on it, and that was not an appeal that suggested he really felt that it was out. Nikesh Ragani is taking a break before lunch, and Richard Ray is back alongside me.
Thank you. In goes Taylor and Bowles, squeezed out, looking to drive there, Rishi Patel, and the inside part of the bat pushes it out towards mid-off instead. Patel in need of a knock, really. His confidence has been down in recent innings, recent months really, by his fluent standards, and he can do with a good September. Taylor up on his toes, bowls and goes past the outside edge, pushed across. Patel at a lively lick. Patel, it's the body language suggests a man who's not completely at ease with himself out there at the moment.
See, Hammond's already taken a step closer at third slip as well after those runs that did get Patel off the mark. Barely carried, if it did carry, and it was a one-handed attempt to his left. Didn't see too many of them taken anyway.
Taylor is in and bowling, and again he goes past the outside edge. It flicks the pad and is taken behind the stumps by Bracey. Once again there's an appeal on the basis it might have been a little bit of bat as well, but umpire Baldwin is unimpressed. Buttinger walks forward, has a word with Patel, but he's groping a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, and the last couple of deliveries have gone through much better from a Gloucestershire point of view.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, as Taylor is in and bowls and squared up. Patel trying to work that through the leg side, takes a thick outside edge, runs along the ground wide of gully, out to third man for 4. Not where Rishi Patel was looking to hit the ball, in fact in almost precisely the opposite direction. Here comes the update.
Promotion in the county championship, hosting Gloucestershire again at Rothesay, where Richard Ray is.
Well, they have now bowled out Gloucestershire. It took them the best part of an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes this morning to take the final 3 wickets that they needed. Logan van Beek took 2 of them, Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw, before Ian Holland, the acting captain in this game, picked up last man Zaman Akhtar. Good score though for Gloucestershire, 482 all out. The Foxes are going to have to bat well. That's all they'll be concentrating on doing at the moment. Pick up as many runs as they can today in the good weather and get as many batting bonus points as they can possibly pick up. At the moment they're 9 without loss. Rishi Patel has 6 and Sol Buttinger 2.
And you can hear full coverage with Richard on the BBC Sport website. Plenty of sunshine around for you today.
Back with you on commentary. It's just the one delivery. Bye was taken. Patel probably quite glad to be off strike at the moment, I would imagine. The left-handed Buttinger now faces the left armour. Taylor, who bowls to him. It looks a little bit high, that one, to me. He did step across, try to work it into the leg side, but looked to be quite high on the pad.
Yeah, also, I mean, left armour's angle, as you say, he did move across his stumps, but I'm not sure that it was really particularly straight anyway, so not a great deal going for it. But then I maybe not left armour to left-hander, but the number of times I've seen umpires trigger batters this season, it's almost as though they just see the batter go across ever so slightly and think, oh well, you've missed that one going across, finger goes up, it's missing leg by a mile in some instances. And we even saw one in one of those quarter-finals given that was missing leg by a stump just because the batter had gone across. But it doesn't mean that every ball's hitting the stumps. I've seen that so many times. Singdale into Patel. Oh dear, he's got sawn in half there as that one leaps up and strikes him midships and goes out into the offside. So Rishi Patel, it's been an uncomfortable 6 runs so far. Outside edge for 2, maybe off the hands on the full of Hammond or just on the half volley, and then a slicing leading edge through a vacant gully. There's 2 scoring shots. Singdale bowls to Patel. There's a good looking forward defence, calmly forward to that one, pushing it to Jack Taylor at mid-off.
This is Rishi's 15th, Rishi Patel, that is 15th innings of the championship season, and just 363 runs at basically 28s. Has got a century, and he's also got 350s. So you can imagine the rest of the innings,
yeah.
it hasn't got very many.
Singdale bowls, Patel forward and knocking to point, looking for what is a gap of Singdale in the covers. They weren't prepared to give Rishi Patel the drive off Matt Taylor, but whether that's bowler preference or just on the angle, with it being right arm for Singdale, the thinking is that they're going to leave cover open for Singdale. Is in and bowling, and that comes off really the middle of the bat in defence from Patel as it goes out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 9 without loss. Gloucestershire still on the attack with 3 slips in place. They've put that fielder that would have been at cover down on the deep third boundary, and again I guess that with Singdale's pace it could be a catching opportunity as much as run saving. It's clipped away by Patel. It'll be his first authoritative run. Phillips tumbling away to his right at forward square leg, being kept busy in the field in the early going. And Patel moves on to 7, Leicestershire to 10 without loss. Potentially a slightly awkward period before lunch. I don't think it, well, judging by how I've seen Sol Budinger play before, I'm not sure that he's going to change how he plays even with lunch in the near future, but especially if they were to get one Gloucestershire, they could make it awkward. Singdale bowls a short ball and Budinger holds back on that one, ducks and then withdraws his bat from it, allows it to pass through behind the stump. So it's a good start from Singdale. 2 overs for just 3 runs, past the edge a couple of times, and Leicestershire 10 for no wicket after 4 overs. Singdale, who is off to Lancashire at the end of the season, one of several bowlers who Gloucestershire will be losing. We do know a couple of names who are coming. In fact, there's almost been a trade between Gloucestershire and Lancashire with Singdale for Will Williams, but it's watching Singdale racing with his pace and his commitment. That is one of those bowlers. The pacey bowls are still running all day.
Taylor is in, bowls outside off stump to Rishi Patel, who steps forward and lets it go through to Bracey behind the stumps. Yes, he's box office, isn't he? He's slightly wild in appearance as much as anything.
The hair's growing ever further out. Yeah,
everywhere. The limbs are everywhere. But my word, you cannot question his commitment to the crease, can you? He charges in.
He needs that headband as well, a black headband that's restraining some of the mane.
Taylor bowls, Patel covers up nicely. Everything close together as he leans forward into the defensive shot. Off middle and leg, middle. It's better, he'll feel a little bit better for that one hitting the middle of the defensive bat. 10 without loss. It's interesting, Patel is considered to have had a difficult season, Budinger to have had a relatively successful one, partly because it's had a good white ball. period as well. In goes Taylor and bowls, and Patel is looking to deflect that one down to third man. Doesn't get it wide of third, slip and falls to his right. Makes a good stop. So there's no run. But in terms of the championship, Budinger 580 runs, who's also considered, as I said, to have had a good championship season as well. 580 runs in 18 innings at 34s, 100 like Patel, and just 250s. In goes Taylor, solidly forward again is Rishi Patel, this time steering the ball out to point. And there's no run. So their returns aren't wildly different. A couple of hundred runs, I suppose, for Budinger, but not a sort of weight of runs that sort of perhaps he would have liked. But it has been a much better season for Budinger, no question about that. And that opening first class, the maiden first class century, and that one is a little bit short from Taylor, and it's nicely turned by Patel out through square leg, and he's going to pick up a couple of comfortable runs. Chasing back to the boundary in front of the Uptonsteel stand, square leg picks up and throws.
I suppose from Rishi Patel's point of view, I mean, you mentioned the numbers, but I guess coming back from white ball cricket into red ball cricket, there is that opportunity to reset. There's been a little bit of time between the end of the One Day Cup and the start of the championship again as well.
Taylor is in, bowls outside off stump, little bit of shape back in. Patel left, and it was taken just reaching to his left slightly by Bracey, but Patel, having seen that one swing back towards him a touch, just leant on his bat and nodded at Taylor. Good delivery, testing delivery. It was a good leave in the end, but I don't think he really read the in-swing there. End of the over, 12 without loss after 5. Patel has 9 off 22. Budinger just 8 balls faced for his 2 runs.
And it's partly, I guess, the beauty of batting in red ball cricket in that you don't have that pressure on you to just, if you grind out 10 runs for 40 balls, Singdale to Budinger, who drives square and straight to Phillips at backward point, so I won't get a run. But you can be 10 off 40 and scratch and scrape a little bit, but then sometimes just spending that half an hour, 45 minutes at the crease or whatever, all of a sudden you start to just get that form back a little bit, and from scratchy beginnings can often come big scores, whereas even in 50 over cricket it must be very tricky when they come so thick and fast, especially to play yourself back into form that way. Singdale to Budinger, who drives through the covers this time, stepped into that one and has drilled it through the offside. There's no fielder at cover, so plenty of space for Budinger to access there, and it's 4 runs, so 20 without losses. That was already moved. It's already moved, hasn't it?
It has.
16 without loss. Budinger to 6, so his first boundary, and we did see that with the Leicestershire innings, Leicestershire bowling innings, I should say, as well, that it doesn't feel like the sort of surface that you can bowl incredibly full on and expect outside edges. It's sort of got to be a little further back as Singdale bowls there, punched away to wide mid-off, and there's no run. Update from Lords, where Middlesex are 89 for 3 in reply to Derbyshire's 283, so that's, I guess that's probably good news for Leicestershire, but it's not great news for Gloucestershire, because the ideal situation there would probably be for a draw, low-scoring draw. So actually, maybe they do need Middlesex to be bowled out by Derbyshire. A low-scoring draw, and Gloucestershire obviously to win here. Singdale in now, and Budinger forward and plays defensively. But 46 from Josh De Carey's at Lords. Quite a few rumblings about him potentially being on the move somewhere, but I'm sure Middlesex would be quite happy to keep him as well, but will they be able to? Wicket for young Rory Hayden, who got him out. So he bowled impressively at Cheltenham in the One Day Cup, so certainly someone to keep an eye out on.
Dropped a deep square back to the boundary.
So 3 fielders back on the boundary. And it's been edged over the top of Hammond down to the fielder at deep third. He flashed hard enough there, Budinger, that it did fly over the gully, and that was the other field change that they'd made. Presumably Singdale thinking that he was going to bang it in a little bit shorter so that the gully might come into play more than the third slip. It was exactly the right thinking, but Budinger just cleared a leaping goalkeeper-style Miles Hammond. If there was one person who was going to take a catch like that, it was probably Hammond. He's probably got the highest spring on him, I would guess, in the Gloucestershire side. It was very aesthetically pleasing. Singdale to Patel and beats him past his edge, last ball of the over. So there's been plenty of, I mean, you always say encouragement for Gloucestershire. They are beating the bat and they are finding the edge, but I'm not sure that it is particularly encouraging when you feel as if you could have taken a wicket, and 6 overs in, you haven't. 17 without loss, Leicestershire.
Neither batsman looking particularly secure at the moment, and they're in the sort of situation. They've always tried to give Leicestershire get them off to a flyer this season, and for the most part, or occasionally they have anyway, but it's a situation where they've got all the time they want. I'm sure that will have been the message from the dressing room. It's a good track, a little bit slow, just bad. In goes Taylor and bowls to Budinger, bowling for the Yorker, dug out by Budinger, almost falls over his feet in so doing, looking to clip him out into the leg side, squeezes it out towards mid-wicket. No run.
Morgan have just finally been bowled out by Northamptonshire for 467, so 4 batting points for Glamorgan.
Taylor upon his toes is in and bowls, and an absolute swipe by Budinger takes the edge. I thought first slip got a hand to that one.
It did, yeah.
Certainly did. It took the edge, and a really good attempt, really out up to his right, got the hand to it, but all he could essentially do was, or all he did was deflect it over the bar, slowed it en route to the third man boundary. But that was wild from Budinger, and he's lucky to get away with it. Moves on to 11.
It's just not falling for that slip cordon at the moment, and absolutely no chance for Charlesworth to take that catch. It was incredible effort even to get a hand on it, yeah. Off the pull shot, full pace top edge. You're thinking that was going over the slips, but, well, it did, but off the fingertips.
Taylor is in again, thick inside edge and pad from Budinger, who steps forward looking to work it into the leg side, rehearses the shot, it trickles out towards square leg, but yeah, the slips at the moment very much on their toes. The ball is flying off the edge at a decent lick.
That's the thing, and you can't say take a step back because they've already seen one basically fall short. You can't really stand where you think the edge is going to fly to off the back foot, as we've seen a couple of times.
Taylor is in and bowls on off stump. Budinger, perhaps conscious of his responsibilities, leans forward on off stump and just does block that one out into the offside. Knows he got away with one.
It really was a slog, wasn't it?
It was horrible.
It is what makes him
It's
compelling to watch.
Way,
But
yes, compelling.
unless,
Yes, it's a better
yes,
word
yeah.
than fun. But you can't take your eyes off Sol Budinger. In goes Taylor, and he's driven away classically square through the offside by Budinger. A wristy sort of square drive off the front foot, and it's frustrating, really,
Yes,
in a
it's
way, because he's
just
such
about to say.
ability that you think, well, if you could play like that all the time, you'd be you know, pushing for international recognition of some kind, but then he'll do something as wild as he did earlier in the over.
Feels like a lot of sides have that one player who's, well, maybe more, but Gloucestershire supporters have many a time wrung their hands over a Miles Hammond dismissal, and he'll play a shot in a cover driver from the gods, you know.
Taylor is in and bowling, and beautiful straight drive, classical straight drive from Budinger, back past Taylor, between him and Singdale at mid-off to the boundary for 4 more. So we saw absolutely the best of Sol Budinger in that over, and we also saw the worst of him. 29 without loss, Budinger onto 19 at a runner ball. I know his dad listens, well, I'm sure he lives on his nerves when he's watching his son bat at the moment. Certainly Leicester supporters do, but he's such a fine player. But then occasionally that rush of blood that makes you cover your eyes. 29 without loss after 7.
So certainly not playing for lunch, as we expected. We're probably just going to squeeze 3 in, are they, before lunch? We'll see. Singdale into Patel, who's forward and across and defending straight. They score from Canterbury between Kent and Lancashire. That is bottom versus third from bottom, but Lancashire only 4 points behind Gloucestershire in the standings. It was a good comeback from Lancashire yesterday, because Kent looked as if they were charging off towards a big score and they ended up bowling them out. Lancashire did for 293 with a 5-wicket haul for Mitch Stanley. Singdale in now and turned away to square leg. Phillips should be able to keep this to 1 and will do so with a tumble. 30 without loss. And Lancashire 108 for 2, replying to Kent's 293. Luke Wells approaching a half-century, and Marcus Harris, formerly of both these parishes, now captaining Lancashire. He is on 31. Matt Quinn, there's another name. There's some of these names that seem to be cropping up that barely seem to have turned out all season. Matt Quinn's bowling for Kent. Singdale over the wicket, bowl, short ball pulled away in the air by Budinger, but well in front of the fielder at deep backward square and out to the boundary. 4 more. Budinger 23 from 20 and adding further to the frustrations of Gloucestershire, who've come close on several occasions in these first 7.5 overs, but are starting to see the scoreboard run away from them a little bit. It's hardly as alarming as it would be if they didn't have 482 runs on the board, but equally be starting to want to make something happen. Singdale to Budinger, cut away a slicing cut shot. Taylor running round from deep, third slides, and that's a beautiful piece of fielding. It's not quite as flamboyant as some that you'll see, but especially from a quicker bowler mid-spell, even towards the end of his spell, just sliding across all in one motion, then springing up and throwing in and saving even a second run, never mind just the boundary. So 35 for no wicket. Budinger on to 24. Singdale to Patel, waiting bat raised as they all do, and then blocking away to the onside. In Division 1, well, there's, I guess the main action this morning has been in the South Coast Derby, where Sussex are being skittled out by Hampshire. Sussex 115 for 9, replying to Hampshire's 226. So a little bit in that surface at Hove. 4 wickets for Kyle Abbott, who I noticed signed an extension. Singdale goes in, bowls, and he's nicked off this time, has he? No, he hasn't. Rishi Patel looked as if he was walking off. And I think he's just, what he's doing is he's walking to collect a drink.
Well, with 5 minutes to go until...
Or change of gloves with 5 minutes to go, but it looked as if he was almost walking off, and I think that's what Gloucestershire felt as well. There was an appeal, there was clearly a deflection. Well, it looked as if there was a deflection, so I'm guessing it must have come off. Yeah, I think I can see umpire Adnan signalling that he thinks it's come off his hip. But it was just the visual of Patel then turning round towards the pavilion and me thinking, well, is he just walking anyway? But no, end of the over, Gloucestershire come close again, but no dice, 35 without loss.
Yes, it did look like he'd kind of accepted his fate there, didn't it? But no, not to be for Ajit Singh Dale. Budinger and Patel have a word. Budinger's maiden first-class century, to say this season, came against Glamorgan, title rivals at the moment, as Taylor is in to him and bowled. It goes to him and bowls him. Stayed a little bit low to me, a little bit hard to tell. We'll have a look at the replay, but he stayed on the back foot and was going down there as the ball shot through at a decent pace and extracted his off stump. So Budinger's innings, well, some glorious shots in it, but one or two that weren't so glorious, but he may feel he could do very little about that. That one did look to stay low.
Yeah, very much so. It was a bit tricky to tell live, but I think it not only is it kept low, but it's come back in as well. And actually, but I think that was through the air a little bit. It looked as though Taylor actually did bring that from left arm over into the right-hander, so he already had something to deal with even before the ball stayed down. But yeah, I mean that's below halfway up stump height, and it was probably good length rather than full length as well, so I guess you could say encouraging. It's just a question of whether it's just going to, from a Gloucestershire point of view, that is, it's just a question of whether it's going to die completely. You don't want it to die completely. You want one that's just to be bouncing a little bit extra as well on top of the ones that are staying low. But it's funny, isn't it? You sort of think you can imagine how the dismissal's going to happen, given what we've seen before, but in the end he's just got a good one, and one that was, well, I mean, it was a good ball, and then it was assisted as well.
There really wasn't a great deal he could have done about it. He might feel perhaps that could have gotten forward, but it wasn't necessarily the wrong decision to stay back. Ian Holland comes out to replace Sol Budinger, so no thought of a lunch watchman.
Why is Ed Middleton bringing drinks out with 3 minutes to go into
it's an automatic thing, isn't it? A wicket falls, apparently they take out drinks. So, as you say, this may now be the last over before lunch, because there are still 5 deliveries to be bowled in it. Taylor, with his tail up, comes in and bowls to Ian Holland outside off stump. Holland with an highly exaggerated leave, lifts his bat high and swivels so that he's facing wicketkeeper James Bracey. And just to make sure, I suspect that it will be the last over, Rishi Patel walks almost all the way down the wicket to do a spot of gardening and have a word with Ian Holland.
I think he's fairly safe.
I think they are. 4th slip has gone in now as Taylor is in and bowls thick inside part of the bat as Holland goes back and defends on the stumps, and as I say, thick inside part of the bat, sees the ball squeeze down towards Shaw, who's at a wide-ish long leg in front of the electronic scoreboard. Holland off the mark.
You're speaking of keeper Ben Cox, not one to do the sort of applauding business. James Bracey, more of the school of that will certainly let the fielder know if the throw is not to his liking.
Taylor is into Patel, full outside off stump, driven for 4. Didn't even really have to follow through there. Patel, it was over pitched by Taylor. Patel really, with 4 slips and only 2 in front of the bat on the offside, simply had to get his bat to it on the front foot, and he did. Pushed it away through the offside. It ran across this lightning fast square and outfield. Not much outfield actually, because of where the pitch is cut, so it was running across the square for the most part, the last 15 yards or so. Outfield, but if anything, the outfield is faster than the square.
Yeah.
Patel onto 14, 40 for 1. Taylor is in and bowls on off stump. Patel leans forward, blocks it out into the offside, and having done so, sees that Point has a couple of yards to make up to get to the ball, and takes a couple of steps forward. But Holland at the other end did not move a muscle. Now, I think you could face the last ball before lunch, actually.
Captain's prerogative.
Implication there. Yes, I'm going nowhere, mate. And Patel quickly retreated into his ground. Taylor's going to come around the wicket for the last ball of the morning. We are 4 overs ahead of where we should be then. That's right, isn't it? Yes. In goes Taylor and bowls. Well bowled, just short. The edge falls of 3rd slip, taken on the bounce, and Taylor has words, or perhaps just an arch look at Patel, who holds his ground for a while, and the throw comes in a desultory sort of way towards the stumps. No more than a gesture from 3rd slip. Nicely taken on the bounce, but on the bounce it was. End of the over. 40 for 1 at lunch, and that was a testing little session.
Yeah, it was.
Gloucestershire.
I think credit to Gloucestershire, because, you know, I must say I wasn't entirely sure what to expect from the final 3 games of the season, because sometimes you do just see a little bit of that end of season feel creeping in early on, but there hasn't been any of that from Gloucestershire, either with bat or with ball so far. They've hit their lengths well in that opening spell, and you could tell almost from their body language that they didn't want to leave the field. They felt as though they were bowling well, and that they almost give off the air of a team that feels that they deserved more than the 1 wicket that they've got, but they'll have to content themselves with that one and keep up what they had going before lunch, post lunch.
Talking of lunch, we will now go and have ours. I'm sure you'll be doing likewise. We'll be back with you here at the Uptonsteel ground, Grace Road in Leicester, in around about 35 minutes time. But just for now, from Nikesh, from Ed and myself, we'll say good afternoon, and hopefully you can join us after the break.
Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. And England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Grace Road in Leicester, the afternoon session on this second day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Leicestershire about to resume their reply to Gloucestershire's first innings 482 on 40 for 1. Rishi Patel is 14 not out. Ian Holland, Leicestershire's captain in this game and indeed for the rest of the season in the absence of Peter Hanscom, has faced just the 2 balls, one of which he nibbled away for a single, so he's at 1 not out. They've faced 9 overs in their in their first innings, the Foxes. It is a glorious afternoon. It's been a lovely morning, and it continues to be beautiful out there. Most of the players in shirt sleeves. Ball by ball commentary being brought to you even by BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and Leicester. And Gloucestershire going to resume with Ajit Singhdale bowling from the Bennett end. Ed Seaborn and Richard Ray, your commentators for the first part of the afternoon, and Ed will take you through the first over.
So Singhdale continuing 4 overs before lunch and starting the first over after lunch with a ball down the leg side to Ian Holland. It's flicked away for the first run of the session straight away, so 41 for 1. And I imagine the talk over lunch was, if there is much talk over lunch, about the cricket, that is, more of the same really. I think they've despite the fact that actually Leicestershire have scored at a decent rate, it has to be said quite a few of the boundaries that have been scored have not been exactly where they've been intended to be scored. Singhdale down the leg side, and well, Hammond was interested at third slip, but not too many others. No touch from Rishi Patel. But I don't know, I think there's sort of often we'll say the talk at lunch, and actually you just see the players sitting in their own little groups, and the coaching staff aren't really talking either. I mean, the players pretty much know.
I suppose you have to switch off, don't you, sometimes?
Yeah, that's true as well.
Concentration level, so.
And this is sort of idea from sometimes. I'm sorry, but some of the comments you see about after a bad day as well. Oh, shouldn't be out there doing anything other than hanging their heads in shame as Rishi Patel plays this back to Singhdale, and there's no run. They shouldn't be out there enjoying themselves. They should be working on their skills. And it's very important to do these things, but equally, you probably end up being rather counterproductive if you don't actually switch off at times. And again, much is made of the golfing trips, but got to do something. Singhdale to Patel, who's in line with that one and playing it almost in sort of statement fashion back to Ajit Singhdale. Bowl me another one. Kept that out with consummate ease. He certainly rode his luck a little bit, Rishi Patel, had before the lunch break, and it was it the last ball Matt Taylor gave him that little bit of a stare. Edge fell short of the slip cordon, but Singhdale's been quite straight in this over, not really looking as though the slips are going to be brought into play very much. It's turned away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So still this pretty new ball, and it should be in as decent a condition now, you would think, as it's going to be. The lacquer will have worn off, and now's the time if it's going to move, and it should be moving. We did see some movement with the ball that bowled Budinger, both sideways and up and down. That's a good ball from Singhdale. That's possibly more the line, as he just tempts Patel to play, although he didn't really follow it. It didn't look like so. If it had taken the outside edge, it would have been the absolute perfect line and length. But a good finish to the over from Singhdale, and Leicestershire 41 for 1.
in Holland this season. Well, he's been very much the all-rounder. A lot of focus on the number of wickets he's taken, over 30, but also made important contributions with the bat. In fact, I think he started the season at the top of the order, close to it. Continues to be up there. He's moved around a little bit, but coming in at 3 today. He's facing at the moment as that one is speared down the leg side by the Yorkshireman Josh Shaw. Holland steps inside the line. It goes through at a nice height to Bracey. Sturdy is how I'd describe the Shaw walk.
It is very characteristic, and it has also earned him his nickname, or one of his nicknames, amongst the Gloucestershire team of Alfred.
In he goes and bowls on middle and off, slightly short of a good length. Holland stays back and blocks it out into the offside. Alfred
the gorilla, which is Gloucestershire's mascot, and sort of the city of Bristol's mascot.
Okay.
Really.
Why why Alfred? Was there a famous gorilla called Alfred?
Yes, well, as that was a real Alfred the gorilla, who was star of the show at Bristol Zoo back in the century ago, I guess.
In goes Shaw and bowls. Ooh, squares up Holland a little bit there. It started sort of middle and leg, and it did just wobble towards middle, and Holland, who'd stayed back, just managed to get the outside of the bat on that one, and indicates to Patel there was with his right hand there was a little bit of movement, wanders down, prods at the pitch.
But next trip, and it may not be next year. Next trip to Bristol, you can go and pay Alfred a visit. He's in the City Museum.
Oh, okay. And that one is worked off the legs by Holland, and it's gone down to fine leg. Oh, brilliant work by Jeet Singh Dale. I thought he'd just got his hand to it, but it was going to go on over the ropes. But he dived, he sprinted up the rope, dived to his right, and well, he might have lost a bit of skin on his right elbow, but he certainly saved 2 runs. Great work by him, backing up his fellow bowler. So he's stuffed and mounted in the museum, is he? Bless his heart.
There's a quite a good collection actually of rare and exotic animals, and in fact quite a few examples of the local wildlife which found a resting place in the museum.
Shaw is in and bowls again that sort of leg stump line. I think that was mostly pad, if not entirely pad, or possibly just above the actual pad, thigh pad. It sounded a little bit woody. Dropped out to square leg, and the leg by is indeed signalled by umpire Baldwin.
There's a carpy in there, sort of zebra-y looking thing, horsey, zebra-y thing. Impressive specimen. There's an African bush pig, which is an impressively long snout.
I'm gutted that I've missed all these things. I must pay a visit. In goes Shaw, bowls down the leg side again. It's Fuller this time. Patel looks to flick it on its way. I don't think he got anything on it. I think it was Byes. It was Byes. Bracey dived away to his left, got a good hand to it, almost stopped it cleanly, couldn't quite. It ran another few feet past him, and Patel eventually responded to Holland's call for the extra, which means he will keep the strike. 45 for 1 off 11, 5 runs added post lunch. How was your salmon?
Yes, very good.
Good.
Actually, yeah. I think I was quite happy with my choice in the end, looking around the table at the others. I think I chose the right one.
Cauliflower steak was cauliflower.
Yes.
Pieces thereof.
Yes.
It was
The other
fine.
sort of
It was fine.
beef type thing. Yeah, the salmon definitely looked the best of the 3, I think. Singdale bowls, and that's caught him high up on the pad, surely too high to be LBW, although there's a sustained appeal from behind the stumps. It went down into the slip cordon, and I don't know if Gloucestershire are saying, well, can we have the catch then, maybe, but I don't think it was either.
It's all very theatrical out there, all sorts of gestures and arms spread wide or down on one knee. Is that Hammond still down on one knee?
Yeah, so
He spends a lot of time on the ground, doesn't
he does,
famously,
yes.
Miles
Yeah.
Hammond.
It's off the thigh pad, actually falls short of slip anyway, so I'm not quite sure why they were walking about there. It does look to have fairly clearly come off the top part of the pad, but it is the top part, so I'm sure it's got a great deal going for it. Fuller delivery this time from Singdale, and Patel over that one, and running this one towards mid-on. There is no run. Yeah, well, the City Museum is a must visit, I think, in the centre of Bristol.
I tend to stay quite near the ground.
Yes, that's
and it's a
true.
bit of a trek in from there.
It's I suppose not quite in the centre. It's next to the Wills Memorial Building near the Clifton Triangle, as Patel plays this out square on the offside defensively. But anyway, returning to the original reason that they do believe that Josh Shaw's gait is somewhat gorilla-esque.
Right.
So I don't think they call him that. Probably when he's out on the field, it's
I'm just trying to remember.
Shawsy or something in that case.
Played during the One Day Cup. One of the opposition is known as Pingu because of the way he walks.
It's awful, isn't it? It's always that sort of thing that gets picked on, some sort of physical appearance. Singdale in now, and that's turned neatly into the leg side by Patel square at the wicket, and not for the first time. Joe Phillips has to go scrambling across and is able to limit the scoring again to a single, 46 for 1, as the sun just pops in. It's got a similar sort of feel to yesterday, really, where the clouds starting to build up a bit, but then yesterday it dissipated, and we did have the briefest flurry of rain that they were able to play through.
With the sun blazing away at the same time,
It's
wasn't it?
basically blue sky overhead. Singdale bowls now to Holland, and at a drop. We'll find out, because they're gonna get 4, and it's byes, so it wasn't a drop. There just seemed to be a few Gloucestershire
Sounded to be
fielders
noisy.
well, Holland's staring at the umpire, and I think he's saying, well, I did hit it, isn't he? Now that there's the possibility of 4 runs.
Yes, he wouldn't have been saying that. But had Bracey hung on, I suspect, but that was a curious little episode. Perhaps it was bat against pad or something.
Yeah, not sure. Singdale, I don't know whether it was, I mean, it could have just been frustration that how have I not got a wicket yet, because it's another near miss for him. But off Bracey's gloves, it looked to have moved, sort of swerved a bit late as it got close to his gloves, which does sometimes mean there's no nick. But either way, the 50 is up for Leicestershire, and it's in the book as 4 byes. Singdale to Holland, hand off the bat, but was able to ride the bounce and drop it out into the onside for no run. So another eventful Singdale over, but 6 overs for 16. His figures read he's not always the most lucky bowler. It
I was
strikes
about
me,
to say, I'm sure we
Singdale.
spoke about this
Yeah.
in Bristol, that he's sort of famously unlucky in some respects.
I think it's not just my words either. I can't remember who it was. I was doing an interview. It might even have been James Bracey, actually, who said that he feels that Ajit Singdale is the unluckiest bowler he's seen. But 50 for 1 after 12 overs, and well, I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if James Bracey had taken the catch, Hassan Adnan didn't think there was a nick. So anyway,
Sure then, to continue from the pavilion end, 50 up for the Foxes, and that one is cut away, windmilled away by Rishi Patel. It was short and it was wide, and with no third man, Rishi Patel opened his shoulders, twirled away, got plenty of bat on it, and picks up a fairly easy 4. He moves on to 15, on to 19, I beg your pardon, 54 now, 4-1.
just don't want to be letting the pressure off with those sorts of deliveries. Patel hasn't had much that he could really free his arms to yet, but
I'm a bit
you just don't want
surprised
to
they
play him
didn't
into
keep going
form.
with Taylor, to be honest. I thought Taylor looked really threatening against Patel, pushing the ball across him in the period before lunch. They've gone with Shaw, the right arm seamer, who is in and bowls on off stump. Patel leans forward and blocks the ball with a slightly angled bat out towards backward point, and there's no run. Likes to fish, Josh Shaw, or Alfred, if his entry in the Cricketers Who's Who is anything to go by.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
And he wants to, he's quite interested in the possibility of becoming a groundsman.
That I think I could remember, but the fishing one I didn't remember.
Runs away from us and bowls slightly short. Patel goes for the pull. It doesn't really get up. He pulls over the top of it, and I don't think it missed the stumps by too much. It was taken quite low by Bracey, around about knee high when it got through to him.
Yeah, it was a shot from Patel as though, you know, he's played that shot through backward point. He's actually feeling a lot better about himself, and then probably
When he's
quite
in,
swiftly.
when he's in
then-
form, that
yeah.
would have gone over into the net somewhere.
then see
Here's
that
one
it's
of his
still not quite
favourite
through it
shots, the violent sudden pull over the mid-wicket square leg area. Shaw is in, bowls to Leicestershire's opener, who defends. Nice high left elbow, straight-ish delivery, pushed out towards mid-wicket. Hammond is jogging out with a view to going in close at, let us see, it looks like it's going to be a short straight mid-on, about 4/5 of the way down, well actually almost at the crease really, and so Holland steps to his right. Shaw is in and bowls edged court. Well bowled, Josh Shaw. A little bit short over what looked like a good length. Patel half forward, got a little bit of extra bounce. The Yorkshireman took the edge over the bat, almost the shoulder, and it flew at a comfortable height to second slip right into the midriff. And Gloucestershire have their second breakthrough of Leicestershire's first innings. Bracey was right to go with Shaw rather than Taylor, it would appear. Patel's innings wasn't a tortured innings as such, but he never really looked in touch by the standards that Rishi Patel has reached in recent seasons. He never quite convinced out there. He goes for 19, caught by Ollie Price, who doesn't miss much at second slip.
No, indeed, and it was a sort of nice clutchable height really. Just pretty much clutch it to your body, and there's probably a fair chance, especially falling backwards, that even if it does just pop out, you've got a chance to cradle it. So none of that needed though, as it goes straight in. But it feels like the delivery for this surface really. We've seen a lot of driving, and most of the time batters have driven. So far they've driven well, so you're having to bowl more of a top of the stump height delivery. That one was pretty much bang on top of the stumps, but just wide enough that Patel was a little uncertain about whether to play at it or not, and so often that's what just produces that little edge to bring the slips into play. I suppose the only thing from a Gloucestershire point of view is, having taken that third slip out, it's a good job the edge wasn't a little thicker, because they've now reinforced that cordon again now that they've made the breakthrough.
Yep, Hammond's gone back into that third slip position. Lewis Hill comes to the crease with a job to do. 54 for 2. Applying a member to Gloucestershire's 482. Leicestershire up against it at the moment. Shaw is in to Hill, and that's a delivery on to the legs. Hill needs to get back into his crease as it comes off the pad. Well, it's signalled leg by, but I don't know why, because the batsman didn't cross. So why Paul Baldwin has signalled that as a leg by, because Lewis Hill came out of his ground, was sent back by Ian Holland. Paul Baldwin not quite concentrating there. So I wonder what the scorers have made of that.
I think him and Hassan Adnan are just having a little word as well. He's not going to revoke the signal. He's got to revoke the signal.
Well, a run hasn't gone on the board.
No.
That's the main thing.
I genuinely don't know what happens when an umpire makes that signal and there hasn't been a run. Obviously nothing.
Presumably the score sort of point and laugh or something. Or
Did
tell him on
he
the
switch
radio.
on the light just to acknowledge the signal anyway, or just leave the light completely off and just walkie-talkie down? What do you mean? Singdale in bowls. Oh, another good ball. He's doing everything but take a wicket here. Singdale, that looks to have moved, and Holland's down for some gardening, as you'd expect after being beaten. All ends up really there, because it was. I mean, it looked as if he's thought about playing, thought about leaving, and it's another look there. No, you're right. He's played inside it. Fair enough. It's a good ball, but he has played inside it. Clipped away down to fine leg by Holland. There's certainly no doubt about that one. Apologies to the no doubt vast Ian Holland fan club for accusing him of playing and missing when he certainly didn't. He's taken a single. 55 for 2. Holland moving on to 5, so rotating the strike. And well, with Holland and with Hill, you sort of know what you're going to get. It's about as different a pairing as it could be to Patel and Budinger. In comes Singdale, bowls to Hill, who hops across and defends into the leg side. Actually, thinking of Lewis Hill against Gloucestershire, it does feel as though he's got a lot of runs against Gloucestershire, although maybe more at Bristol than here. I can think of at least a couple of hundreds he's scored at Bristol, if not maybe even 3. But have to see a breakdown of those. I can certainly bring his numbers at Bristol up, as it does leave that one, does Hill. It was a little bit of a flinching leave. He's got his head of steam up as Singdale. The ball is flying through nicely, and James Bracey is actually standing, assuming that disc is in the same place as it was in the Leicestershire innings, roughly the same. Bracey, I think, is actually standing a little bit further, not much, a couple of paces further back than Cox was for Hull. 55 for 2. Gloucestershire making 482. Singdale in and strays a little straight and allows Hill to get underway with a clip off the pads down to short, that long leg. So 56 for 2. The Leicestershire score.
It's been a pretty solid season for Lewis Hill. 735 runs in the county championship coming into this innings at 46. 17 innings, just the one not out, 2 centuries, 4 half centuries.
A couple of hundreds it is against Gloucestershire. I'm sure those are both at Bristol, because I'm pretty sure they came in back-to-back years. So he doesn't have a ton against them on this ground, as Holland lets the last delivery of the over go through to Bracey. And Singdale's bowled 7 overs sort of straight, but of course either side of lunch, so remains to be seen exactly how long either he wants to bowl or James Bracey wants him to bowl. A little bit of a chat there as he trudges off down to fine leg. Probably is a little bit of a trudge really, because he's seen both Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw take wickets at the other end, but he's still looking for his first one. 56 for 2.
Shaw looks down on the ball, which it's glinting. It's glinting in the sunshine. as he runs in and bowls a little bit short of the length. Up on his toes goes Hill and just cleverly guides it wide of the diving Hammond at third slip. Along the ground it bounced well short of sort of fourth stroke fifth slip and picks up 4 because once again, just to emphasise the point, there isn't a third man. So Hill on to 5, 60 for 2.
Average is nearly 50 at Bristol, despite the fact that he probably wouldn't have got many, because I don't think anybody did in the reverse fixture, so
No.
he would have been even higher than that.
I don't imagine he's the only batsman in the country who quite looks forward to going to Bristol, which can be sometimes quite flat, but not always.
You tend to have to score your runs in a certain way, but I think
Yeah,
it very
but
much
it's that
suits the
sort
way
of-
that Lewis Hill scores them.
Exactly. He waits with bat raised. The short is in to him and bowls straight. He's solidly behind that one on the back foot.
You can't go to Bristol and bully the track, because you will, you know, either that will be enough force to make it carry, or you'll just get one to stop maybe and miss time. But if, like Hill, you're mostly looking to wait for the ball to come deflected off, I mean, I think of that I think it was the last 100 he scored at Bristol. He must have scored about 70 or 80 runs through backward point.
Shaw is in to him. That one's on the leg stump, and it's a little bit on towards the hip. He turns it down towards fine leg, but Singdale gets smartly across to his right, picks up and gets away a good throw, so Hill has to settle for 1.
It's his favourite ground in terms of average, Lewis Hill, Bristol. Well, I say that. Actually, technically it's the Oval, but he's played 2 games there, and in 4 innings he's made 102 50s.
I remember the 100. It was the game in which Kevin Peterson scored 300. He was dropped. I emphasise the fact every time as Shaw goes in and bowls to Holland, who's turning him neatly off his legs through square leg. That could go all the way. Singdale gets a foot
booted
to
it
it.
back.
Good effort. Had a long run down the other way from the electronic scoreboard up towards the Uptonsteel stand, towards the meet, probably 30 yards, but he made it. He didn't dive, he just put down his left foot, but that's all he had to do. And square leg running back completed the fielding. Good effort by Singdale, and that is a trudge back to his fielding position, because he's been one way and t'other when he's supposed to be having a little bit of a rest between overs. Holland moves on. Did they just get... Oh, they must have got 3. Holland is on to 8. In goes Shaw and bowls. Hill goes back and defends. I couldn't work out why Hill was down that end. I assumed it would be 2, but because the outfield's so quick, you don't get many 3s, really.
Yeah, well, I suppose it has to be like that, doesn't it? It's got to be just off the boundary by a centimetre, and then it's got to be deflected away enough
Exactly,
from the field
yes.
that they could be sure of a third.
I was busy looking at Singdale rather than what the batters were doing. 64 for 2. Just the 2 slips now for Shaw, bowling to Hill. Good delivery, length delivery. Hill stays back, as is his wont, and defends it off stump, well, middle and off, back down the pitch on the onside. Hammond had gone back to that short-ish straight mid-on, reaches across and picks it up. His bleached hair, very almost white, David Steele-like under his navy cap. That's a generational reference for you.
It was, well, let's think, it was pink for the Pink for Sid game, and then it's turned gradually through a sort of a faded orange colour, and then he's obviously got the bleach out, and it's obligatory because he did play his one game in the 100. He slotted into that Invincibles side as Singdale bowls to Holland, who glances this to backward point. There's no run, and when you've got the likes of the Currans and Saqib Mahmood, and it's a fairly stylish bunch at Oval Invincibles, and there's a shot of Miles Hammond. I don't even know how to describe what he's wearing, but you can see his belly button. Sunglasses on, bleached hair. There's like a sort of fashion parade that they did. In comes Singdale, bowls Holland, knocks that one on the head, and the ball trickles up to Jack Taylor at mid-off, and there is no run. So he's certainly going for the Sam Curran look. Miles Hammond, him and Sam Curran standing next to each other in various celebrations with their shades of brilliant, almost white blonde. Holland waits Singdale to him, back of a length, and Holland, you often find, I've seen quite a lot of Gloucestershire bowling to Ian Holland. I have a feeling that he's got, like Lewis Hill, he's got quite a large proportion of his runs against Gloucestershire. He certainly has got, again, a couple of hundreds against Gloucestershire. You sort of get him jumping about, and you see him take the hand off the bat, but he does have his way of playing. It doesn't automatically mean that he is being discomforted by it, even if it looks a little bit awkward. Singdale in now, bowls cut away, and that'll be 4 runs. That's what he was waiting for. Singdale has not done that very much into his 8th over. He's still only gone for 22 despite that boundary, but at his pace, that is meat and drink. Holland on to 12, 68 for 2.
Born in Cheltenham, Miles Hammond, but school in Oxford and London. Went on to the University of the Arts, London.
Architect.
So I wonder what he... Architect. Does he intend to pursue that as a...
Don't know, but it's certainly an
further down
option
the line?
for him. Singdale goes in and bowls, and Holland will work this one round the corner for a single. Singdale wafts that away as though it's just another one. Single to Holland up to 13, 69 for 2.
I mentioned yesterday that Lewis Hill has just agreed to join Oundle School as a cricket professional or head coach.
Hill on strike, last ball of this Singdale over, in and bowls, a bumper and a fairly harmless one as Hill sees it early and bobs underneath it. So 69 for 2. I shall make way, I think, and we'll get Nikish Ragani back.
He's heading over to Oundle at the end of the season, basically, to start work. So I think he officially starts during the Oundle half term, which is probably towards the end of October. But he said the facilities are outstanding, and I'm sure they are. He'd like to go with 1,000 runs, a 1,000-run season under his belt, I suspect. Got a bit of work to do to get to that point. 741 he's on now for the first-class season. Standing at the non-striker's end and watching as Josh Shaw, to bowl his 4th over, comes in from the pavilion and bowls a little bit short of a good length. Holland stays back, doesn't really get up on him, just works it out towards mid-wicket. There is no run.
Talking of schools, when was the last time Leicestershire played at Oakham?
2 seasons ago, I think now, would it be?
Used to love playing there. Such a good track for batting on. Not much for the bowlers.
Shaw is in and bowls again. That hard length, as Nikesh calls it. Holland stays back and defends out into the offside on that occasion. Yeah, it's a lovely, lovely track there, isn't it? Lovely deck. Always looks beautifully sort of biscuit coloured.
Yep. It's like a carpet, really.
Lovely new pavilion as well. Holland steps back because mid-off I wasn't sure that Van Buren was having something to say there. He looked like he possibly was. To Shaw, that is, who is ready to go now. In he comes, bowls very full and draws Holland forward. And it does just move away a touch. It's a nice shape to that delivery. Holland indicates to Hill, who was probably watching, that it did move away a little bit and beat the outside edge, but nicely bowled by Shaw. A couple of shortish deliveries, and then the fuller delivery that swings a touch.
Very good ball, quite close to that outside edge.
Bustles in and bowls back to that hard length. Back goes Holland, defends the middle stump, middle and leg ball out into the onside, out towards mid-wicket. No run.
They tend to play at Kibworth these days, don't they? Leicestershire as their outground. Another really lovely venue.
Shaw turns, runs in and bowls. That stays a bit low. Looked to be a bit of bat involved from this great distance. Probably hit him in front. Could have just been outside the line. He was on the back foot. Didn't get up. Holland just came down on it. I think he got a bit of an inside edge on that. It sounded very wooden. But otherwise that was plumb.
Yeah, you could hear the woody sound, couldn't you?
That was hitting halfway up off stump. Very good Joey. That sounded like from one of the slips. Shaw turns, runs in, bowls, leg stump line. Holland turns it, but only as far as square leg. He'd be disappointed perhaps that he missed out on that actor. Falling to his right makes the stop. 69 for 2 after 17. Partnership for the third wicket. An important one for the Foxes, just beginning to build now. They're put on 15. These two, Hill 6, Holland 13.
They've just seemed more on it, the Gloucestershire bowlers, from ball one here, when you compare them to how Leicestershire started yesterday. A lot more consistent, a lot more questions being asked. Leicestershire having to fight for these runs at the moment, but these two hanging in that. Lewis Hill, Ian Holland, as you say, a nice little partnership building. And Richard, I must reference our friends at Syston Town Cricket Club, because clearly some people were watching the stream yesterday and kind of acknowledged the comment about slow and low. So if you are listening today, welcome to our coverage. See Usman Akhtar into the attack for the first time, and that's defended away by Lewis Hill out towards point, and there's no run.
It's just supporters grumbling that once again Rehan Ahmed obviously not picked for England.
Bench warming, carrying out the drinks.
Wishing he was here basically.
Akhtar runs in from the Bennett end, bowls. Another short of a length delivery, just punched away by Hill to extra cover for no run. 69 for 2. Leicestershire still trailing by a massive 413 runs. So they certainly could have done with Rehan Ahmed, the kind of form he's been in this season. Not just the runs, but the pace at which he scores. In once more, and that's been flicked away for 4 out towards deep mid-wicket. Slightly full, but angled towards that leg stump, and that angle allowing Hill just to flick the wrists and help himself into double figures. He moves on to 10 Leicestershire now 73 for 2.
Yeah, Rahan is Leicestershire's top run getter this season. 760 at an average of 50 with those 5 centuries. Hill is getting close to him though now.
How does Akhtar respond? Well, he corrects his line, and that was a much better delivery. Just outside the off stump, left alone by Hill. A few oohs and ahs from the slip cordon, suggesting it might have been quite close to the glove as it passed Lewis Hill, but safely negotiated. I think the one criticism with Rehan Ahmed this season, if you can have one with his batting, is that when he hasn't got those centuries, there haven't been those other consistent scores in between. Might sound a little bit harsh. I mean, he has got 5 of those centuries as Akhtar is in, and that's defended back down the track for no run.
The other one is, and we're not picking on him, honestly, I love him to pieces, is that none of the centuries he's managed to go on and make it a sort of 150, a big one, a really, massive match-changing. Well, centuries do change games, but a really big one can sort of dictate the course of a game.
In comes Akhtar once more. That one keeps slightly low, but Hill manages to defend it away back down the track for no run. End of the over, 73 for 2. Although, Richard, a lot of people used to say that about Sachin Tendulkar, that yeah, but when does he actually score a match-winning century? Well, you've got 100 international centuries. I'm sure some of them have won matches or helped your side win matches. But it's because he didn't have the spectacular Brian Lara scoring 150 with 9 wickets down to win a test against Australia moments that people don't quite see them in the same way. But Rehan's run's certainly one of the key reasons why Leicestershire are doing so well.
Absolutely. I'll have to go through the wins and the matches in which he has scored 100. That's fullish from Shaw, fuller from Shaw than justified. Holland staying on the back foot, thumped into the pad, but going down the leg side, I suspect. And the howl was one of frustration, as not really an appeal, but again, just I think deceiving Holland a little bit, because he bangs away at that just short of a good length normally, and then the occasional fuller delivery that swings a bit. Holland is waiting for somebody to sit down behind the bowler's arm. Can't imagine who that is. Somebody on the committee balcony, perhaps. I say. In goes Shaw, and bowls outside off stump, not far outside off stump, tossed up into the air by Bracey as though it fairly shaved the off stump. I think it was a good couple of inches in it, but had it nipped back, Holland would have found himself in all sorts of bother. Wanders down and prods suspiciously at the pitch.
And the ball's still doing just enough, isn't it, into this 19th over now.
Big period in the game, isn't it, really, that if Leicestershire can get through this period, they might feel that they're able to prosper thereafter. But it's good bowling, and Shaw bowls a little bit short. That isn't the right length, really, for the movement, and Holland can go legitimately onto the back foot and block it out into the offside. Yeah, the sense that the ball, not now or never for Gloucestershire, but if they can make inroads, a couple more wickets, get into the all-rounders, so to speak, although Holland is an all-rounder, proper one. Waits with bat raised as Shaw is in, bumper that is misdirected slightly down the leg side, and Holland can bob at the knees, but it was down the leg side as well.
Still pretty good pace there from Shaw, bending his back for that delivery, but just not quite getting the direction right.
439 championship runs for Ian Holland this season at pretty much 33s. That to go with his 32 wickets. Shaw is in and bowls to him. He's taking his bottom hand off the bat as it rises up, and it's pushed. It sounded like off the glove by Holland down towards long leg. Strength of Shaw coming to the fore there. That extra little bit of lift. .74 for 2 with that run. Holland on to 14. Hill has 10. Charlesworth claps his hands at second slip. You're right, that feels as though they are on it, these bowlers, more so than Leicestershire's bowlers were. Shaw is in and bowls on towards Midland leg, and Hill looking to turn it into the leg side. Pushes it out. Bit off the pad as well, I suspect, out towards mid-on to finish the over. 74 for 2. Shaw 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. Good spell.
They have, of course, got the added advantage of having all of their bowlers available to them, which Leicestershire didn't have. Josh Hull taken out of the attack after bowling 2 above waist-high no balls. And then Ben Mike struggling with what looked like a hamstring injury the back end of yesterday. They're very chirpy out there, lots of chatter, which is good from a Gloucestershire point of view, and I guess you would be quite chirpy after making 482. Zaman Akhtar continues. That's full and it's driven away, sort of slightly off the outer half of the bat, fielded at backward point, no run. Holland 14 from 31. Lewis Hill at the other end on 10. Partnership now worth 20 runs.
And he's watching in Malmo, Sweden. Come on, Leicestershire.
One of few cricket fans in Sweden, you'd imagine. Not sure if there's much of a community there, as Akhtar is in and Holland defends away. Takes his helmet off.
So man gets a bit of a lecture about running down the pitch.
Polite warning at this stage. Holland's helmet back on. I don't know what he was examining there. I think everything looks to be fine. Akhtar bowls another very full delivery, which is driven by Holland, but off the toe end of the bat. The ball trickles away to mid-off. There's no run. You've travelled quite a bit, Richard, over the years. Where's the funniest place or the most unusual place you've seen cricket played or watched?
I've seen it played in Corfu, but that's quite a famous sort of expat cricket club, isn't it?
Next ball is slightly shorter and jags down on it. Does Holland, quite late to play that defensive shot, so the ball off the face of the bat trickles away towards the slip cordon.
Not so very long ago, I remember being on a bus going into Valencia and just seeing 3 lads playing cricket on a sort of piece of scrub ground, really, on the outskirts of the city. So quite what the Spanish made of that, I'm not sure. Comes once more, Akhtar, and it's another full ball, just gently driven to mid-on. Holland not able to get any of these off the meat of the bat. Well, of course, the Italian cricket team are doing quite well at the moment, both men's and women's. I did see them play at Huddersfield once.
Can you do it on a cold day in Yorkshire? Akhtar bowls and Holland almost drags that one on. It's off the inside edge onto his pad and the ball trickles away just past that off stump. Holland not comfortable really in that over from Zaman Akhtar, the extra pace and height that the ball was coming from. Lots of full deliveries, but quite late on them in Holland. He survives though, he's on 14, Leicestershire 74 for 2.
Goodness, that was close. Yes, they had a little booklet, the Italian cricket team, of translating all the sort of cricketing phrases into Italian.
Do you remember any of them?
Might just have it here somewhere. I'll have to have a look around. Capello d'oro was golden duck. I remember that.
Right,
They only had
we
one.
get one of them.
Yeah, they only had one Italian in the side, though. 10 of them were sort of expats, really.
From England? Or
No,
just a mixture?
mostly from the Asia.
South
There
Asian
were
countries,
several Pakistan, Bangladesh, places like that. Again, somebody standing behind the bowler's arm. Who is that? There's nobody alongside us.
Right, one balcony along, where all the suits sit.
Still hasn't sat down. Make yourself comfortable, wherever you are. Matt Taylor's back. I thought he bowled really nicely before lunch. 1 for 25 from 5 overs. Left arm from the pavilion end, round the wicket, bowls on towards... Hill's hardly been on strike of late. On towards the legs of Lewis Hill, who goes back and turns it neatly, but only as far as square leg, where Singh Dale is the fielder. But the genuine Italian, if that's the right word, they were all Italian citizens, of course, but the genuine Italian was a fast bowler. Long flowing locks. He looked a bit like Ajit Singh Dale, actually. Charged into the wicket as Taylor runs in now and bowls again a little bit short, and again Hill is turning it, and again it goes to Singh Dale, who makes the stop. So you might feel he missed out twice, but my word, he was a sight, charging in, and wonderfully theatrical as well. Appeals and the field.
Not to stereotype, but you can imagine.
Well, I'm afraid it was. It's, you know, you can't. That's all you can say, really. Taylor in. Bowls Fuller this time. Hill is leaning forward. No big stride from Hill. He's quite a small man. Just leans forward, back nicely next to front pad, and blocks it out into the offside. Taylor mops his brow, wearing a sort of sweat band. You call it a wristband, but it's halfway up his forearm.
Yes.
Turns, runs in very much on his toes, and bowls Fuller again, but he's drifted on towards middle and leg, and Hill this time doesn't miss out. It isn't leg stump, it's sort of middle and leg line, and so he can hit it through mid-wicket. And we've already seen him do the same when the bowling's been from the Bennett end, and again he didn't miss out. Bowling from the pavilion end, clipped away in some style to mid-wicket for 4.
Yep, beautiful looking shot. Slightly over pitch there from Taylor. Got what it deserved.
Hill joins Holland on 14. Taylor is in and bowls better length, and Hill is bouncing around. He was looking to sort of guide it away, perhaps down to the vacant third man area. Got a bottom edge, and it bounced a little bit like Holland in the previous over, not so very far away from his off stump, and Hill was bouncing around in nerves as much as anything, I think, that he thought it might just be about to land on his off stump, but it didn't quite. He got away with it.
Bright sunshine once again through the scattered clouds up above.
Goes Taylor past umpire Baldwin and bowls to Lewis. Hill again wrong, slightly the wrong line, just drifting towards leg. Hill goes back and turns it out towards square leg. This time Singh Dale has gone back to the boundary, so there was a comfortable single to be taken, and Hill takes it. Moves on to 15, 79 for 2 from 21. That sounds like the announcement that the Friends of Grace Road are open for business. I didn't pay them a visit yesterday, so I can't tell you which cakes are available, but there's always a splendid selection. Did you manage to wander down?
No. I might well do. A little bit later on. Where are they usually based?
They're always based now. They have a little, you can just see it says hot drinks and cakes on the ground
Right.
floor of the meet over
Yeah.
there, sort of halfway along. That's where to find your cakes today.
Right, new over from Zaman Akhtar, who's in, and Hill just clips him into a gap there at short mid-wicket, runs through for a quick single. That's perhaps what Leicestershire need to do more of. There's been some very good bowling. Boundary hitting has been few and far between. There's loose balls, very rare from the Gloucestershire bowlers in this innings. So they've got to try and find a way of at least keeping the scoreboard ticking over. They don't want to dig themselves into a hole. Still a long, long way behind, 402 runs the deficit. Zaman Akhtar runs in bowls, and that's defended away to backward point by Holland. No run.
I suppose the run rate is still up sort of 3.8, which is perfectly okay, isn't it, for the county championship. What they didn't do, Leicester, which they have done all season, is restrict Gloucestershire's scoring rate. It was pretty much fours or better throughout the entirety of their innings.
Holland steadies himself and then digs out a Yorker from Zaman Akhtar. He's been aiming for that quite a bit. And that one almost on the money. A few that have been slightly short of that Yorker length, but that was nicely bowled and nicely played by Ian Holland.
Two wickets for Akhtar coming into this game. Well, so still 22.
Into his third over here. He bowls again, and that's past the outside edge, almost squares Ian Holland up. More movement away from the right-hander. I think that might have been off the seam rather than in the air. Holland just goes down and does a bit of gardening. It's always the way, isn't it, when you're a batter out there? You get a good delivery past the outside edge. Oh, it's not me, it's the pitch. Must have hit a crack or something. And, at the top of his run-up. Bundles in, bowls, and that's on the legs. Leg stump half volley, flicked away by Holland. To deep square leg for a single.
And a no ball, the first of the innings.
Only another 16 to catch up with Leicestershire.
Beginning to cloud up a bit, isn't it? A few darker, more threatening clouds appearing.
Akhtar goes short and falls over as well in his follow through as Hill just ducks out of the way of that bouncer. Didn't bounce all that high either. There you go, if ever there was a definition of bending your back, I think that would be it from Zaman Akhtar.
Hill sort of pointedly repairs the pitch, doesn't he? Where
Divot.
he sprawled.
Just casually, like he's on a golf course. And a bit of tapping and away you go. Akhtar again slightly short, and Hill's on his toes defending that one into the offside. No run into the over. 83 for 2. Partnership between Hill and Holland now on to 29. See if the spectators over on this side of the ground can behave themselves enough for an entire over to be bowled without any interruptions. You would think, Richard, wouldn't you, that at a county championship match, the purest form of cricket in this country, that is where everybody would be fully aware of what not to do when the bowling is happening from your end.
Well, you'd expect somebody in that particular position on that particular balcony to be so aware, but apparently not. Well, all is well at the moment, as Taylor is in, staying around the wicket, bowls foolish to Holland, who plays it pleasantly, strokes it into the onside, but good work by Hammond. Of course, good work by Hammond. Across to his left. Make sure that there's no possibility of a run.
It's amazing. Talking of interruptions, it reminded me of a time at Eden Gardens in Kolkata a couple of years ago. World Cup match between India and South Africa.
As Taylor turns, runs in and bowls on off stump this time, just outside perhaps again. Doesn't really get up. And Holland chops down on it, guides it to point, but not entirely trustworthy at the moment, the pitch.
So this is the match where Virat Kohli scored his 49th ODI century to equal Sachin Tendulkar's all-time record. And he was batting in the 90s, and there's a Kolkata clubhouse, which is sort of the hospitality section, I guess, just above the sight screen where the bowling was coming from.
Taylor turns in, bowls straight again, doesn't get up quite as much as Holland expected, but he was solidly behind that straight delivery.
And bearing in mind this is India, this is Virat Kohli, this is a historic moment about to happen. There was a fella who just casually strolled into the clubhouse, just literally right above the sight screen, was standing up having a conversation with a couple sitting there, and was asked several times to sit down by the batter. Didn't even acknowledge Virat Kohli.
Taylor bowls a little bit short this time, and Holland stays on the back foot, defends out into the onside.
So the umpires are getting involved, the stewards are getting involved, but obviously this guy's very wealthy. He's in probably one of the more expensive seats in world cricket, and he was going to finish his conversation, so there was a sort of 2.5 minute hold up while Kohli's in the nervous 90s about to break this record, and eventually play got back underway.
That really is Laissez Majesté, isn't it, really? Kohli, cricketing royalty. In goes Taylor and bowls just outside off stump. Again, that sort of gesture from Holland implying that there's something happening out there with which he isn't entirely comfortable. He managed to block it out into the offside. Not much foot movement. Keep you update with the scores elsewhere. Middlesex 153 for 4 in reply to Derbyshire's 283. They trail by 130 now in that important fixture. Taylor is in, bowls very, very short, and that is going to be signalled wide. It was a good take by Bracey, leaping into the air above his head to take it, but certainly Holland did not have to duck. That was nearer Taylor when it pitched than Holland.
Definitely in his half of the pitch there. Did well to take that the keeper.
So he's going to have to bowl the last ball of the over again. Gestures. What does he want to change? He wants one of the slips to come out and go in to cover, and he wants the man at extra cover to come in sort of close on the sort of drive in the air, about 2.5 pitches back. In goes Taylor, and Ben bowls of course on leg stump, and Holland just waits for it and turns it out to square leg. There isn't a square leg. Hammond has to run across from mid wicket, and Holland takes one. End of the 23rd over of the Leicestershire reply, 85 for 2. The partnership has not chased on to 31, but from Leicestershire's point of view, they won't mind how quickly really the runs will come. If these two can absorb a good few overs of this ball, then it will get easier. 85 for 2 of 23.
Holland and Hill both on 16. It is Holland who's on strike for the start of this next over from Zaman Akhtar, as Richard Ray takes a well-deserved break. In comes Akhtar, and Starts with a delivery on leg stump, defended away by Holland for no run. Still plenty of chatter there amongst the Gloucestershire players. Energy levels very good on what is a lovely day, not too warm, nice breeze blowing across the ground. Plenty of sunshine at the moment, although as Richard mentioned, some darker cloud coming in from the southwest. Next ball is full and defended by Holland, out towards extra cover for no run. Ed Seaborn back in alongside me, taking the jumper off. It's t-shirt time.
Yeah, well, certainly sitting in this seat at the moment it is. I'm surprised you've still got a jumper on over there, but it won't be too long, I suspect, until you're having to shed a layer as well as the sun makes its way around. It's I could almost be mid-season out there at the moment. Nice temperatures.
Certainly a little bit warmer in here than it is out in the middle as Akhtar goes down the leg side, and Holland thinks about having a flick at that ball. I think he just pulled away in time.
I was going to say that looking out in the field, there's usually only one person that I would be expecting still to have some sort of cable knit on at this point, and that's Ajit Singh Dale, but he's gone for the short sleeve cable knit, so can't be too bad.
Doesn't like it early season then, as Akhtar is in, and that's left alone outside off stump. Is he one for the hand warmers as well?
I would imagine most of them probably are, yeah.
At the start of April.
Some of the early season, yeah. I suppose actually this year wasn't too bad, was it? We had.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. Was it? I think it was 2021 where we had quite a good start to the year weather-wise, but it was just so cold. Every day it was sunny, but it was no more than about 13 degrees.
In comes Akhtar. That's a full delivery on the stumps, defended back down the track by Holland for no run.
You do start to notice the temperature started to drop off as it's time to leave the ground into September, though.
Yeah, of course, as soon as the sun starts to set, time for that extra layer. Still a reasonable amount of cricket to go, though, in the English season. As Akhtar goes, again, very full on the legs. That's been worked around to deep square leg by Holland, so he'll help himself to a single. A couple of more rounds of championship action, of course. The one-day cup final in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Finals day.
England with still some cricket. T20 finals day as well, yes.
Yeah.
It's always a lively day.
Yeah. Which order are the games in? I know who's playing who, but I'm not sure if I've seen the order. But it's Somerset, Lancashire, isn't it? And Hampshire versus Northamptonshire. So the Northants clash. I'm trying to think which it would make more sense to. Probably make more sense to have that one first, I'd imagine. But then Hampshire would say it's still a long enough way for us to come. Neither set of supporters would particularly want to play in the first one.
Yeah, I think it's more for the supporters than the players who will be staying there.
Because I'm trying to think which way round it went. Taylor continues, short extra cover, short mid-wicket, just one slip, full delivery. Is just defended by Holland to mid-on. When it first started finals day, it was it the side in the second semi-final that won something like the first four, and then it flipped right back round.
Yeah.
And actually it doesn't seem to make very much difference nowadays.
Absolutely not, no. So it is Lancashire Somerset at 11 a.m. followed by Northants versus Hampshire.
Oh, exciting day as always. Taylor round the wicket bowls and striking Holland on the pad, but I don't think he'd quite gone far enough across really, with Taylor left arm round. He does tend to get fairly tight to the stumps even from that left arm round angle, but always looked to be drifting down. I don't think there was any bat involved, but just doing a bit too much. Still a few things happening out there, and Holland struggling a little on 17 from 54 deliveries, and make that 55, does defend it solidly enough, but again there's no run into the onside.
Hampshire could conceivably win the two trophies, the two white ball trophies this season, in the final of the One Day Cup, of course, semi-final of the Blast.
Yeah, they did that thing again that I still think there's got to be some clear cut. When it comes to the One Day Cup, that looks a little bit closer. It's fuller and gone, LBW. Matt Taylor has a second wicket and Ian Holland departs for 17. It still looked to be angled in, but because it was fuller, you felt he might be in a bit of trouble, and up went the finger from Paul Baldwin, and Gloucestershire have a third wicket, first bowling point for what that is worth, but third wicket vital to keep this momentum going for them. 86 for 3.
Yeah, it's well bowled. Full, rushed Holland. Couldn't get quickly down on it. His feet were in a bit of a tangle. And a vital breakthrough. The partnership was building nicely. 32 between Hill and Holland. Let's have another look at the replay, and there was some angle on it.
Well, I think if he's not hit that, it's not got too far to go, has it?
Sort of below the knee roll, in front of middle stump. Probably crashing into middle and leg. I think a good decision there by the umpire. So Leicestershire in a little bit of trouble now. Here's a man who certainly knows how to hold a bat. Shan Masood, former Pakistan captain.
He's not bad, number 5.
Absolutely.
Yeah, always another. I don't wish to do anybody down, because I do sometimes really quite enjoy watching the. We talked about batters being aesthetically pleasing or not yesterday. I do sometimes quite enjoy those that you wouldn't quite be putting in the aesthetically pleasing category, he says, mincing words.
You say that, you watch the next shot. It'll be a glorious drive.
Well, no, I'm talking about Shan Masood in that from Lewis Hill, possibly an on drive or something like that. You go Patel, Budinger, Holland Hill, Shan Masood, Eskenazi. Yeah. They do seem to work in pairs, the Leicestershire top order. And Shan Masood, tall left-hander again, that always helps.
It's good standing in his crease, doesn't he?
Yeah. Taylor into him, tries a shorter delivery, which is jabbed out to point for no run by Shan Masood. So be glad to see the back of Holland. Gloucestershire, as I say, he's somebody who possibly more so in Hampshire colours than Leicestershire so far, but Holland is somebody who has scored big runs against Gloucestershire in the past. Got 100 at Cheltenham, I believe, a couple of years back. I think he maybe got 100 at the Utility Bowl the last time they played there in the Championship. Forward goes Masood and tries to run that out to the offside, but there won't be a run on offer there, as sprinting up is Hammond. 2 for 32 for Matt Taylor from 8 overs, 86 for 3. From his point of view, he's lining himself up a little worryingly here, given the fact that he's taken 2 wickets and scored a handy 26, as far as my victim of the day is concerned.
Is that how they see it?
I'm sure it's how some of them see it. Most of them don't mind, but there are a few who... I'd like to think it's nothing against me, but I don't know. But there are a couple notable ones who interviews are not really their favourite situation to be in.
Zaman Akhtar continues then, and that's guided away quite fine by Hill for a single down to deep third. Yeah, you're always going to get players inside. There are actually some who absolutely love it and just want to do more and more of it. I mean, some may be looking to careers, I guess, post-cricket, and just learning how to talk to the media will help you eventually become a part of the media if that's what you wish to do. I remember interviewing Jacob Bethel last month on the day that he was announced.
Oh yes,
as
yes, I was
England captain.
with you for that one. Yeah.
And for those who don't know, there was a slightly awkward moment at the end of that interview. So he spoke very, very well, gave an absolutely perfect interview as Zaman Akhtar is in to Shan Masood. That's flicked away, but well, it does beat short mid-wicket. Gets a bit of a hand on it, the ball trickling away towards the boundary, but it's hauled in well, and Masood helps himself to 3 runs. He gets off the mark with that leg side flick. So Bethel, yeah, he's a pleasant young man. The press officer for the team was there as well, Birmingham Phoenix in the 100. Press officer at the end of the interview shakes my hand, bearing in mind I've already shook both of their hands before the interview. Nice to meet you, so and so, you know, you exchange all the pleasantries.
You called Jacob Bethel so and so?
No. Don't spread rumours now. Just back on good terms. Zaman Akhtar is in, and that's on the pads. It's down to short fine leg, I think, off the hip only. Yeah, signalled as leg buys. Hill down the other end with a single. So anyway, we shake hands at the start, do the interview. Press officer at the end shakes my hand, and I'm sent down there by a producer, and even this is for, you know, 5 Sports Extra, and we're meant to have all the kit. I'm interviewing him on my mobile phone, so I'm trying to save the file just to make sure that it's all saved and everything and nothing goes wrong with it. So I'm looking down at my phone, I shake the press officer's hand who's right next to me, and then Jacob Bethel says, "Thanks mate, bye," or something, so I just said, "Yep, cheers, thank you very much for that." Zaman Akhtar is into Masood once more. That's a defensive shot out towards point, no run. And then I just out the corner of my eye see Bethel walking off with the press officer, looking really, really upset. And it's probably a better visual when I do the actions, but anyway, you can imagine him looking quite upset. His arms are sort of beside him. And I heard him saying, "I just had my hand out there and there was nothing," and you know, he just looked completely puzzled. Luckily he wasn't too far away. Zaman Akhtar is in once more, and it's another defensive shot towards point for no run. So I called him back. I said, "Oh Jacob, sorry, did I leave you hanging there?" And he said, "Yeah," and he came back and we had a nice handshake and a hug, and it was all good at the end of it. So I didn't want to upset the future England captain.
Yes, you left the future England captain hanging.
Yes.
Terrible.
But it wasn't quite Isha Guha Izzy Wong, for anyone that saw that on BBC Two opening night of that competition, where she just carried on. Isha just left Izzy Wong hanging. Zaman Akhtar is in, and that's slightly a straighter delivery, which is defended into the onside for no run. End of the over, 91 for 3.
That was Jacob Bethel's first sort of encounter with what the media was going to be like as England captain, and it was cold shoulder,
ruthless.
I get what I want, and we're done.
It ended in a hug, so it's all good. At least he'll remember me now.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I'm sure he'll have you lined up for blanking you as soon as your next interview with him's done, it sounds like. Good stuff. Anyway, but I just actually credit to him for wanting to do that. It doesn't hurt to be personal, and as much as some of them like to think we're out to get them, we're not.
Never.
It's not part of the job description. In comes Matt Taylor to Hill. Bowls, and Hill has played that one late but correctly, Out into the offside, screams no. I don't think Shammasood really was giving off the body language that told me he was about to sprint down for a quick run. But I'm sure he's ready to spring into action whenever needed. He's just quite calm and languid really in all his movements. Taylor in to Hill, he bowls, full delivery, and off the bottom of the bat, driven to Charlesworth, who's moved to that short extra cover position. Ollie Price, the only slip. A little bit wide, but not really a... Well, certainly not a second slip, in barely even 1.5, just... Gloucestershire know the wingspan of James Bracey to some extent, and has been known for balls to go in the gap and nobody go for it, but I think in general Brace is a keeper that is quite happy that anything that he can reach he will just go for. Taylor in, and Hill comes down on that one and plays it square on the offside for no run.
I was going to ask you a question actually, just looking ahead a little bit and not getting too excited, as Richard Ray quite rightly pointed out yesterday, and considering this match situation, not all is done and dusted as far as Leicestershire's promotion goes, but any idea if there's prize money for winning Division 2, or you get a bit more money if you're in Division 1?
Yeah, so I think Taylor bowls driven, and that will be 4 runs across the square. It will run. It's a long chase for Jack Taylor, who's got no chance of hauling it in. It's just a chase to the very far reaches of the boundary. Another 20 yards he's got to run in addition to what must be a 80-yard boundary, and Hill takes 4 runs onto 21, 95 for 3. I know there's prize money down to a certain position, but I can't remember where that position is. I think I don't know, is it maybe top 4 of the 2nd division or something like that? I'm sure there's no prize money for those who finished at the bottom of course 2nd division. 95 for 3. Taylor in and bowls, and an on drive off a no ball will bring him a run as Josh Shaw gets across from mid on, so that's 3 more runs off that delivery and an outburst of scoring. We haven't seen many no balls from this end. Hassan Adnan's been kept very busy, but Paul Baldwin's not. In fact, has he even had one? Not sure he has. Hull and Mike bowled nearly all their overs from the opposite. He might have had one when Mike was bowling from this end, but anyway, shows he is watching, I suppose. 90. Has that gone up? I'm not sure it has actually. I think it's 98 for 3.
Still 96 on both scoreboards.
I'm sure there was a no ball called though, because Matt Taylor was then, if not disputing the fact, long conversation about where his feet were landing. Good delivery from Taylor, and Shammasood plays it slightly awkwardly. He came down with his bat at a bit of an angle to start with, and then rehearses a very straight batted defensive shot. Yeah, see, now you're in a pickle, aren't you? Scoreboard, you've got 8.6 on the ball. What are you going to do? You're going to have 8.7? I don't think so. So yeah, it's definitely 98 for 3. Still 384 runs adrift. Leicestershire do bat deep, as we know.
There you go.
There it is.
It's corrected.
Deep square's gone out. Taylor bowls, and pushing at that one is Shammasood, and then going for a non-existent single to Graham van Buren, and I think Hill was the one that said get back there. There's a jumpy movement from Shammasood. End of the over, and score here 98 for 3. Middlesex now 172 for 5 against Derbyshire, so trailing by 111 runs. Zach Chappell has 3 for 42. Leos Duplay is 41 not out. Lancashire have collapsed against Kent. They're 193 for 7, having been 161 for 3. with the returning Matt Quinn. We've seen a few fast bowlers return pretty well, and Mitch Stanley in that game as well, 5 for, and Matt Quinn's 4 for 43. A couple of wickets to Matt Parkinson against his former county, returning a little bit of the treatment that he got from Liam Livingston in that quarter-final. So that's the other, well, a couple of the other games in Division 2. In fact, Northamptonshire, Glamorgan didn't mention that. It looks fairly flat now at Wantage Road, 87 for 1. Northamptonshire, having just removed Glamorgan, that is, Ricardo Vasconcelos for 50. Northants trailing by 380.
Change in bowling, short from the Bennett end, back into the attack. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15, his figures so far. Runs into bowl, then decides to tweak his field slightly. Here we go. Runs in past the umpire, delivers, it's full, and Hill doesn't manage to beat mid-off, so there is no run. So I've done a bit of digging. I can't see about Division 2, but I understand that Division 1 winners receive £600,000, so that's, I guess, an aim for Leicestershire. Perhaps next season.
Isn't it great that Surrey can pick up an extra 600,000 grand every year?
I mean, they need it, don't they?
They do. New Travelodge isn't going to pay for itself.
Hill facing up once more, tucks the next ball off his hip, past square leg, and away for a couple of runs. And that's the 100 up for Leicestershire as well. Round of applause from home supporters.
Speaking of Surrey, they're now batting again at the Oval, 15 without loss. Warwickshire just, I must admit I was doing a little bit of multitasking. I was watching the end of that Warwickshire innings. Nathan Gilchrist hit Jordan Clark for 4 boundaries and an over, and they took a 2-run lead.
Left alone, next ball by Hill, quite wide of the off stump.
I don't imagine it'll make a great deal of difference either way. I'm not saying Warwickshire won't go on to win the game, perhaps they will, but lead of 2. It's pretty much a 1-innings shootout at the Oval between Surrey and Warwickshire. Warwickshire looking to keep their outside but still possible chance of winning the title alive. In 4th place, 27 points behind Surrey coming in.
Can come Shaw once more, and Hill defends to square leg. Ajit Singh Dale with the fielding.
And we did see last year that Surrey can be put under pressure. Somerset certainly did that in the ridiculous finish. It was on the same day as Gloucestershire beat Middlesex at Lords, and I can remember following the end of that game. I walked away from Lords, didn't even look at the scorecard, thinking, well, I said looked at the scorecard but didn't look at it for a while after, thinking, oh, that's easy, that game's done, isn't it?
Next ball is again on that leg stump, straight to that short mid-wicket fielder, no run.
Archie Vaughan and Jack Leach bowling, and Somerset with that, was it one or two overs they were going to give it before shaking hands, and then cascade of wickets, and Surrey losing with a couple of overs to go inside the last hour. But it didn't matter, and then Somerset finished 3rd in a 2-horse race.
We like that in these parts, as next ball is full to Hill, who defends off the front foot. No run. Mentioned it yesterday, I'll mention it again. Tottenham Hotspur in that 2015-16 season.
Well, I must admit I was off air at that point, and I couldn't help but think of Somerset last year.
Yes. Lots of Leicestershire cricket supporters, also followers of the other Foxes down the road at the King Power Stadium.
Looks like we're having an unofficial drinks break, or actually, here we go. Some of it is because helmets are being brought out. We're going to have some spin. Graham van Buren is going to wheel away as Richard Ray I think mentioned maybe yesterday or today anyway, Graham van Buren has basically bowled the most overs. Only Ajit Singh Dale has bowled more. They've slightly extended that 3-over lead in that regard, but it may well be that after a solid bowl today, Van Buren catches up. We're going to be having tea pretty much on time, given that Van Buren has come into the attack. Certainly helped out by that rather bizarre passage of play at the start, which Patel and Budinger both bowling. Van Buren, so left arm over the wicket, bowls to a left-handed Shah Masood, stands tall and drives it elegantly through. Point for 1, 101 for 3. Speaking of Somerset, it's raining at Taunton again.
Surprise, surprise.
266 for 4. They've only managed 88.2 overs across the day and a half so far, and I think the forecast for tomorrow down there is even worse than it is for here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be raining in a lot of places tomorrow.
Van Buren round the wicket, bowls, it's left alone, and all of a sudden it's the helmet. It's gone down to the boundary. There are hands on heads for many reasons. It's 4 byes. The ball actually seemed to turn a little bit out of the footmarks, and I don't think it missed the stumps by a massive amount, so it certainly can't have done if it nearly hit the helmet. And then it is just missing the helmet and down for 4.
Yep, very, very close. That was my initial first thought. Ball nearly spinning onto the helmet. 4 valuable runs there for Leicestershire. Some more extras, but they won't mind. Need to build a good big partnership here in this middle order to have any chance of getting close to Gloucestershire.
Van Buren to Hill for defence this time. And so in terms of the title chase, the other game that is definitely pertinent there is the game at New Road, which continues to rattle along, as that's an attempted clip off the pads, which obviously hits the pad but looked to be quite leg-sideish, despite the, as ever, theatrical appeal from Graham van Buren to Paul Baldwin. Not out and no run as Shaw fields at short fine leg. Van Buren spinning the ball in his hands, then moves in and bowls, and turned away into the onside for no run. Nottinghamshire at New Road, 188 for 8, which is only a lead of 6 runs. So another one innings game possibly in prospect. Van Buren bowls, drops it short, cracked away off the back foot, and it escapes Ollie Price at extra cover, and as a consequence there'll be 2 runs as Phillips has to come from deep point. So 3 from Van Buren's opening over, just a little bit there. 107 for 3 at the end of that over. Tongue and Pennington are batting together at New Road, having done the damage with the ball for Nottinghamshire, but
Cursing their batters for not putting on enough at the top of the order.
Yeah.
Just looking at the weather forecast there at Worcester, though, the ground notorious with flooding, over the next couple of days we'd be very lucky to get much cricket, I think.
Yeah.
Thunderstorms and heavy rain tomorrow.
Because that's the thing, that these showers are so sharp. If you do catch one, especially with the state that most outfields are in, they can't take much because there's not much grass there, so it just ends up muddy. That's what happened at Cheltenham.
Right, new over from Shaw, who's into Masood, who flicks nicely past short mid-wicket, away towards the boundary, but it's not going to quite get there, and Masood will settle for a couple of runs.
Jack Haynes only made 2, so that'll cheer Worcestershire fans up. Well, I don't know, I'm not sure that they blame the players, really. It's more, I think, as it's the same with the bowlers that Gloucestershire are losing. I don't think anybody blames the bowlers for going. It's just a crying shame that that's the way, but here we go.
Some people
probably will blame them.
Yes, exactly. Shaw in, and Masood is forward defending to mid-off for no run.
Sometimes it depends how it happened, as if there's that feeling that maybe there was a little bit of toing and froing in terms of extra demands that the player then left because of. And, well, yeah, every situation's different, I guess.
It's interesting at the end of a player's career, be it cricket or particularly football, in which there's a lot more transfers and things going on, you hear the stories about how certain things unfolded. Fascinating to hear. Masood tucks the ball off his hip to short mid-wicket, sneaks through for a quick single. Yeah, Leicestershire have lost a few players over the last few years as well, some good ones too. Callum Parkinson, of course.
Colin Ackerman
Colin
also going
Ackerman,
up that same
both
way.
going
Yeah.
to Durham. Colin Ackerman, world record holder in
Yes.
T20 cricket with the ball. I was here for that.
I remember watching it. I was not here, but
I was commentating on
Right.
it at the time, yeah. Shaw in, and that's driven nicely, square out towards the point boundary for 4. A little bit of width offered to Lewis Hill. And, well, the fans certainly appreciated that one.
yeah. Oh, they love Lewis Hill anyway. But the elegance of Lewis Hill's square drive, and we have mentioned it many a time. You just can't overpitch on this surface. It's just not. If there's been any variation in bounce, it's not come off that sort of length. We haven't seen any sort of dismissal really, where it's been a drive and a nick off a really full length like that.
Oh, next ball squares him up, finds the edge, and that runs away for 4 more. Not quite in any sort of control of that really, Lewis Hill, but same result. And the runs all of a sudden starting to flow. 118 for 3 now, partnership 32.
Almost more the length. But I guess the other problem now is this ball already in its 30th over. Gloucestershire have 2 slips, but is the ball actually going to carry? And that's, you sort of have to bowl that length to get the edge, but then you need it to be fuller almost to make sure that it carries. So you're stuck between a rock and a hard place really, as far as where to bowl.
And that was much more like it though from Shaw. He runs in again. And that's too far down the leg side, and it's flicked away out towards deep square leg. It should be 4 more. It is going to be. So Lewis Hill on the march now, on to 38 from 47 with those 3 boundaries. End of the over, 122 for 3 Leicestershire. Ed, you're going to carry on, and I'll make way for Richard Ray.
Thank you very much, Nikesh. So helmet, I think, has actually been just taken off now by Luke Charlesworth, who is one of the Gloucestershire 12thers. Ed Middleton has been around as well. No short leg for Sham Masood. I think they took the helmet out there, then had it behind the stumps where it could possibly be hit, and then weren't using it, and I think they just decided, right, we're just going to bring it out if we do need it. From Buren to Sham Masood, sweep shot, good grief, he swept it to mid-wicket, and then there's a pretty shoddy piece of fielding from Ollie Price, which is going to allow them a single, and that's frustrating from Van Buren's point of view, because he's just seen a false shot and would like to keep bowling at Sham Masood, but he won't be able to do so because there's a slightly casual one-handed pickup which didn't pick the ball up. 23 for 3. Van Buren bowls, nice delivery and played well by Hill out into the onside.
Looked like he was getting a little bit out of the footholds as well.
Yeah, there are definitely some marks there. It doesn't look as if it's turning off the straight really from the visual of the pitch. Buren in, tickle down to fine legs, good shot from Hill, just a little glance, and there's enough pace in the outfield and in the ball that's 4 more runs. Played it late. Van Buren is thinking a couple of times he's threatened Hill's leg stump, but not really there. 4 more, and Hill is rattling along now.
Is that 4 fours in his last 5 deliveries, I think?
Must be, yeah. 42 from 49. 127 for 3. And they're certainly not exactly going to be charging down and hitting Van Buren out of the attack, but just scoring off him in the early going. Be a good thing from a Leicestershire perspective. 40 goes and smothers that one into the onside. There's no run. Hammond wide stance at slip. Hammond is the slip fielder of choice for spin bowling. Van Buren bowls a little bit of bounce there. Hill, though, knows that with no short leg, he's got a fair bit of margin in terms of just keeping it down into the onside, and it's a delivery like that that might see that helmet running back out, you'd have thought, with still a lead of about 355 it is to be exact. Cut away in front of square, that'll get past Ollie Price as well, and they didn't have a chance to stop that one. 2 runs taken to Phillips in the deep, and Hill continues to move his score along. 44. He has Leicestershire to 129 for 3. Other 2 scores in Division 1, by the way. The wickets continue to tumble at Hove, but it's Hampshire very much in the ascendancy now. 69 for 3 in their second innings, although there were 31 for 3. Albert and Brown putting together a partnership, and Hampshire lead by 173 runs with 7 second innings wickets in hand. And Essex 152 for 2 against Durham at Chesterley Street, responding to Chelmsford, sorry, responding to 333 in that relegation scrap.
Sure, to Masood, a little bit of, almost looked like late in swing there, and Masood was a touch late on it, thick outside edge, squirts the ball down to third man. There is a third man, so Sean Masood picks up 1. He has 9 now. He and Hill have put on 44 for the 4th wicket, which is an indication of how quickly Hill has been scoring of late.
Relegation battle in Division 1 is interesting because you've got Hampshire in 5th but only 15 ahead of Durham in 9th, and actually if Sussex were to lose that, they're suddenly in relegation mix.
Shaw is in. Hill back on his stumps, defending the straight ball back up the pitch to Josh Shaw.
No batting points for Sussex either, so they'd only take 3 points out of that game if they do go on to lose it, and then even if Essex and Durham draw, they're right back in the mix. When it looked at, I mean, Sussex were having such a great season as well. They were right up near the top early on.
Shaw turns, straight run, holds the ball up, bowls 2 Hills, appeal 4 leg before, but Hill was on the move rather, and it was highish and might have been a bit of bat. Either way, umpire Adnan certainly not convinced, and to be honest, I don't think Josh Shaw was either. The appeal was a touch belated.
Yeah.
30 for 3.
Struck him either on the very top of the pad or even possibly above it, and fairly leg-side-ish.
Doesn't necessarily get Hill out of trouble. He's not a tall man, but yeah, probably puts it in the doubt in the umpire's mind. He's driving that one, and he's driving it for 4. That's full, and that's outside off stump, and Hill is looking, whisper at Leicestershire supporters. Intolerably good touch out there. 6 fours in his last, I think, 12 balls. He's moved on to 48 now from 55 deliveries, and he is now Leicestershire's top run getter of the season. That's not necessarily saying a huge amount for a side that's well clear at the top of the second division. I don't think they have a batter in the top 15 run getters of the division.
Spread it about.
Something like that. Certainly not in the top 10. But yes, as you say, but the key to winning games,
yes,
you get 20 wickets,
yep,
isn't it? It's
absolutely.
Not. As Shaw is in and bowls, Hill is turning that to mid-wicket. No, he calls, as it runs straight to mid-wicket.
Because I still go back to this. When Worcestershire got promoted, they had the fewest batting points in the division.
Go figure. It isn't rocket science. you've got to be able to bowl sides out twice to give yourself a chance. If you do that, you always are going to have a chance, assuming you've got some decent batsmen in your lineup, which of course all these counties do. They're all good players. In goes Shaw, bowls, Hill on drives him for 4 more. Lovely shot, what a nice way to go to his 50. Lewis Hill in the last 3 overs has looked in absolutely prime touch. It was overpitched by Shaw, but that was a super shot from Hill to go to 50.
Yes, doesn't get too much better than that, and in the last, this over, he's played a sumptuous cover drive and then an on drive even better. So it's not been about, just using the pace and playing square of the wicket. He's feeling in that good a touch that he's now able to play shots down the ground even.
Well, he's hit 7 fours in going to that 50, and as I say, 6 of them have come in the last 3 overs, I think. Actually, it doesn't sound quite right, that, because I'm pretty sure he's had 2 nice clips off his legs early on one side and the other. So maybe it's the 5. In goes Van Buren. Sorry, is it you?
It was, but it's all right. Nothing really happened. It was a cut shot to extra cover, mistimed by Shah Massood. To his 3rd. Over the left arm spinner, bowling to Shah Massood, who cuts and misses. He's looking... It's so funny because he doesn't look jumpy at all in any of his other movements, but there's just a few times when either running between the wickets or with an odd shot, he does look a little bit on edge. He goes back to defending and then a little bit of a flourish there.
He's got a big job to do here, Massood. Leicestershire need him. He hasn't really sort of shone as the overseas player when he's played in the one-day competitions, and they need him to go big here.
Van Buren in, sweep shot, gets himself in a frightful tangle there and then looks behind him, just hoping that the ball isn't trickling towards the stumps. He's tried to fetch that from a long way outside the off stump. I think he is a little bit bothered by those footmarks that are there in front of him, trying to sweep out of them. Van Buren bowls, that's a little bit short, run up to mid-on, who's arguably a little bit deep, allowing that single. For the 2nd time in 2 overs, Van Buren would love to be building pressure up on Shah Massood, and yes, it was a bit short of a length, that one, but he's been able to get off strike onto 10 with that single, 139 for 3. Van Buren into Hill, who forces that one away, and this time Ollie Price does get down and stop it at extra cover. So just the single from the over. Van Buren certainly to the left-hander, and it's so often the way with the slow left-arm spinner in the conditions that the county championship provides, which is usually not much turn off the straight. Even in September, it feels as though something has to be put into the pitch to actually allow for that turn. It's the lefties who have the trouble with the ball turning into them rather than away from them, as you'd think would be more likely to cause problems. But Van Buren's got the footmarks to bowl into with Shah Massood, which he won't have, I suppose, until Josh Hull comes out at 11 if he gets him out, because there's a lot of right-handers.
Well, Ben Charlesworth is going to have a bowl. Fair-haired, tall, right arm. He's going to come round the wicket to Shah Massood. As we've said, this is Massood's championship debut for Leicestershire, but he has championship form on this ground. Made an outstanding double hundred for Derbyshire when he had that astonishing month for Derby when he first went there, didn't he? He had two double hundreds.
Was it back-to-back double hundreds?
Yes,
yeah, and then another big 100. Yeah.
Yeah, our colleague Dave Fletcher was swooning, understandably.
And of course, then he went off to Yorkshire.
And then he disappeared. Yeah. Charlesworth then round the wicket from the Bennett end, bowls a little bit short. Massood gets up on his toes and just sort of paddle pulls him out to deep square, where Mr. Hammond is finding himself at the... Is that Miles Hammond out there? I think it is,
yeah.
square. In front of the little knot of Leicestershire faithful.
They obviously think the ball is likely to go there.
But this is, yeah, very much Masood's moment to shine as far as the Foxes are concerned, to make a real contribution. They need him, I say it again, to go big. Partnership up to 54 now as Charlesworth over the wicket to Hill, again short, again just outside leg stump really. Hill 2 pulls, doesn't put his full weight into the shot, so long leg it can get round to complete the fielding. One is taken as a hefty-ish, unpleasant looking cloud heading our way. It is just a cloud, it isn't sort of solid behind it, but it's going to just lower the temperatures for a while as Charlesworth is in and bowls. Masood drives on the walk almost out towards mid-off, but doesn't time it. Sounded a little bit tinny off the bat.
It was the attempted Yorker, I think, from Charlesworth. He is someone that well, it was a low full toss. I think he was looking for the Yorker. It is a delivery that he does like to try, and it is really good to see Ben Charlesworth doing this much bowling, and I know he likes to be able to contribute to the side in that way.
In he comes and bowls a little bit short on off stump. Masood defends back down the pitch to Charlesworth. 13 wickets at less than 30. 94 overs. That's a more than useful contribution.
Yeah.
Along with his 660 plus whatever he got in the first innings. Runs 74, so 730 odd runs.
Yeah.
13 wickets.
Season.
All-rounder status.
Yeah. Decent season in the One Day Cup as well.
In he comes and bowls again a fraction short. Masood goes back and wristily works it out towards mid-wicket. Mid-wicket moves to his left to field. Van Buren.
And had a good finish to the T20 as well once he'd been moved from 6 to 4, because he was coming in at 6 and unfortunately Gloucestershire were not in the best of positions when he came out there, so it felt as though a lot of the time he was having to score at about 15 and over from ball 1, which is not particularly conducive to scoring the bulk of runs.
In he comes and bowls again slightly over pitched, clipped firmly by, good throw out to mid-on by Masood. Calls Hill through for the single. He makes it comfortably and was past the stumps when the throw from wide-ish mid-on actually hit the stumps, but certainly keeping him honest. Good work out there by, I think that's Shaw, that wide-ish mid-on. And he stands admiring his handiwork for a while, just Shaw. 142 for 3. Masood double figures now, 12. Hill 53. Again, Masood 12 out of 56 partnership. Not very many in those terms.
Now, considering we've seen the stumps missed twice, I think, in this match from about 2 feet away. It's a pretty good effort from Josh Shaw to the non-striker's end, getting it round Hill as well. Van Buren drops it short and gets away with it. It's cut away to extra cover, and Ben Charlesworth called into action in the field, having just bowled his first over. Still got those bandages on his fingers, does Ben Charlesworth. Van Buren bowls, defensive shot on the front foot from Shah Masood. But yeah, it has been good to see Charlesworth back bowling, and also a lot of the wickets, he has the reputation of being that sort of golden arm to break a partnership. Van Buren bowls, a fraction of turn out of the footmarks, but short enough of a length that it's able to be played off the back foot, and just watching what it did or didn't do out of those footmarks, and he takes wonders. Shah Masood through square leg. 143 for 3. And Hill feels as though he's faced quite a bit of Van Buren. Loops that one up there into the block hole really, and it's squeezed out back to the bowler. Just a couple of overs left in theory until tea, although
Might get an extra one.
actually he might, yeah. The over rate says level, but then has that even been updated? I don't know. Van Buren in, drags the length back a little bit. There's there's no real mix-up there, because Sham Massoud has taken a couple of steps down, then Hill has screamed him back, but a run-out does look almost as likely as any way this partnership might be broken, because it's just a little bit jumpy at times, is Sham Massoud. Round the corner for no run this time, worked off the thigh, straight to shore again, short fine leg. So 143 for 3. Van Buren knows 20 wickets, but as I mentioned yesterday, a lot of them have come in the last 4 or 5 games really, and the economy rate only just over 3. Actually that took a bit of a dent, I think, in the course of the festival, because it was more like 2.7 I think when I last looked at it, so it's only just gone over 3. Doesn't tend to be somebody that, even if he's not taking wickets, he might be able to create a bit of pressure for the other end. 143 for 3.
Charlesworth stays round the wicket to Massoud. Again, it's a little bit short, and Massoud gets up rather elegantly. He is an elegant looking batsman. Gets up on 1 foot and paddle pulls him round to deep backward square, almost wide long leg. No chance for long leg to get up the rope in front of the meet, in front of the Friends of Grace Road. Still a big queue for the cakes. Can't be too many left. Massoud picks up 4, moves on to 17.
Come on, have some respect. Eating all the cake before 3 o'clock even.
Charlesworth just hasn't quite found a consistent length. Is in and bowls. That's a slightly better length. It draws Massoud forward. He looks too dry. It might just have shaped back in a bit. Combination of bat and pad. Sees the ball rather squirt out into the covers. Right, Jack Taylor is the fielder. Long sleeved sweater on for Jay Taylor.
He's one who likes to roll the sleeves up of his shirts, Jack Taylor.
Charlesworth is in. That's a better line and indeed length.
Sort of ready for a scrap.
Blocked back down the wicket by Massoud. He's doing some interesting stretching that slip, just keeping the quads in shape.
He might bowl an over before. See if they get an extra one in. They might manage it. Even with Van Buren, actually might struggle. We'll see.
Charlesworth bowls outside off stump, looking to drive it away squared. Again, not quite timed by Massoud, but it's sufficiently wide of Jack Taylor for him to call Hill through for the single. So Massoud just beginning to show signs of getting into some sort of rhythm, a little bit of stride, a little bit of momentum to his innings now. 18 off 31. 148 for 3. The key now for Leicestershire to get through to tea without losing another wicket, and I think actually we probably will be 32 to go when we get there. Charlesworth over the wicket to Lewis Hill, who just nibbles him off his hip down to fine leg for 4. Again, just that long length really from Ben Charlesworth, who shoulders slightly slumped as he walks back, no doubt fed up with himself. Because that was a little bit of a gimme for Lewis Hill.
He hasn't bowled too many overs like these, Charles. So sometimes he can get a wicket out of absolutely nowhere, but it just hasn't happened in these 2 overs. Well, 1.5.
He's got 1 delivery before tea to put things right. Comes in and bowls to Hill, and that does bounce a little bit high. It does come back in, and there's a huge appeal for leg before. It's running down to the boundary for, I suspect, 4 leg buys, but he had been a bit high, may have done a bit too much, but he found movement there. It seemed back in. He's down on 1 knee in disbelief, because that was a decent delivery. Let's have a look, see. Maybe outside the line.
Hassan Adnan signalled high as he was walking off. Yeah, he was delivering the gesture. So
from fine leg, that was my first thought. But then you see it from front on, and it doesn't look particularly high, but it looks they might just have gotten outside the line. But
gosh,
it's a decent shout.
It was a very good shout. I mean, it's as you say, he's not tall, Lewis Hill, and Charlesworth is more on the skiddier end of things. You can see why Gloucestershire wanted that, but he's shaken his head absolutely immediately as Hassan Adnan. He's not even considered the appeal, so obviously something was so wrong with it that it was just walk away straight away. It was just instantaneous, the shake of the head. So despite the fact that Charlesworth obviously felt that it was at least worth more consideration, it was offered short shrift. So end of the over, and one remains, and it will indeed be bowled by Ollie Price, who's doing his trademark shoulder loosening exercises, and indeed he will bowl what will be the last over before tea. Starts off with short wide delivery, which Sham Masood sees the opportunity to get off strike to, maybe more so than anything else this close to tea. He takes a single through the covers. 157 for 3. Gloucestershire looking to break this partnership, which is developing nicely from a Leicestershire point of view. Flicked uppishly by Hill, but nowhere near mid-wicket, and the strike will be turned over again. 158 for 3. Ollie Price bowled well on this ground in the fixture last year. Briefly threatened, along with Ed Middleton, to give Gloucestershire a victory, but as he bowls around the wicket now, that one doesn't turn, and Sham Masood has to just watch that one as it targets that pad, but steers it through cover point for another single. On 59 for 3. They're going to need a big evening session here, Gloucestershire, especially with rain about possibly tomorrow, as Hill defends. Not quite his most committed defensive shot, but does still keep it out, square on the offside. Actually, the first ball of the over, which I've just seen on my screen, that did turn quite a bit, even though it was fairly short. Price bowls, and that has been thick-edged, and to safety, well wide of slip, and down to short third. But when he's hit his spot in this over, Ollie Price, there's just the odd bit out there, but only one ball left in the session as the clock has hit 10 past 3. Price bowls, and that's worked away to short mid-wicket, so 3 from the over. And despite a couple of wickets in that session for Gloucestershire, it's been another one of those sessions like the first 2 yesterday, really. 19 runs have been scored and 2 wickets. Basically what we saw in the first 2 sessions, really. It's hard. It's starting to look like hard work to take wickets out there. Gloucestershire have stuck at it pretty well, but Hill found a few loose deliveries as he got through the 30s and 40s onto 58. Has once again been an obstacle in the way of Gloucestershire progress. They're still, Leicestershire trail by 323 runs, so still a lot of work for them to do as far as overhauling the deficit, but I guess once they've avoided that follow-on, which they may even do this evening, they'll feel an awful lot better about things.
We will go and see if there's any cake left at the Friends of Grace Road. I'm sure you'll be doing something similar.
Actually, they won't be avoiding the follow-on this evening. I'm talking about 100. I'm watching too much Test cricket recently, obviously. They'll be doing well to do that anyway.
I was going to say, there's quite a lot of work to do to get to that point, but well, we'll tell you all about each and every ball in around about 18 minutes' time. Ed, Nikesh and myself, and look forward to your company if you can join us again at the Uptonsteel County Ground. We'll be back, well, what time will it be? Around about 3:30.
and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Right. Okay.
Edge pressing, but it's knackered as well.
Oh right. Fair enough.
So for the final session on this second day of the Rothesay County Championship second division match between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Myself, Richard Ray, Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucestershire, Nico Strugani, your commentators for the game. Gloucestershire still very much on top, having scored 482 in their first innings and picked up 3 Leicestershire wickets so far, and at 86 for 3, Leicestershire looked in more than a spot of bother, but Lewis Hill, not for the first time this season, is leading something of a recovery. At the moment he's in company with Shan Masood. Hill has 58 off just 68 deliveries, Masood 20 off 33, and so far they've added 73 for the 4th wicket, taking the Foxes on to 159 for 3. Still an awful lot of work to do to get themselves back into the game, really, let alone put themselves in a position where they can think in terms of securing the draw. But with a certain amount of rain forecast for days 3 and 4, they won't be thinking in terms more than in terms of simply sort of batting time at the moment, adding to those runs, trying to get some more batting bonus points, and so drawing in on promotion. It's going to be Ajit Singh Dale, who's going to excite us all in his bowling from the Bennett end down the slope. He comes charging to bowl to Masood, outside off stump, a little bit short of a good length. Masood blocks it out into the offside, takes a step or two down the wicket as he pushed it into the covers, but immediately raises his bat to Lewis Hill, who's in deep conversation with umpire at that far end at the moment, who's Hassan Adnan. Chat to anybody, Hilly. That sounds awful, doesn't it? Even an umpire.
Even as a...
Some
as
umpires
low as
like
that,
to chat,
no.
others perhaps less so. But most of them are pretty open to a conversation. In goes Singh Dale, bowls short, wide, and carved away off the back foot elegantly. Didn't put his full weight into the shot, made sure he got plenty of it. Knew that if he beat the infield it was always going to be 4, and Masood, lovely shot really, moves on to 24, 163 for 3. You can't bowl there to either he or Hill, well, any good first class batsman really.
Especially to somebody who's just brought up over 12,000 runs in the course of this innings in his first class career.
A landmark I should have noted, and will, when I file a report at the end of the day. Just gone past 12,000.
Yeah. Well,
Not with that shot.
Not with that
was,
shot,
was
no.
before tea, was it?
that's correct. 12,017 as things stand.
Singh Dale is in, bowls to him, better length. Looks to be perhaps coming back in a touch from this angle. Quite hard to be sure. We're behind about 3rd slip to the left-hander, with Singh Dale coming around the wicket to him, but he had to cover up, had to adjust slightly. He did.
I've just noticed Lewis Hill, 5,000 runs. Did you have that one?
Shamefully.
5,010
No.
at the moment, but of course he's on 58.
Something else, that's another paragraph. In case Land bowls on towards leg stump this time, and waiting on the back foot, Masood just wristily works it out slightly wide of Shaw, trying to cover both mid-on and mid-wicket, and picks up 1.
Sorry, I'm not trying to
That's
turn
all
to
right.
Andy Zaltzman here, but
No, they're important stats. I knew that Chris Wright this morning looked as though he might just get to 600 first-class wickets or 800 overall.
then he bowled a ball and wasn't
And
to
then
be
he
seen for a
only
long
bowled
time.
one. Yeah, pretty much one ball. He did bowl a couple
He
more overs at the
came
end,
back,
didn't he?
didn't he? Yeah.
But wasn't able to add to his 3-wicket haul from yesterday. Singdale back over the wicket to the right-handed Hill bowls. Hill is on, or looking to on drive, has to check the shot slightly, pushes it firmly, nice high left elbow, and then indicates. It's quite a helpful trait these batsmen have, don't they? If not always completely reliable, but indicating with a gesture that the ball has moved a little bit. Now what's going on?
There's
We're
a
going to have the ball
conference.
checked. They're not happy about the ball. Gloucestershire. And it's handed to umpire Adnan. And the gestures suggest that there is definitely something wrong with it here.
Out
Bits
come
come
the
out.
hoops.
Umpire Baldwin is getting it through the hoop. Through the gauge. Oh, it's fine, he says.
Yeah, pretty swiftly. There was no messing about. Straight in and out, and handed the ball straight back and said, "On you get."
That was interesting because it was just the way that the Gloucestershire players and then umpire Adnan was sort of quite firm with the ball, as though, oh, clearly something wrong with it. Something had suddenly gone out of shape, but nope. 2 slips. Price and Charlesworth alongside Bracey as Singdale is in and bowls to Hill. Little grunt of effort. Bowls on off stump. Hill, not too much foot movement. Might just have shaped back in a bit. Blocks it out towards mid-on / mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. The first post tee. Singdale 9 overs, none for 28. He's probably bowled a little bit better than those somewhat innocuous figures suggest.
Just keeping an eye on the over rate at the moment, -2. Gloucestershire as things stand.
We'll get a few more overs from Van Buren or
Well, here he is.
from Price. I'm sure they'll put that right.
And Buren into the attack then from the pavilion end. Got a slip in place here to Masood. Lots of fielders on the single. And he comes and pushes the first ball wide of the off stump. Masood not interested. Sean Masood on 25 not out. Hill 58. Very good partnership of 78. Van Buren in. Oh, that one keeps very, very low. Masood was back in his crease looking to cut that one towards deep point. And it goes way under his bottom edge. Van Buren bowls again, and that time Masood does manage to rock back, punch it away, but straight to extra cover, no run. Van Buren rushing through the over. Again offers width to Masood, who cuts behind point. It will be fielded by the fielder on the cover boundary, so a couple of more runs to Shan Masood. Perhaps though just some signs of slightly variable bounce. Not even at the end of day 2 yet. And Buren with another one that skids a bit low, and Masood punches out to deep cover for a single. He's got a low trajectory, he's not a tall man, Van Buren. So won't often get a lot of bounce. Comes round the wicket to Hill, next ball, who defends back down the track for no run. End of the over, 167 for 3 Leicestershire. Trailing by 315 runs at this stage.
On On which subject are asking on the stream whether you think the Foxes will go into the second innings with a lead, which seems optimistic. For those who do, you never quite know.
You'd feel they'd have to do the bulk of the scoring in the remaining 30 overs, the way the forecast looks tomorrow.
Is it beginning to look really bad, is it?
It does. I mean, we might get away starting the game for a couple of hours.
Singdale is in and bowls, finds the inside part of Masood's bat as he looks to stroke it away into the offside. I think it runs out to wide-ish mid-wicket. Maybe be doing him a bit of a disservice there, but it certainly wasn't out of the middle. Shaw fielded, and Masood, he sort of calls and charges. You know he's going. Whatever the shout, you don't need to wait for that, because he's halfway down the wicket as he calls. Moves on to 29. The ice cream van is going down Milligan Road, as you can probably hear in the background.
They've heard about the forecast tomorrow as well, trying to make a few extra quid before autumn hits.
Singdale is into Lewis Hill, nice and straight. Hill blocks. Again indicates that there might have been a little bit of movement back in. Certainly there was a sort of rumble of approval from behind the stumps for Ajit Singdale.
So I think from around sort of 12, 1 o'clock.
So we might get
Looks
the
quite
morning
steady.
session, but then quite a bit of rain around thereafter.
It looks as though once
Potentially.
it starts, it might not stop. Things can change overnight though with forecasts, can't they?
Singdale bowls, and Hill edges down to find third man, just past second slip. I think he was looking to work that one through the leg side, and not quite a sort of leading edge, but turned his wrists on it a little bit too early, and it flew past the reaching second slip. Charlesworth down to the boundary for 4. Don't think it got to him on the full, would have reached him on the full, but it wasn't far off. And again, Singdale, well, Ed has explained he has this reputation of being an extremely unlucky bowler, and he certainly isn't enjoying any good fortune thus far in the innings. None for 33 from 9.3 now. Hill into the 60s. Singdale bowls again. Hill flicks him off his pads down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Well, that was nothing particularly unlucky about that. It was a misdirected delivery. A little bit too full, and Hill has already shown in this innings that he's in good touch, especially through that leg side. And he clipped that one away with relish, really.
It did indeed. Can't bowl there to a man who's unbeaten on a half century.
5 times he's passed, well actually 6 times, because he's got 100 as well. He's passed 100 so far this season now for Lewis Hill. Singdale in, bowls to him, full, jammed out by Hill to Shaw at mid-off. You heard his very distinctive shout of no. Sometimes it's a bit higher pitched than that. But he's getting on now, Hilly, 34. 35 early October, I think. He'll be Mr. Hill to the pupils at Oundle, won't he? When he takes up his duties there, which isn't too far away. In goes Singdale and bowls to him. Nice high left elbow. I'm sure some of them are watching.
Might just be Sir, I think.
Could be Sir, yeah. Mr. Hill. Sir. Said to him, don't let them give you any cheek.
Do they play their cricket at Arundel Castle?
Oundle.
Oundle, sorry.
Oundle.
I thought you said Arundel.
No, that would be a big move.
Yes.
For Hilly.
I was
Lovely
about to
one.
say.
And if
I
is
have-
there a school
I've
down
managed
at
to-
Arundel?
I don't
Well, I'm
know.
sure there is a school, but
Managed to play on that ground, it's beautiful.
oh, you played at Arundel?
Yeah, it was for a sort of representative team from Leicester back in the early 2000s as Van Buren continues. It's been driven but straight to mid-off by Shan Masood.
The Duke of Norfolk let you reprobates go play there, did he?
Van Buren floats one up. Masood tries to sweep. He edges, I think. No, he doesn't edge. There's an appeal for a catch at slip. Maybe brushed his pad on the way through. Difficult to tell from our angle here. It's sort of long on. There was a noise of some sort and a deviation, but not out. Another floated up delivery, which Masood gently drives to mid-off for no run.
Leicestershire played there about 4 years ago. Chris Adams came on commentary with us, remember? Jofra Archer blew Leicestershire away.
I can imagine he'd blow a lot of sides away when he's in the groove, as Van Buren bowls another one. Masood defends. Chris Adams, legend down there at Sussex. Van Buren rushing through the over, fires one into the pads of Masood, who flicks it straight to short mid-wicket, no run.
He took 5 wickets in each innings.
Van Buren on that off-stump line. Masood forward in defence to finish off a tidy over there for the left-arm spinner. 176 for 3. Partnership 90. It's always dangerous when you've got a bowler like Jofra Archer with something to prove, either fitness to prove, or at that time maybe trying to get a regular place in the England side. Somebody who can bowl 90 plus miles an hour with a point to prove can always be dangerous.
Lovely though, Arundel, it is. It is an out ground as well, and yeah, he was a real handful. Singdale from the Bennett end down the slope, bowls to Hill. Good bouncer, and Hill does manage to get out of the way, but he had to jerk his head back as he flexed at the knees and went down, and it rather followed him, and he had to flick his head back out of the way, but he did. Smelt the leather as it went past his nose.
So for those that perhaps don't listen to every single game, what is it like going to an outground? And you know, commentary positions, I can imagine, can be very different to this at some places. Maybe just a little tent, or
exactly that. You're in a marquee, and you may or may not be behind the bowler's arm. Brackets, you won't be. In goes Singdale and bowls short, and it's pulled around the corner down to long leg. There is a long leg. Matt Taylor, is it Jack or Matt down there? A Taylor is down there and makes the stop, and it is just one to Hill, who moves on to 67. But I love it, really, going to an outground, because although things might be awkward, it is a real change usually, and somewhere that's as glorious as Arundel. If the weather's nice, you need the weather to be nice. Yes. Otherwise you could be sitting in a dripping tent and it's no fun at all. But if the weather is good, then it's usually a wonderful experience, and they often put themselves out to look after you as well, more so than tends to be the case at a county ground, as Singdale bowls a little bit short, and it's paddle pulled around the corner by Masood with that elegantly raised knee. Long leg and deep backward square converge on the ball. It's long leg who gets there first and gets his throw away. Masood picks up 2.
So I take it your broadcast is done via IP when you're at an outground?
Sometimes one or two have an ISDN line, but they're all being phased out. And Arundel is one, actually.
Being phased out everywhere, yeah.
But now they're not really necessary. The technology, in goes Singdale, bowls outside, off stump, and it's left by Masood, 2 wide to play at. Yeah, the technology's been left behind now. They're all being phased out. Although we're on ISDN lines here at the moment.
We are. Just football grounds have started doing it, and I think by the end of the current football season, all football league clubs, the aim is that they will all get rid of the ISDNs and all be on IP, and it's quite a difficult transitional phase at some grounds. The quality of broadband not so good. You tell me.
I don't know. It was a question. It wasn't. It could be
something like that.
Singdale is in and bowls from round the wicket, and Masood covers up, blocks it out to mid-on. No, it wasn't a.
So yeah, for those wondering who don't know what IP means as well, it's basically broadband, isn't it? Plugged-in broadband.
Yeah, exactly.
Via an Ethernet cable.
Internet protocol. There we go. Thank you, Ed. Internet protocol. And it is usually clearer and more reliable, theoretically.
It should be, but it depends on how good the broadband is. I've been at some grounds where it's not very good.
Singdale bowls and on driven pleasantly, gloriously by Masood. Just lent into that one, straight back past Singdale, who looks understandably a little despondent as the ball disappears to the straightest of long on boundaries. For 4, Shan Masood moves on to 35, and this is his moment. I've said it once already. This is his day to shine, really, or an innings to shine. He hasn't been the greatest of white ball performances, sort of either in T20 or in the One Day Cup from Shan Masood when he played. And this is a real opportunity for him to just make it.
Van Buren begins a new over round the wicket here to Hill, who gets a slightly short wide one but doesn't manage to put it away, hits it straight to extra cover for no run.
He wasn't absolutely certain he'd play in this game, Masood. There was a possibility.
Van Buren down the leg side this time.
That Peter Hanscom would be allowed by Cricket Australia or Victoria, whoever made the decision to stay for one more game.
Van Buren floats the next ball slightly fuller, and it's defended off the front foot by Hill.
And I think Masood got word fairly late. He may have been away, I understand, when he did get the word.
Van Buren goes short once more, and has been hit straight to extra cover by Hill. Next ball is again slightly leg side-ish, and a big shout of no again from Lewis Hill. There you go. That's a little bit screechier, a little bit higher pitched. Van Buren again just on that off stump line. Another defensive shot by Hill back down the track. He remains on 67, Leicestershire 183 for 3.
Arundel would certainly be up there among sort of favourite grounds visited. The thing is, Hove is very popular as well, so you don't mind where you go in Sussex, really.
Yeah, as long as the weather's good.
Yeah. But Hove or Arundel, wonderful places to visit.
You must have done Scarborough over the years.
Only once. That was last year. That was our first visit, believe it or not. I played at Scarborough, and used to go and watch. I first watched first-class cricket there. And one
Fish
day
and chips
cricket
on the beach. I take it your lunch wasn't that. What was it?
Round the wicket goes Singdale and bowls to Masood. Tucks him up a little bit. Bottom hand comes off the bat, thumps into the thigh pad, drops out towards short leg. No, they're just sandwiches in a plastic thing, I'm afraid, from Yorkshire. It's differed over the years from Yorkshire. When Geoffrey was in charge, which he was for a brief period, they used to send literally used to send a sort of big basket of really super sort of sandwiches and things across to the press box. No, we didn't have to pay for them. In goes Singdale and bowls outside off stump beautifully. Square driven away off the back foot, obviously, by Masood. Just waited for it and brings up the century partnership with Lewis Hill, and much more equal now. Hill, when they went to the 50 partnership, had scored vast bulk of the runs. I think Masood was only on 8 or 9 at the time, but he's now on 39 out of the 101 that the 4th wicket partnership is now worth.
Yeah, very good partnership here between these two. Much needed at the time when that 3rd wicket fell. It was a crucial point in the game. Had Gloucestershire managed to take another 1 or 2 wickets at that point, they would have really cracked open this Leicestershire batting lineup. Masood, with all his experience, Lewis Hill, the form that he's been in, able to steady the ship.
Singdale is in, bowls to Masood, who's trying to help it down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Athletic, gymnastic almost take by Bracey, diving away to his right, and the ball rather melts into his gloves. something very satisfying aesthetically about that. There's no real sound of ball on glove. Raises his right hand to his deep square, waves, indicating he might be required to bowl shortly, as Singdale is in and bowls a little bit short again. Hasn't quite got it right in this spell so far. Jeet Singdale is blocked on the back foot out to Shaw at mid-on. The ball is getting older now, 43.4 overs.
Not as much movement from the quicker bowlers as we saw earlier on. They were very good, Gloucestershire, at the start. And even after they'd taken that third wicket, still asking questions, but as you say, an older ball now.
Singdale is in, a little bit too full, but although he was looking to drive, did check the shot slightly, Shan Masood, and didn't come out of the middle. Comfortable stop for mid-off. Thinking of other coastal grounds which are, I've been to Liverpool, we've played at Aigburth. That's not far from the Mersey, does that count?
Oh,
It's just down the
yes,
road.
it kind of does.
You can walk down to the banks of the estuary there. Singdale is in and bowls, and that is over pitched, and that one is driven through him, really under him. He tried to put down his left foot to stop the ball, couldn't do so, probably as well for the health of his left foot that he wasn't quite able to get it to the ball. And Masood picks up 4, moves on to 43 of 59 balls, and he really has accelerated post tee. He took that on 20 off 33, now 43 off 59.
Always got the ability to catch up, Shan Masood. Not that they need to score at any greater pace than they are at the moment. They're going at over 4 runs and over comfortably, Leicestershire. But he needed to be watchful early on, just preserve his wicket, build a partnership with Lewis Hill, and they've done it really well so far. Still a long way away from that Gloucestershire total, but they keep chipping away. As Van Buren begins another over. Round the wicket here to Hill, slightly short and punched off the back foot out towards deep cover. There's a chase on for the sweeper on the offside. He's not going to get there. Lovely shot there from Lewis Hill, just using his crease to full effect, rocking back, good transfer of weight. He moves into the 70s, 71 not out. Van Buren, next ball, slightly fuller, wrapped on the pads. Shout for LBW, turned down by the umpire, maybe just sliding down leg. Next ball is fired in towards that off stump. And again, just defended away. Buren puts one into the slot almost, and Lewis Hill's eyes light up, but he didn't get nearly enough of that. It's an inside edge to short mid-wicket, no run.
It's a bit sloggy, wasn't it, by Hill standards? It wasn't very pleasing.
Couple of balls left in the over. Next one is down the leg side. I think there was something on that from Hill. It runs down to the boundary for 4, and it was a bit of pad. Leg by signalled.
Run rate's up at nearly 4.5s now, having been sort of 3.5, 3.67 ish in the early part of the innings, which, as is so often the case, are sort of beginning to reflect each other, aren't they?
Just over 24 overs left in the day as Van Buren completes this over with a slightly short of a length delivery, just defended off the back foot by Hill, maybe suggesting it kept slightly lower than he was expecting it to. 199 for 3, Leicestershire. Hill 71, Masood 43, partnership 113.
Looks like it's going to be Zaman Akhtar to take over at the Bennett end from Ajit. Sean Masood just checks his guard with umpire Adnan.
Pulled a reasonable spell, didn't he, before the tea interval? Zaman Akhtar kept things fairly tidy without looking over-threatening.
Yeah, 5 overs, 1 made, none for 13. The tall right arm seamer. We'll just have the one slip now. Only Price in there. Otherwise a sort of single saving field with a deep backward square, a long leg and a third man. His outriders, he's going to bowl around the wicket to Masood. Bowls a little bit short. You heard the crack of the ball on the bat there as Masood pulled it around the corner. Deep backward square was able to make the stop, but a single is taken and the applause is for the 200. The Leicestershire faithful considerably more relaxed than they were, I suspect, when Ian Holland went palpably leg before to Matt Taylor. It was 86 for 3. The Foxes looked in a lot of bother. They've still got a lot of work to do to get out of the hole that they're in, but they are beginning to climb. Back over the wicket goes Akhtar and bowls. He drops short again, a little bit short to Hill, who pulls but gets more of a bottom edge than the middle of the bat on the ball, and it bounces out towards square, backward of square. The sweeper comes running into field. Hill takes 1. 72 now to Hill.
Probably hear the breeze picking up a little bit on our effects mic as well. It's bright and sunny at the moment.
Akhtar is in, again, a touch short of a length, outside off stump, steered off the back foot by Masood towards backward point. Charlesworth gets across to field. Or is that Hammond? It is Hammond, beg his pardon. Should be able to recognise that shock of bleached hair sticking out the back of his cap. Masood has to stay in his ground, remains on 44. A couple of pigeons fly across in front of the commentary box, heading west. Akhtar was ready to go there, but Masood wasn't, and Akhtar's one of those who likes to sort of walk into his run, so to speak, so he walks round in 360 degrees before coming into bowl. Masood steers him again off the back foot to backward point. Again, Hammond is the fielder. Gloucestershire fielders, once the volume goes up, sometimes it is an indication that things are getting a little bit more difficult for the fielding side. I think this is one of those occasions. They're just trying to raise the levels of enthusiasm, encourage the bowlers, make something happen. Akhtar is in and bowls on off stump, solidly blocked back down the pitch to him by Shan Masood.
It can mean one of two things, can't it, when a fielding side is chirpy? Either they've taken a few early wickets and things are going really well, or things are a little bit flat and the captain and some of the senior players are just trying to lift the energy levels, which do look to have dropped out there in the field in these last 10 or 15 overs.
Zaman bowls fuller this time, but a little bit wide, and he stepped out to drive Masood. Hit it hard down into the ground, and it's a bit disappointed with himself because it bounced straight out towards extra cover. And no run therefore resulted. So I think that was a maiden from Actor in the end. 6 overs now, 2 maidens, none for 15. Oh no, there wasn't, because the first ball was pulled to the fielder on the deep square boundary for a single, wasn't it? So 201 for 3. No, it was a maiden. No, it wasn't. I don't know what I'm
Just
talking
one
about.
from it, wasn't
I think just the one. I better give way to Ed here before I dig any deeper.
It was 2 actually, I think. So 199. It took a 2 to get to 201. Sorry, Richard, you're going to have a lie
crawl
down.
off into the distance.
And Van Buren will begin another over. Go and enjoy the sun, Richard. Van Buren starts with a delivery on leg stump, which hits Hill on the pads, but not in line with the stumps, so there's no run, no appeal. Next ball is slightly shorter, and he's rocking back and cross-batting it, Hill, past mid-off, who... Well, it's a bit of a sloppy effort, let's say, which allows them back through for a couple of runs. Welcome back, Ed.
Hi, energy levels can never drop in the commentary box. we have to maintain
Where's that coffee?
peak energy throughout the day.
Van Buren into Hill again. Full ball, driven, wide of mid-off. This time it will just be a single. 204 for 3.
But yeah, I think you're exactly right, Gloucestershire. I've just felt as though things maybe are drifting out there, so sometimes you just got to at least convince yourself as a side that there's something going on until something does happen. Just have the air of a little bit waiting for it to happen.
And Buren back over the wicket here to Masood, who pushes the ball towards point, thinks about a single, then decides that it's probably not a good idea if it goes straight to the fielder. Buren once again on a similar line. This time Masood does push and run into a little bit of a gap there in the covers. A good early call, applauded by Lewis Hill.
Yeah, I suppose he's got to, doesn't he? Because he made it quite comfortably. But whether he's really, in his actual inner self, grateful for having to run those things when he's hoping to be there for another 22 overs this evening, I don't know.
And Buren into Hill, defended to extra cover, no run. So end of the over, 4 from it. 205 for 3. Yep, 22 overs remaining in the day's play. I'm sure these overs from Van Buren have helped that over rate, which at the start of the session was showing as -2.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised about that. I suppose it was because we finished on time, but so much of that was because of what Leicestershire had done at the start of the day. But any time you finish a session on time, you think usually it ends up as being plus. But I guess it was mostly on the number of overs we got in the morning. Anyway, I don't think it's going to be a huge issue for Gloucestershire. And to be honest, as they cycle through the seamers, I wonder if there will come a point when they actually think their best chance is with spin at both ends. Actor in bowls and maybe cuts back a fraction into Shan Masood, but there's no run as he plays it into the onside. And yeah, you can already see a little bit of a colour change in the pitch, and I suppose it's Gloucestershire are hoping it's going to turn. I guess that's the probably the best way that wickets can start to fall in greater clumps and regularity. Shorter ball pulled down to fine leg by Shan Masood. 1 run taken, 206 for 3, controlled it well. Gloucestershire may go to the short ball as well with Actor and Singdale. They do have 2 seam bowlers who can bash it in repeatedly if they decide to go to that. They do have a big leg side boundary to use. Whether Hill will take it on is another thing, though. There's a deep square and a fine leg. Actor into Hill. That's just back of a length and punched away for no run into the covers. He talked about Jofra Archer with a point to prove.
Yes.
It reminded me of the time he took on Gloucestershire's second 11 in that game between the 2019 World Cup and the Ashes, wasn't it? He was trying to prove his fitness,
Yeah.
and ended up getting sent down to somewhere called Blackstone Cricket Club. Actor bowls good Yorker, well played by Hill though. Ended up getting a decent amount of bat on that, up to mid-on. And, well, in terms of players playing in this game, it's just Ollie Price who was involved there, but his brother opened the batting and Dom Goodman batted down the order. Gloucestershire's seconds bowled out for 79, Archer 6 for 27. What do you expect? Actor bowls, it's full again and driven by Hill through extra cover. It's not the longest boundary out there, so it's got a chance, especially as Josh Shaw is doing his best to try and get there. He does, but will only save the one run as into that longer side. We have seen a couple of threes today, and there's one, 206 for 3. Luke Wells was captaining Sussex's second 11.
Wow.
And I don't know the sort of story behind that, but Jofra Archer batting above him scored 108. Batting ahead of Luke Wells. Archer around the wicket, bowls flicked away down to fine leg, that'll be 4 runs. Graham van Buren did not move, and that's the 50 for Shan Masood. Gets to that landmark from 69 deliveries, and at the end of that over, 213 for 3.
Yeah, brilliant from Shan Masood, going past 12,000 runs in the innings in his first class career, and now bringing up a 54th half century to go with 29 hundreds in the format.
Decent conversion rate. I was having a look also at that Sussex second 11 side and tying together what we were talking about earlier. There's a name in there that jumps out as well, Marcus Campopiano, who's part of that Italian side who qualified for the World Cup.
New over from Van Buren. Ball's down the leg side, but the bails are whipped off. All in vain, as Lewis Hill didn't quite leave his crease, but kind of almost fell over as he was trying to flick that one down the leg side. Just looking at the list of teams that Shan Masood has played for, as Van Buren defends, Hill defends the next ball down the track from Van Buren.
Please tell me he played for one of the Sui gas pipeline teams, either the southern or the northern one.
Not quite. As, Van Buren's in, another defensive shot there. United Bank Limited, the National Bank of Pakistan.
Oh, he's just
So
racking up
there's
the
probably a bit of a rivalry there. Habib Bank Limited.
Oh,
as well.
third
He's
bank.
doing all the
Gosh.
banks, isn't he? Next ball down the leg side, swept by Hill, but straight to short fine leg.
There must have been just better interest rates, I reckon.
Quite possibly, yes. Better perks. Open an account with us. We'll put you in our team. We'll give you great interest. Another full ball from Van Buren, which is defended away to mid-wicket.
We'll give you an extra 10 runs for every half century you score.
Van Buren rushing through the over. The next ball's punched away out towards deep cover for a single. So end of another one. 214 for 3 in Leicestershire, in reply to that 482 from Gloucestershire. Just done the rounds a little bit in England as well. Hampshire, Derbyshire, of course, now Leicestershire.
Hampshire,
Durham
forgotten that.
MCCU.
Okay.
I don't know how that happened. We'll try and do some digging on that. Yorkshire, let's not forget. Quite like the federal areas. Sounds quite
Well, that does sound
interesting.
important.
Yeah. Bet their kits are nice and pristine, military-esque.
Actor to Hill on 79 in bowls and worked into the onside. Another shriek of no from Lewis Hill as he's hit it to Hammond at mid-wicket. Did John Masood go to Durham Uni? I suppose he... I don't know. No, it says here he's... Ah, there we go. Studied economics, yeah. And also studied management and sports sciences at Loughborough, as if that weren't
So
enough.
he's very well spoken, speaks English so well, having spent so much time here in those early days. Born in Kuwait,
Yeah.
not born in Pakistan, so born to expats in Kuwait.
Actor bowls, tempted Yorker but wide of the off stump. Hill swings over the top of it with the drive through to the keeper. It was when you mentioned the banks, and it was going through my head a little bit. His dad was a professional banker.
Yeah, usually quite wealthy expats living in Kuwait and places like that.
Studied at Stanford, which I think
It's not cheap.
Richard mentioned yesterday with the Josh Hull, Alex Green connection. To bowls, dropped into the offside, and no.
It's like a couple of the Pakistanis of recent times as well. Imad Wasim, born outside of Pakistan.
He was born in
South Wales.
Swansea, wasn't he? He's one of the few players who's played for Glamorgan this season who actually born in Wales.
Yeah.
Even Ben Galloway. About it. Ben Galloway probably, I assume, just the Welsh. Must be the Welsh side of the river. On driven by Hill, but he doesn't get much of it. It's fielded up there by Luke Charlesworth. It's a good job he turned around just in time. Luke Charlesworth, substitute fielding.
I don't know how many other Pakistani players, international players, have ever been born in England or Wales, the United Kingdom, and then gone and played for Pakistan internationally. Wouldn't have thought there'd be many, if any others.
He's certainly on a list, Shan Masood, of international cricketers born in, as it were, non-usual international cricket countries. That's too short from Actor banging it into Hill, and it balloons over his head, and that will be wided. So another run to 15 for 3.
Although given the population of Kuwait, particularly in the 90s and even in the 80s, there were so many Indians and Pakistanis living over there, working over there. There was a massive interest in cricket in that country, but just, in terms of having a team of their own and being successful, that hasn't quite happened.
Actor in full delivery. It's pushed firmly to mid-off, but wide enough of Shaw they can come through for a single. He misses the stumps this time. Did hit direct from wide mid-off to the striker's end earlier on, although Hill was comfortably home. I don't think that Hill would have been in any trouble there, despite the hands going to the sky from Shaw.
Talking of Asian cricketing countries, the Asia Cup has just started today.
Oh yes,
And we've done a Test Match special podcast previewing the tournament, so you can go and have a listen on BBC Sounds to that. Hong Kong in action against Afghanistan right now.
Last ball of the over. Actor into Shan Masood, round the corner. That goes off the thigh to fine leg, and that will bring another run to 17 for 3 at the end of that over. Hill has moved on to 80 with that single of the previous ball, and that one has taken Shan Masood to 51.
Hong Kong, bowling first, after losing the toss, had Afghanistan 26 for 2. They've now recovered to 72 for 2 after 8.5 overs. So normal service has been resumed, but
They'd probably only need about 120 with a bowling attack. Afghanistan, you'd think. Maybe I'll be wrong, but
Rashid Khan, Noor Ahmed,
yeah.
Fazal Haq Farooqi, yes. Should be a good tournament though, with some of these lesser known sides. They're sides full of expats really. South Asian expats living in the UAE, Hong Kong, Oman, the other country which is taking part, as well as the usual suspects, the Indias, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka,
Would
Afghanistan.
India and Pakistan happen to be in the same group?
There is one group, and they
I
will be
see.
playing each
Right.
other, and
That's good.
there's then a Super 4 stage, so they could play each other again. And guess what? If they get through to the final, they could play 3 times in the tournament.
But it's the
And
dream,
also
isn't it? And it never happens. So somebody else always seems to ruin it and get to the final.
Pakistan, over the years of the Asia Cup, since its inception in 1984, there's been various different versions of it. As a new effort begins here from Matt Taylor, left arm over, and Masood just knocks the ball gently to point for no run. India have won it 8 times, so it's usually an ODI format, but then in more recent times they've flipped it between ODIs and T20s, depending on, I guess, what the next ICC tournament is going to be. So T20 World Cup next year. Makes sense to have a T20 tournament here. India have won it 8 times, Sri Lanka have won it 6, Pakistan only twice since 1984, and when you consider the side that they had in the 80s and 90s, that is a big surprise. Matt Taylor in, and Masood cuts this time with a bit more power, knocks backward point off his feet and gets through for a single. And India, interestingly, don't know if this has ever happened before, Ed, their last game of the competition is the last game of the group stage, sorry. So they're in action, very last game of the group stage, against a lesser nation. So that'd be quite useful if they have to boost their net run
You
rate.
shock me. Are they playing all their games in the same place?
They're all playing in the UAE.
That would-
Technically,
okay.
India are hosts, but because of the
Oh,
India-Pakistan
of course,
situation,
yeah.
they've decided, right, let's just have the whole thing in
But
the
they
UAE.
won't even have to travel from Abu Dhabi to Dubai, I'm guessing, or something like that, in a way.
They might get a slightly more luxurious coach. As Matt Taylor's in, and the ball's defended away by Hill. We say this tongue-in-cheek, of course.
Wouldn't be suggesting anything of the kind.
Well, look,
of,
I guess the
things
good
going
thing
on.
is, even people of Indian backgrounds like myself and lots of Indian fans out there, they see the funny side of it, because India right now doesn't have to be like that, because they're so good in white ball cricket. You know, made the last ODI World Cup final, won the T20 World Cup. So many players to choose from as Matt Taylor is in. Oh, that's past the outside edge. It's the first play and miss we've seen in quite some time there from Matt Taylor, but he got one to just skid through nicely past the outside edge of Lewis Hill.
It's got to that sort of stage because nothing has happened for quite a while, as you say, even in terms of just the odd play and miss, that you sort of feel that had to be edged from a Gloucestershire point of view. You know, just every false shot needs to bring a wicket.
You can tell it's a quiet period in the game when we're scrolling through Shan Masood's Cricinfo profile, as next ball is full driven, well fielded by Taylor in his follow through. Seen quite well from Hill.
I found a few more Pakistani, well, I say a few more, I found a couple more Pakistani cricketers, test cricketers that is, born in Kuwait. Tanveer Ahmed I can just about remember. I think he may have toured England. Right arm seam bowler. I must confess Shakil Ahmed, one test in 1998 is not a name I know.
Taylor in, and that's on leg stump. It's knocked away to mid-on, and Hill helps himself to a single.
We were talking about Phil Edmonds the other day. Born in Lusaka,
Nice.
in what is now Zambia, northern Rhodesia.
Yeah, I mean, Zambia, another country where there were lots of South Asians. There were quite a few across East Africa, including both my parents' families. Both my parents were born in East Africa. Dad's side from Tanzania, mum's side Uganda. Both came here when they were kids, so practically grew up here, but certainly were born over there. And there were large communities who came over in the 70s in particular, when Idi Amin expelled all the Asians from Uganda who were all British passport holders.
Actor bowls short ball, Hill ducks underneath it, flies through to Bracey.
Yeah, lots of links, I guess, through the old British Empire, with people being born British citizens, countries then getting independence and saying, well, you've got a choice to make, go to Britain or take our citizenship.
Yeah,
Yeah, we as you say, we digress a long way away,
Yes.
but there's an air of serenity about the progress of the cricket at the moment as Actor is in and bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-off. There'll be another single as Shaw is targeted once again. 220 for 3 as Hill runs through, moves on to 82. Yes. Junior Dalla, remember him?
Yes.
I suppose he's probably still playing. Played a few games for South Africa. He was born in Zambia. This was another one to add to the
there was
add to the
a whole
list.
East African team, wasn't there? at
There
the first
was,
World
yeah.
Cup? And that was the only side, I think, across the first 2 editions of the World Cup that India managed to beat. It wasn't even a country; it was a region. And then they went and won the 3rd edition.
Actor bowls down the leg side. Shambasu does a think about flicking it on the way, but misses it. And he's one of the great sadnesses since, one of the, probably that 2003 World Cup's the first one that I can really remember. And it's such a sadness where Kenyan cricket has
Yes.
gone since, well, maybe then, but
Steve
not too far
Ticklow,
after. Yeah,
Colin Zabuya.
Zabuya played some county cricket
Yes.
for Warwickshire. Actor over the wicket, in and bowls, and again it's down the leg side, and once more unperturbed through to Bracey. 220 for 3.
Maurice Adumbe, there are a couple of Patels in there, as there always usually are. Gujaratis from India in East Africa.
Maurice Adumbe. Or was he a little bit earlier? I think he might have played.
No, Maurice Adumbe
I think he would have played 2003
he
as
was in
well. Yeah,
2003,
I think
yeah.
he was also part of that. He might even still been part of that side that beat the West Indies in Pune. In that
They got to the
Six World
semi-finals in
Cup, yeah.
2003.
Yeah. Actor bowls driven into the ground. Actor, and gosh, he must have conceded a run there. I think he was trying to tip that ball towards the stumps, but he's ended up bisecting extra cover and mid-off, but they don't fancy coming through. Yeah, it's been a real shame, that removal from the cricketing landscape. I know how much you're an enormous fan of Ugandan cricket after their exploits at the last.
I had to commentate on
World
their
Cup.
first ever World Cup victory. Yes.
Had to cut away into
Well, I
the
wasn't
ground at
forced
the
to,
backward
but-
point, and there's no run. So it was a ringing endorsement for that game that I knew I was going to get from
Oh,
it.
I've told you
It's
this story before,
220
haven't
for
I?
3.
We were talking. There was a game we were doing, weren't we, where there was a low run chase, and they just weren't getting on with it. And it reminded me of commentating on Papua New Guinea versus Uganda at the T20 World Cup for TMS. I wasn't out in the Caribbean, unfortunately, or the US, so we were in a studio at New Broadcasting House in London. At about, I think the match started at 1 a.m. So you're kind of in the middle of the night. Papua New Guinea all out for 78, so you think, all right, well, in for a short game here. They all out, I think, in the 20th over or something. And then Uganda took, I think, 17 and a half overs to chase that 78. As Matt Taylor is in once more, and that's defended away by Hill. I mean, it was a lovely moment for Uganda, and it was brilliant that a country can celebrate a first ever World Cup win, a sort of match win, not a World Cup win as such, but there just was nobody at the stadium. There was no atmosphere. It was the middle of the night here. It was a difficult watch.
I thought it was highly dramatic, but then I did watch it, having woken up the
Did
next
you just
morning.
watch the highlights? Yeah.
No, I watched every ball.
Oh wow. Well, I guess there wasn't that many balls to get through. As Taylor is in, and that's defended away into the offside. Too many balls for my liking.
A bit of fast forwarding maybe
Yeah,
between
yes.
deliveries. Might admit to that, but no, it was high drama.
Taylor then at the top of his mark. He's got a short extra cover in. Still one slip in place. And he comes, and that's been driven away. And, there's no run. Well fielded in the covers. 220 for 3.
A little closer to home, Lancashire have been bowled out for 284 by Kent, so that's a 9-run lead for Kent. We've seen quite a few games where it's basically turned into a one innings match, and Well, if this one does, then I'm not sure we're going to have a great deal of time left.
In comes Taylor. Short over length, leg side, helped on its way to to square leg rather. Single taken. So after coming out post tee, looking like they had a train to catch, Masood and Hill just steadying things here as we get towards the final hour or so of play. 16.2 overs remaining.
Yeah, and as much as the progress has been more than steady to this point, it is that point you get towards the end of the day, you get one wicket, maybe you start to get a bit of a scramble going in that dressing room, and it can just have a slightly different psychological effect.
Taylor back over the wicket to Masood, who cuts but straight to backward point.
At least that's what Gloucestershire have got to tell themselves, but until they can break this partnership, they can't get anything like that going.
Well, look, it happened a little bit with Leicestershire's bowlers, didn't it, yesterday evening, where they took some late wickets and, you know, would have been feeling good, feeling like they had a bit of momentum coming in to day two, but I guess that was quickly brushed aside when they had to bowl Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger for half an hour or so. Taylor in, and that's a lovely looking shot from Masood, just a back foot cut slash punch in front of square out to the cover boundary. No need to run for that. Just a typical elegant left-hander shot through the offside.
Yeah, I think it's his... I think I would say it's probably his trademark. It's that square drive off the back foot, but there is something so elegant about the way he does it. I mean, a lot of players have to play straight to look especially elegant, but he can do it playing square like that.
Reminds me a little bit of Yuvraj Singh, tall left-hander, elegant through the offside.
Don't have words with him then. I'll hit you for 6
Yes.
I was watching that on the box the other day. They brought it up in between a couple of matches.
On, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it was one of the moments of not just that World Cup, but I guess all T20 World Cups. To hit 6 sixes in an over.
Flintoff words before. I mean, we bowled pretty well at him in the last over. It's just what happened in the previous one.
Absolutely. And India only managed to win that by about 15 or 20 runs that match.
Was the difference.
Yeah.
Josh Shaw replaces Zaman Akhtar. Had that wicket. Josh Shaw, which second wicket, Rishi Patel for 19. I guess it was really when Holland was out, that third wicket. 86 for 3, and just felt if this partnership could be broken quickly. You always feel as though there's runs all down this Leicestershire order as this is played away towards backward point, first ball of the over, and an energetic bit of fielding from Ben Charlesworth will prevent a run. But 139 runs later, this partnership has taken a lot of the sting out of proceedings, and Leicestershire be starting to tick that number down again before too long. 25 runs away from their first batting bonus point. Run rate 4.2, so again they keep that up there with a good chance of making some serious inroads into what they need to do to secure promotion. Shaw goes in and bowls, and there's a fairly ugly looking drive from Lewis Hill. Completely mistimes it out into the covers. He wasn't mistiming too much, particularly around about that 50 mark though. Have just been able to slow him down a little since then, but bat very much on top of ball, and Gloucestershire still 26 overs after this away from a second new ball. Shaw bowls off the hip down to fine leg. Hill just accumulating, moving towards a potential milestone of a personal level. 84 to him now to 26 for 3. short into his third spell now. In towards the back end of the day, long shadows being cast by the floodlights, one of which is, I was thinking, look a little bit like a fly swat about to swat away the batters in the slipcord, and right over the middle of the pitch that pylon is casting its shadow as Nikesh Ragani takes a break, and Richard Ray is back with me. These two have made pleasing progress, I'm sure, from a Fox's point of view.
Exactly that, yes. Reassuringly solid. It would be lovely to see Hill in particular go on and score another century. Former captain, of course, captained them to that first trophy win for many years at Trent Bridge a couple of years ago in the One Day Cup.
Harry Swindles, a name that will live long in the Leicestershire memory, at least, and the wider memory as well.
Coming to the end of his final season now is Harry at Grace Road as Shaw goes in round the wicket. Is it me from that end?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
And it's cut away nicely by... Should it have been you?
Doesn't matter. we did a change
That's
anyway.
Right. Masood cut him away delicately, almost. Lovely touch from Masood, who looks to be rather beginning to enjoy himself out there down to third man. It ran 4-4. He moves on to 60, partnership up to 144 now, 230. 4-3 in that first batting bonus point. Very much inside. There's a good chance of, if these two certainly stay together, of getting two before the close, you would think, going past 315 overs to go. If they keep scoring at the rate that they have scored in this partnership, which is well over fours, then they're going to be there or thereabouts by the close. The forecast suggests we could get a dry morning tomorrow, which would give Leicestershire the opportunity to add a couple more batting bonus points, 2 or 3 more. And if the weather then does close in, there's an awful lot of ifs I'm voicing at the moment, but that they could take 14 or 15 points from the game, which would be a more than satisfactory return, I think, as far as Foxes are concerned. Shaw is in and bowls neatly, turned off his legs by Masood out towards deep backward square, in fact so neatly that it's going to run away for 4 between the... No chance really for long leg to get up the boundary there, for square leg to get back, so consecutive boundaries to Masood, who's beginning to catch Hill now. He's moved on to 64, and those 14 or 15 points, if that is what they secure, could well be enough depending on results elsewhere.
Middlesex 273 for 6, trailing Derbyshire by 10 at Lords.
It looks like they could only get 1 or 2 batting bonus points then. Back over the wicket goes Shaw, bowls to Masood, who drives pleasantly. Was there to be driven, to be quite honest. Masood leant into it, but he picked out the man at extra cover, so he couldn't make it 3 consecutive boundaries, but still looking like the international batsman he is out there at the moment. Conditions are now friendly. The ball is 54 overs old. He's been out there for 81 deliveries. Perfect conditions really for a batsman of his quality, really, to go on and make a substantial 3-figure score here.
Yeah, and I was thinking earlier in that over, really, for even the last 40 or 50 runs of this partnership, it's felt as though it's more going to be one of these two getting themselves out as much as anything else, because they're so well set. There's very little movement out there for the seamers. There's not a great deal of turn, or we've seen the occasional one out of the foot marks, but it's not of a grave danger, certainly not to the right-hander, and even the left-hander just thrust that front pad outside the line. Taylor, are you looking for some reverse swing from around the wicket? And that's been rare. Just the second time in the last maybe 20 minutes or so that Lewis Hill has just probed at one outside the off stump. It's a good line from Taylor, as Hill sort of respecting the left arm angle from round the wicket, firing it into him, and then just plays it a ball wide of him that he doesn't have to. Rothesay is leaving. But both times that's happened, there's been no edge.
When a batsman turns away and holds the bat by the blade, you know he's cross with himself, don't you?
Taylor, 2 for 46, his figures. A little on the pads, but it's played awkwardly into the onside by Hill. Keeps it down, but won't get a run to a straight mid-wicket.
I could do without Lewis Hill doing a Graham van Buren.
Yeah, just the last
Fluently
couple
into
of
the
balls, I was
late
thinking the
80s
same
and
thing.
suddenly starting to realise what score he's on and tensing up a little bit.
Yeah, and it's that sort of same feel, isn't it? Getting towards the end of the day, the mental tiredness of the day as a whole, as well as physical tiredness. Taylor bowls and played down into the ground. So again, a slightly odd-looking defensive shot from Hill. Not with a straight bat, but he sort of swatted as though he were killing a wasp. The ball.
I had a couple of emails that I should have mentioned, but I've only just picked them up. Apologies for that.
What on earth are they doing talking so much about cricket in East Africa? Taylor bowls, Hill wafts outside the off stump and misses. It does just carry through to the keeper and trudging away as Taylor back to his mark and Hill stumping off.
Martin Ball was listening to our conversation about unusual cricket grounds. A few years ago, I had lunch at the Buck Inn at Thornton Wattless in Yorkshire. Well, I'm a Yorkshireman. I've never heard of Thornton Wattless, Martin. Anyway, I shall look up and find out what part of Yorkshire that's in.
I hope it's not hell at Buck Inn. In comes Taylor and bowls, and that is pushed to mid-off, and there is no run.
And Martin found he could not park at the front of the pub in its car park because it was literally part of the field of play, and a cricket match was in progress. The cricket field crossed a road and looped to the pub car park, which included a number of mature trees. So it does.
Gosh. During cricket match, please park to side of Buck Inn. Helpful sign. Taylor round the wicket in and bowls, and a leading edge there from Hill that goes straight back up the pitch, and that over really did have the feel of some of those Wright and Mike overs to Graham van Buren yesterday evening. There are 14 overs left in the day's play. The partnership is worth 148 and Leicestershire 234 for 3.
Sounds like it's somewhere near Ripon.
It's lovely round there.
It is. Cricket has been played on the village green at Thornton Wattless for over 170 years. The boundary rope is at the steps to the Buck Inn pub, and the ground contains a road, it really does, a tarmac road, trees and wooden posts.
I think quite a few grounds that I've turned up to this season have contained a road. And they've been playing on it.
I wonder what the local rules are. If you hit the trees, and they are huge, mature things. Thornton Wattless. Thank you for that, Martin. Lovely stuff. Josh Shaw is going to continue from the Bennett end, and he's going to stay around the wicket to Shan Masood. Bowls, a little bit short of a length. Masood defends on the off stump, pushes it out to point. No, 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 he calls. Robert Cody's been in touch as well. He's here with his dad, Jeff. Just had a lovely chat with the Gloucestershire coach, Mark Alleyne, who won 9 limited overs trophies in his time as skipper of Gloucestershire, 6 one-day finals at Lords and 3 national leagues. Does that make him the most successful one-day captain in English domestic cricket?
I believe he is. I've always heard that he was. And of course, he's one from 2 in terms of years winning a trophy as Gloucestershire coach.
Not bad. Shaw is in and bowls. Fuller this time. Masood looks to drive, just checks the shot rather. Ajit Singh Dale makes something of a Horlicks of his fielding, but he does manage to grab the ball at the, I think, the 3rd attempt, it having trickled behind him at mid-off, and there's no run, so no harm done. And Robert, on not quite the same subject, is talking about Mason Crane's Test match bowling average of 193, bless him. Is it the most expensive? In goes Shaw, bowls. Masood tries to chop him away through the offside bottom edge, and the ball bounces down into the ground and then up round about eye height, about a foot or so in front of his eyes, Shan Masood, and he watches it fall to the floor. 234 for 3 remains the score.
I'd have thought there must be some people out there who've got no average at all because they haven't even taken a wicket.
Actually, apologies to Robert, that one was attached to a previous email, a bit about Mason Crane. That was a previous one, but in goes Shaw and bowls. Masood punches it out towards wideish mid-on, but the alert Van Buren seizes on it, threatens to throw the ball at the stumps, but the Mark Lane stuff was obviously a contemporary reference.
Yeah, there was a chap called Ebadot Hussain, played, still I think can play Test cricket for Bangladesh, who I think had the worst start to a Test career through something like 5 games in history, and then out of absolutely nowhere bowled Bangladesh to their first Test victory over New Zealand.
In goes Shaw and bowls on towards the leg stump of Masood, who on the back foot tucks it out towards mid-wicket, but only as far as mid-wicket, so again there's no run. Shaw just bowling well enough to get a little bit of control back on the scoreboard. 1 for 50 from his 9.5 overs. Possibly be the best way forward for Gloucestershire, as Holland did, just ended up starting to bowl to contain to a certain extent. In goes Shaw and bowls. Masood drives pleasantly, but concentrating on getting plenty of bat on the ball, doesn't beat Singdale at mid-off end of the over. On runs, I think that's Matt Salisbury. Leicestershire's acting 12th man with a drink and a towel. Possibly a change of gloves for Messrs Masood and Hill. They've earned it. They've put on 148 so far for the 4th wicket. Hill has 84 and Masood has 64.
Yes, I think even the most hard-hearted of Gloucestershire supporters wouldn't deny Hill and Shah Masood a drink. There we go. So Ebadot Hussain had the worst bowling average in history for a bowler with more than 10 wickets. He was averaging 81.54 before a 6-wicket haul against New Zealand to give Bangladesh a historic Test victory back in January of 2022. He's currently averaging 48.45 in Test cricket, and well, as is often said, he's got 42 more Test wickets than I have. His Test match batting average is 3.55, which also endears him to, I think, a lot of those of us without batting ability. In comes Taylor and bowls to Hill, and that is played down to deep third. Will, I think, have enough pace on it yet. Singdale chasing after it, but the ball was always winning that race, and drinks have not brought Gloucestershire a wicket. What they have brought is the 150 partnership between Hill and Shah Masood, 152 to be exact, and Hill on to 88 in voice over there now as well. You've got to enjoy such times.
Absolutely. He's tried to do that a couple of times in recent overs unsuccessfully, but played that one nicely. Might have been a slightly tired delivery from Matt Taylor. He puts an awful lot into his run-up, up on his toes.
No slips now, as in he comes and bowls, and that's defended straight by Hill for no run. Packed the offside, backward point, cover point, short extra cover mid-off. Singdale staying back on the deep third boundary. Fielder in pretty close at short mid-wicket, that is Actor. Mid-on, long leg, deep square. But it's a troubling situation as Taylor bowls and goes through, and there's an appeal gone. I'm not sure whether that's been given as caught behind or LBW. I assume caught behind off the inside edge, and Hill crouches down to the floor in deep disappointment as Matt Taylor has struck. He's got a third wicket. He gave Hill some problems in his previous over. This one started with a boundary, but Matt Taylor has replied with the breakthrough that Gloucestershire were so desperate for. 238 for 4. There's 12.4 overs remaining in the day, and that is the slight opening of the door that Gloucestershire needed, but a terrific knock from Lewis Hill, who departs for 88.
Yeah, given out caught behind off the inside edge, Hill stayed on his haunches for what felt like about 10 seconds. Whether that's in disappointment at getting out so close to another century, or whether it's in disappointment at the decision, I'll have to ask him afterwards. But either way, he's back in the pavilion now. 238 for 4, or 56.3 overs.
I think it may have been, and I'm not going to say for definite because I don't want to. I mean, there was nothing there that was dissent, but I do think, yeah, my impression was that it was more on the decision, and I think it struck him. It was partly why, I must say, just first impression of looking at it, I couldn't quite tell whether he'd been given out LBW or caught behind, because it seemed as though there wasn't an obvious inside edge deviation. It's not miles off being LBW, but I think it's outside the line, almost more so than too high, as the bounce in this pitch is not in general very high, and certainly not with a ball in its 57th over. So it was sort of, it felt like one of those that was very close to being two things, but possibly neither, although impossible to say for definite. But the impression I have is that the look of disappointment before he then went down on his haunches was as he looked to the umpire to see the finger being raised, rather than live, because I was watching the ball. I thought maybe he'd just gone straight down in disappointment about getting out. But anyway, it is a fourth wicket for Gloucestershire. It is a third wicket for Matt Taylor, and Stevie Eskenazi in Leicestershire colours facing up to Taylor. There is now one slip in place. Taylor is in and bowls, and that is defended first ball by Eskenazi. No jitters at all in that shot. Taylor, who can be one of those bowlers that if he takes one, he takes a couple. Gloucestershire will hope that is the case, getting towards this potentially slightly awkward phase in the day's play. Taylor bowls to Eskenazi, and that is defended away to extra cover, and there's no run. It's just a slight sense of irony about Stevie Eskenazi leaving Middlesex in a way, because I believe that Eskenazi was part of the chief architect in the re-recruitment of Ryan Higgins to Middlesex, such a huge part of one of the more successful periods actually in recent history for Gloucestershire's four-day side, as Taylor bowls, Eskenazi defends into the covers. There's no run. End of a successful over from Matt Taylor, his 13th, and it wasn't a maiden because the first ball was a boundary, but 3 for 50 his figures, 238 for 4, and of course now Higgins has gone back and Eskenazi's left, not quite immediately, but only a couple of years after Higgins has rejoined. Perhaps he can recruit Higgins here. I'm sure Leicester should be quite happy for that.
Yeah, I think they've done most of their recruitment for next season, but
he'd fit the profile.
He would. There are rumours, certainly, about another one more fairly high-profile overseas recruitment, but they are just rumours at the moment. So, little door opened for Gloucestershire. Can they push it a little wider before the close? 12 overs to go before the close. Masood now has an important role. He must be there at the close. In goes Shaw, bowls to him. He looks to, not really on drive, firm defensive push with a slightly closed bat face, runs the ball out to Van Buren at mid-on. No run. So the two debutants, or the two championship debutants at the crease for Leicestershire. Eskenazi, for Leicestershire fans who don't know too much about Stephen Sean Eskenazi, was born March 28th, 1994 in Johannesburg. So he's 31 now. In goes Shaw, bowls, and he's driven firmly, and there's a hesitancy, momentary hesitation by Masood. Took a step forward, stopped, then he went through. Eskenazi went through, and it was as well, I suspect, for Masood that Singh Dale, fielding at mid-off, wasn't able to take the ball cleanly. It's not easy on the outfield, which is bone hard and dry, but he did take a stop. He did his usual trick of running forward shouting, but then did come to a momentary stop, Shan Masood. Anyway, all was well that ended well, but that won't particularly endear him to Eskenazi. Run out your fellow debutant on Nord. Eskenazi will be on strike to Shaw, who, being a right armer, goes back over the wicket to the right-handed South African-born Eskenazi, who is shuffling forward a little bit at that one, pushing it out into the offside. Yeah, born in South Africa, but brought up in Australia, in Perth, and went to the University of Western Australia, also went to the University of Hertfordshire.
I suppose that explains. I think he may have been re-signed by them this winter. He played for the Perth Scorchers in the Big Bash with David Payne. So he's got the Western Australia connection.
Shaw turns, elbows jutting, comes running in and bowls to Eskenazi. Yorker dug out, well dug out by the trained barista. We mentioned that yesterday, I think, didn't we? He loves his coffee. It's his specialist subject.
And we did mention Chris Dent, but it does seem to be a thing that a lot of cricketers are very serious about. Cricket and coffee seems to be going together a lot at the moment. I think the interview with Sam Curran a while back, I think he's very serious about his coffee as well.
He's 6'2", known as Esky, unimaginatively. Shaw is in and bowls to him. Another very full delivery that's dug out. Puff of dust from the feet of Eskenazi as he manages to push that one out into the offside. His earliest cricketing memory was getting knocked over for a golden duck for Hampshire under-10s and crying the whole walk off. And then he adds, rather endearingly, not much has changed, to be fair.
Aww. Well, I'm sure Gloucestershire supporters down below, there are a few of them, I'm sure they'd have some tissues at the ready for him.
And he could potentially hold 4 passports. Which the fourth one is, we're not entirely sure. Shaw bustles in, bowls to him, and he's off the mark for Leicestershire for the first time with a nicely timed turn of the wrists, pushes it out to mid-wicket. Indeed, he's off the mark with a boundary, and that will make him feel good. He gets a solid round of applause from the Leicestershire faithful, who sound like they've already come up with a chant for him. 4 syllables in the surname makes it easier to come up with a chant, doesn't it? Sort of football style chant, I would imagine.
I'm not great at composing these things on the spot, I have to say.
No,
it is a name that does
has a rhythm, hasn't
yeah.
it?
He's had a few teams around the world himself as Stevie Eskenazi, the Chattogram Challengers. I like that one. Bangladesh Premier League, I'm guessing.
Perth Scorchers, Dhaka Capitals, Welsh Fire.
Chennai Braves I've got here. What on earth is that? Where's Nikesh might know what that is. I certainly don't. Matt Taylor into Shamasood, and that's the shot that, especially in Test cricket, has got him in trouble, where he tries to cut a ball that is sometimes even on middle and off, never mind just off stump, but he chops it down and does take a single to backward point. 244 for 4, but it sometimes, especially against those of more express pace, he's tried to go for that shot and you don't have that same time to adjust as you might more at a domestic level perhaps. And it is a classic example of, he's so strong playing those sorts of shots, but can also get himself in a bit of mischief. Taylor round the wicket to Eskenazi, who turns this one to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. First class average of 39.33, including test matches, but a test match average of just over 30 for Shamasood. He has always felt a much better player than that, and he has had a lot of responsibility on him quite early in his test career. Goodness knows the pressure he must be under as captain of Pakistan. Taylor bowls and Eskenazi forward to keep that one out as well. Less really about run scoring, you'd think, for the remaining 10.5 overs for Leicestershire, and more about just keeping those wickets in hand and ensuring that Gloucestershire don't have more scalps to take with them into the dressing room overnight. And whilst the forecast, as we've mentioned, isn't at all great for tomorrow, it's not 90, 95, 100% for any hour. Full delivery. Eskenazi squeezes down on it. There's no run. The first couple of days have felt more like you might get a shower, but you probably won't. Whereas it's more, you may not know when it's coming, but there'll be more of them. So chances of missing them are
We're still looking
low.
clear for the morning, though. Oh, essentially.
Yeah, it's
Oh, is that
50% at
becoming a bit-
11 now. Taylor bowls, maybe a slower delivery there on the leg side. We're just looking for that little chip possibly to short mid-wicket, something like that. Didn't quite work out, but you can see what he was trying. There's no run, as Eskenazi does time the roll of the wrists on it. And one delivery remaining in this Taylor over. As just dropping a couple of extra fielders back. Point goes back to the boundary, and so does deep thirds. They seem to be wanting to bowl at Eskenazi, and Taylor feeds him a ball to try and hit out towards those fielders, but Eskenazi has not got to oblige by bisecting them and coming back for a second run. So if they were trying to bowl to Eskenazi, it's not worked because he'll be off strike. 2 to Eskenazi, and Leicestershire 246 for 4. It's getting closer. Richard Ray's
bonus
tally
point.
of
Oh,
points can be
Oh, it's so complicated because it
Added
depends
to.
on how many they need, because it depends so much on what others accrue or fail to accrue. So we're pretty sure that they won't be able to get promoted today, that's for sure. 246 for 4. Bit of dark cloud around out there to the south and the west, even across our eye line up here. Milky cloud above it. Head departs. Kesh comes back up alongside. Don't know what did you manage to see the hill dismissal? Did you think it looked on the replays as in goes Shaw and bowls an appeal for leg before as he tucks up Shahan Masood, but he was very much on the move, and it looked a little bit inside edgy as well, and it looked to be a signal of a bit too high from the umpire as well. Otherwise it might have been close. Hill went down on his haunches for a good 8 to 10 seconds, didn't he, after that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Out in the 90s in his first innings of the season at Cardiff against Glamorgan, given out, run out when he wasn't out, actually. Pictures showed as Shaw bowls and Masood tucks him out. Foolish delivery off middle and leg towards mid-wicket, but good work away to his left by the fielder means that there's no single to be taken.
It's one of those innings today where he would have felt that he deserved 100, got stuck in at in that fourth wicket partnership with Shan Masood at a time when Leicestershire were in a very precarious position.
They were 86 for 3. In goes Shaw, bowls full-ish, walking into the defensive push as Masood out towards mid-on. Van Buren down on one knee, making the stop. They just got a little bit more control back. The scoring rate's gone back from sort of 4.4, almost 4.5, when Hill and Masood were going so nicely together, down to just over 4s now. Obviously the wicket always helps, but even so the bowling has been that little bit tighter. Shaw in, bowls short, having said that, and pulled around the corner down to long leg for a single. Masood, who moves on to 67.
But because of the nature of the bowling at the moment and the fact that they've got some more control, even those slightly looser deliveries are not being put away. They're not quite in the groove at the moment. Even Shan Masood, who's been out there for quite some time, 67.
Back over the wicket to the right-handed Eskenazi. Bowls foolish outside off stump, nicely driven away, steered away between the two fielders on the cover boundary. It will be dragged back. Didn't really put his full weight into the shot. Just inside the ropes, it's pulled back. Eskenazi takes 2. Moves on to 8, 249 for 4. Singh Dale is doing some running around, pumping the knees nice and high, suggesting he might have a final burst before the close. That'll be hard work. That'll be hard work if he does. In comes Shaw and bowls. Eskenazi head right over the ball and holds the pose for a minute. He likes that solid forward defensive out to Van Buren, who, having received the ball, keeps hold of it and removes his sweater. Looks like he's going to get a little bowl. Overrate might be a factor in that.
It could well be, yeah. Still showing as -2. 9 overs remaining in the day. Van Buren, he's had quite a bit of a bowl to date, 10 overs. None for 24 his figures at the moment. Got very similar mannerisms to Rolf van der Merwe. Quite similar in size and action as well. Ed tells us they may well have played quite a lot of cricket together. Here he comes over the wicket to Masood, who's forward in defence. Nice long stride there.
If anything, I would say Van der Merwe outdoes Van Buren in enthusiasm, though he's very active.
Van Buren in, and that hits Masood on the back leg. There's a big shout for LBW. He's down on one knee. It was Van Buren pleading with the umpire, but
Not quite sure how he missed that. Masood, it was pretty much a full toss, wasn't it?
it was very, very full.
Drive and just sort of missed it.
Maybe just dipped on him at the last moment. Van Buren bowls. Masood's back and just nudging it into a gap on the leg side for a single.
Every bonus point will be greeted with huge applause.
250 up, and with that, a third bonus point for Leicestershire in the match.
If the weather closes in, I mean 11 points now, for sure.
Van Buren bowls and Eskenazi gets a long stride in, defends the ball back down the pitch. Is that it? 11 now?
Well, with 8 for the draw.
Yes. In terms of what's needed, sorry.
Oh no.
I thought you meant 11 more from here on in. Next ball defended away into the leg side.
No.
Still a few more than that, isn't it?
It is, but Middlesex look like they're only going to get 1 or at the most 2.
Van Buren skids one through and Eskenazi nudges it into the leg side, but there is no run, so end of the over, 250 for 4.
Batting bonus points, so that affects the equation. They still have plenty of work to do here. What's the follow-on target? Is 333, I suppose.
Yep, got to go one beyond, so yeah, 333.
That's still 83 runs away. That would go a long way. Avoiding being asked to follow on would go a long way towards securing that draw. Shaw's going to continue pounding in round the wicket. Bowls to Masood, who drives him out through the covers. There is the sweeper out there now in front of the manual scoreboard. So it is just the one. Masood now. Keep saying it, but they do need him to be there at the close, Leicestershire. Shaw goes back over for the right-hander. Comes in and bowls, neatly turned off his leg, tucked around the corner by Eskenazi, down towards long leg. One more taken. Wind has got up, but it's not a particularly cold wind. It was quite chilly this morning. It was distinctly autumnal.
Mornings and evenings just getting a little bit crisper now. I think we'll feel it tomorrow with all the cloud and rain around.
Shaw is in, a little bit short outside off stump, cut by Masood, nicely timed, but he's picked out backward point, who takes it on the third bounce. Ollie Price there, normally or often to be found at slip, and probably best pair of hands in the Gloucestershire side, certainly up there. Took it very cleanly. Cries of encouragement, not quite as noisy as previously. Shaw is in and bowls, waiting for it almost is Masood. He might just have taken a little bit of pace off that and leans across, turns it out towards mid-wicket, but again, not sufficiently wide of mid-wicket to pinch a quick single.
Managed to get down for a cake earlier?
Alas no, because it's a writing day as well, but try to get as much done in those intervals as I can. So tomorrow will be the day. In goes Shaw and bowls. We might have time. Oh, almost chops on there, Masood. Hands on Gloucestershire heads around the field, and particularly those of Shaw's. That one might just have shaped back in a bit. Thick bottom edge and inside edge, and it bounced down and past leg stump. Don't think it actually bounced over the stumps per se, but it wasn't very far away. Masood on to 70. 253 for 4.
He certainly might get some time tomorrow, the way the forecast is looking.
Straight run is in, and bowls and straight delivery as well on off stump, and Eskenazi, who likes to get on the front foot, judging by what we've seen of him in this innings so far, stretches forward and blocks it out into the offside. End of the 62nd over the Leicestershire reply. 253 for 4.
Another partnership just starting to build here, with 15 between Eskenazi and Masood.
7 to the close, so probably going to go slightly past the official closing time, which suggests that the Gloucestershire over 8 actually might be -3 or even 4, given those quick overs we had in the first half hour.
Absolutely, yeah. Van Buren then continues, and Masood is back and cutting away to deep cover for a single. Van Buren into his 12th over of the innings. Still got a slip in place here for Eskenazi. That one keeps quite low. It was short of a length, skidded through, but Eskenazi negotiates it, punches it to mid-on. More chatter in the field, words of encouragement for the bowler. Van Buren delivers another skiddy delivery just outside off to Eskenazi, who's looking to steal a run there in the covers. But decides against it. Van Buren bowls, and Eskenazi this time forward in defence with a long stride. Van Buren in, and once more Eskenazi just defends back down the track. As well as the spinner bowling, these defensive shots certainly helping Gloucestershire's cause in terms of the over 8. Next ball is flicked away just forward of square leg, which allows Eskenazi through for a single. End of another over. 6 remain in the day's play, 255 for 4. Leicestershire have moved on to. Partnership now worth 17 runs. And it looks like Ajit Singh Dale has taken off his cable net and his cap and is going to have a bowl.
There's the ice cream van, pleasingly close, parking in front of the interesting array of businesses on Milligan Road. Just Easy Bargains. Never been in.
There's a lot of car repair places, aren't there? Other car mechanics are available.
Absolutely. Smart surfacing. You know what they are, don't you, these businesses? They give it away in the title. There's no sort of just family names. This is what we do. This is what we do. You're not missing any cricket because the field for Ajit Singh Dale is being reset by James Bracey. He's going to have a slip. Singhdale. Sounds like possibly one of the outlaws.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't the ice cream van, was it?
It wasn't, or a very quick ice cream van. Anyway, in goes Singhdale and bowls, and Eskenazi can turn the straight delivery away into the fairly vacant onside. Shaw moving quite slowly across from mid-on towards mid-wicket, gets there in the end. Eskenazi picks up 1, moves on to 11. Conscious of his responsibilities, I'm sure, Eskenazi, the man who can hold 4 passports. So I wonder what the 4th can be. South African, Australian, English. Fascinated to know, I'll have to ask him. Round the wicket goes Singhdale. Bowls to Masood, who cuts but doesn't time it. Looks so elegant when he plays that shot, but steers it hard down into the ground and it bounces quite kindly to Price at that backward point position.
Be great to own a whole array of passports, wouldn't it? Depending on where you're travelling to, you pull out the correct passport where you don't have to buy a visa and those sorts of things.
Jason Bourne. He's got loads, hasn't he?
Just a few.
Singdale round the wicket is in. Bowls again a little bit short and cut away by Masood, this time well wide of Price, but there is obviously the sweeper out there on the sort of point, almost cover boundary in front of the manual scoreboard, so just a single to Masood.
Is this still the only manual scoreboard left
No,
in the
there's one
county
other.
game?
One other. Do you not know where?
Down at Canterbury or somewhere?
That's the one.
Is that the one?
That's the one. The Les Ames stand. It's that long
Of course, yeah.
one. In goes Singdale and bowls foolish on the legs of Eskenazi, clips him away, thinking about a second. Masood is interested. He wouldn't have been running to the danger end. Eskenazi, who would have been turning for a second, holds up his hand, says nope, you stay there.
The great thing about this scoreboard is it's not one that just looks manual and then you're pressing buttons inside. They're actually pulling the levers.
Exactly that. It's been recently refurbished, courtesy of the Friends of Grace Road.
I used to get paid £1 on a Saturday for doing that at my dad's club. Doing the scoring as well.
Round the wicket goes Singdale bowls for defensive press from Masood. Back up the pitch goes the ball. £1 for the whole.
It's not a lot, but it
wasn't
was.
a lot, was it?
Yeah.
Depends how
Right.
old you are, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it was
Or were.
quite a while ago.
Yeah, this wasn't last Saturday, was it? It's not an ongoing
No,
thing.
it was decades ago. Well, more than 2 anyway.
Well, in that case, the £1 is probably worth about tenner now, isn't it? Something,
Yeah.
Or then, something like that. Round the wicket again, Singdale bowls and nicely steered off the front foot with an angled bat, a sort of angled drive from Masood. And he likes to have a chat to the bowler, and I would imagine the bowlers don't mind listening really. Someone of his style, ability and experience. 259 for 4. Masood keeps the strike, moves on to 73. 5 overs to go, 10 minutes.
Yep, and it's still Van Buren who's going to continue here from the pavilion end. Richard Ray says goodbye until tomorrow. Ed Seaborn will jump in alongside me for the conclusion to the day's proceedings. So there's a bit of a delay here. Again, it's all well and good having the spinner coming on to bowl, but when you've got helmets and things being brought out, discussions about field changes, these are all adding to the delays.
Yeah, it's not felt especially quick, has it? And it was a problem, as I think I alluded to at the beginning of the day, it was a problem in the first game of the season against Derbyshire when James Bracey was captain as well, in that you feel as though there's quite a lot of discussions that have to happen then before the over begins, because two parties are a fair way away from where they need to be, and then there's input from elsewhere as well, because Bracey's now captained Gloucestershire several times, but Cameron Bancroft is the official Red Bull captain. There does seem to be input from several different people.
Here is Van Buren then, and to Masood, who just pushes the ball away to backward point. There's no run. Mark Lane just beyond the boundary in front of us. It'll be a wideish long on to Shan Masood, marching round like a football manager on the touchline. Masood defends the next ball.
So you'd know a few things about that with his lad on the Manchester City book still, I think.
Growing up being a football dad, I'm sure he's spent many a time on touchlines. Masood gets one that keeps quite low. He does well to adjust, just defends it into the ground to short leg. So that is the one field change, short leg with a helmet on. Standing very close to Masood, who tries to sweep it in that general direction, but could only find pad.
He's on loan to Watford at the moment, but yeah, still under contract at Manchester City. Max Lane.
Van Buren bowls and Masood defends. 259 for 4 still.
Season-long loan deal, I'm reading, at Watford.
We often find that with Manchester City players brought through the system, they end up elsewhere. They've got a fantastic academy, but such is the nature of their first team, they tend to buy a lot of very expensive players from abroad. That's a lovely shot from Masood, off the back foot, punching through extra cover. And there is absolutely no need to run for that. It races away for 4.
Yeah, and he's so strong off the back foot through the offside and doesn't take too much. He was a little bit, in his first couple of overs facing from Buren, it did look as if he was a bit concerned about what he might receive out of those foot marks, but I think he's realised relatively quickly that there's actually not very much happening out of them, not yet anyway.
It's not day 4 in Karachi or somewhere.
No.
I'm sure he's been there and seen this before.
Right, yeah. And you know, I said it about that Hill-Sham Masood partnership, and actually whilst it may or may not have actually caught the edge of Lewis Hill's bat, it did end up being a good delivery actually from Matt Taylor that broke that partnership, but so often with Sham Masood you sort of feel as if he may have to get himself out. Singdale in and bowling to Eskenazi, and there's a careful defensive shot to mid-off. It is definitely night watchman territory, and Gloucestershire were really frustrated in the fixture between these sides last year by Scott Curry, the on loan Scott Curry, who batted for about 250 balls, I think it was. As a night watchman, Gloucestershire have made good progress through the first half of the attempt to try and take 20 wickets straight, as Eskenazi, speaking of straight, plays that back to Singdale, who slows it down in his follow through. So what a repeat of that, but then equally they'd rather have the night watchman in than not, because things are starting to feel as though they're not really happening quickly enough for them. There's a lot of stuff that still has to happen for them to force a victory that they really need to keep themselves alive. Singdale bowls, that stays down on Eskenazi, and he just about stays down low enough there. They're always great ones for exaggeration, batters. I don't know if it shot so it was a complete p-roller like Eskenazi made it look as if it was, but
well,
still.
if he'd have been bowled there, he might well have been down on his knees and just showing everybody how low it kept.
Wouldn't be the first. Singdale charges in now, bowls, and Eskenazi plays that one from the crease towards backward point. And again, there's no run. Richard Ray will be delighted because Middlesex have been bowled out for 298. Only one
Excellent.
batting point. A century for Deploy against his former employers.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
It's too much fun. Singdale in, and this is played into the onside this time by Eskenazi, but still only in defence, fielded by Miles Hammond. So it doesn't say close of play, so I guess Derbyshire may have to come out and bat a little bit. So that's the only concern in terms of all this point totting up, is that actually, despite Middlesex falling short, it might allow for one of those two sides to win that game, even with rain around, and you certainly know that the Lord's drainage will do its job with some heavy showers. Singdale in now. Eskenazi's beaten. He has once again bowled without a great deal of luck. Ajit Singdale, 14 overs, 0 for 56. Can't have been far off finding the edge there, but unable to do so. 263 for 4. As there are 3 overs left in this day's play, and really, because of that Hill-Masood partnership, despite all this looking around, I'm not sure that Leicestershire really have to look very far still, and I know it's easy to say that from the outside, but there might be more drama if such margins were needed. If there were 2 rounds to go, but there's 3, there's a lot of opportunities to pick up points.
Van Buren in, and Masood is forward defending. I think they would quite like to get it done at home.
Oh, we're getting greedy now.
Well, they are at home next week. Van Buren bowls once more, and Masood again just defending.
Oh, they're off a bad light now at Taunton.
Rain, bad light. Oh, that one keeps low from Van Buren. Masood was back and defending, had to adjust, but did it well.
Hail, wind, thunder, anything you like.
Van Buren floats the next ball outside off, and it's been punched by Masood out towards deep cover. It will only be the 1.
Might be, it depends on the weather, but it does look as though we'll get some results in, assuming there's not an absolute deluge. Sussex, interesting chase against Hampshire, needing 278 to win. Doesn't look the easiest pitch at Hove, but wickets have tumbled in that one to such an extent that it could survive a heavy shower or 2. Probably the same to be said at New Road, 77 for 5, Worcestershire in their second innings, leading by only 52. I think Josh Tongue's been in amongst them again. Oh dear.
Van Buren bowling to Eskenazi with a leg slip and a short leg. Eskenazi defends into the offside for no run. At least they're trying here, Gloucestershire, something different. Men around the bat. Always awkward for a batter. And well, there's a slight change happening now. So 2 slips and a leg slip. Short leg goes out. Van Buren in. And that's once more defended back down the track for no run.
Can you put a fielder on the pitch 2 feet away from the batter? Because it wouldn't have mattered where they were standing then, yeah, exactly.
I don't know what the 2 slip thing is about. It doesn't appear there's a great deal of turn out there. And Eskenazi's certainly not going to start slashing at balls outside off stump.
You wouldn't have thought
Not at
so.
this stage.
Certainly not shown any signs that that's what he's likely to do. Looks very determined just to see it out, which is exactly what Leicestershire fans would want him to be looking like. We saw a wicket fall in the last over of day 1. Not quite there yet. Still 1 more over of Singdale to go, but Van Buren, if he does get that last over, could exact some revenge for what happened to him in that last over yesterday. I'm not quite sure what the theory is now either. We've got a forward square leg halfway to the boundary, a deep square leg on the boundary, Singdale bowling, and it's on the offside anyway, so they do at least get Masood off strike if that was their partial aim with so many fielders back. It's laying back and running it down to deep third. It's 265 for 4. Masood on to 79. It's always been fairly clear for him really that he wasn't going to get to his 3 figures this evening, so he made his life a bit easier. Van Buren now fielding at short straight mid off. They're continuing to try things. Gloucestershire. Singdale in to Eskenazi, bowls another full delivery, drawing Eskenazi forward but defends straight back.
Eskenazi has looked solid since he's come out. He's got the air of a man who is making his debut as he is and wanting to impress. Almost like a sort of restart in his career, I guess, moving to a new club.
There's got to be nerves there, I guess, but he's not showing it. Perhaps it's just excitement. Singdale bowls. Eskenazi forward and defending with a flourishing follow through to mid-off. It's been, I guess, 93rd first class match is not nothing, but it feels as though it's been quite a sort of patchy 93 games from a distance. It seems as though Middlesex have chopped him in and chopped him out and maybe used him as an opener some games, and then all of a sudden he's in the middle order again, and they haven't. I mean, I guess from his point of view that can't always have been the easiest situation to be in. Singdale up now, bowls and defended back up the track, and don't roll your ankle over there, you almost trod on the ball. Singdale.
He tried to style it out with a little back flick with his right foot. Eskenazi, well, he might have to get used to a little bit of up and down the order at Leicestershire, because they've got so many options.
Excellent white ball signing as well, getting one of the premier opening batters on the county circuit in the Blast as Eskenazi comes forward and defends to mid-on. I hope he does have a little more success than he had with Middlesex in terms of overall results.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Can't get much worse.
No. No, I mean, they did look a lot stronger this year with Kane Williamson opening the batting, and I did see them beat Gloucestershire at Merchant Taylor School, which effectively seemed to end Gloucestershire's comeback in terms of trying to make their way back from 5 consecutive losses in that competition. We're going to be slowed down even further by a conversation about the ball now. It was about 20 overs now ago, I think, Gloucestershire had this ball examined, and there's been even less examination, I think, from the umpires this time.
Well, there's some, I wouldn't say heated exchanges, but passionate pleas from a couple of Gloucestershire players, but the umpires are just explaining, look, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it, just get on with it. Let's get
I
home.
don't think he even got the calipers out this time. Just tossed it straight back. Then it was, yeah, but have you seen that? You didn't look at this. Yeah, I did. Get on with it. One ball to go from Singdale, edged, and it's gone between keeper and slip, and down to the boundary for 4. It would have been the perfect end to the day for Singdale. He's storming away. He doesn't really want. He was walking in the direction of his fielding position, then realised he needed to take his sweater from Hassan Adnan, the umpire. But a genuine edge found it, flew, and I did mention that there have been times before when the ball had gone between Bracey and Ollie Price standing in that configuration that you do see so often when the ball is old and you're not really expecting the ball to carry, so you try and hedge your bets a bit and have that slip a bit wider to cover more ground, and that is always the danger.
Yeah, it was a little bit wider, but neither of them went for it, which is the concern, isn't it? It's just a bit of an error. Oh, over to you. As you say, not expecting the ball to go in that region. It's been very quiet up until now, this last session. Would have expected a dive from the keeper in that situation, as Van Buren bowls the final over of the day. First ball is defended by Masood off the front foot.
So looking at the replay, I think they are wider apart than they had been, because whilst that is Bracey's catch, there seems to be more of a gap there.
Van Buren bowls very full, once more defended by Masood.
And again, it feeds that whole. Bracey is a natural captain, a natural leader, but end of a long day, he's tinkered a lot with the field recently, lots going through his mind, and then, you know, does that just affect the thought process of reactions and catch missed?
Buren bowls and Masood takes a gentle single after knocking the ball off the back foot to a vacant cover region.
One thing is for sure, nobody will be harder on themselves than James Bracey about that. He's extremely hard on himself.
Ajit Singhdale with hands on hips still, there, a backward point.
0 for 61 from 15 overs.
In comes Van Buren to Eskenazi, who defends. A couple of balls left. Short leg in, leg slip in, conventional slip. He bowls, and once more Eskenazi just gets a long stride in, plonks his bat down, defends back down the track. Final ball of the day. It's floated up, and Eskenazi plonks it back down the pitch, says thank you very much. I'll walk off with a nice tidy 16 not out. Shan Masood at the other end on 80, the partnership between them worth 32, and Leicestershire closing day 2 here at Grace Road on 270 for 4, still trailing by 212 runs. I think in the last 2 sessions Leicestershire have played extremely well after being 86 for 3.
Yeah, indeed. I think Gloucestershire bowled pretty well with the new ball, especially to take those wickets up front that they did give themselves a chance, but equally we've seen some top quality batting from Shan Masood and Lewis Hill. I don't think I would say that Gloucestershire's attack has been particularly ill-disciplined, but they have struggled to come up with enough wicket-taking opportunities to take many more than the 4 wickets, but they will be really ruining that opportunity at the end of the day there. Even just get a new batter in for 1 over, never mind just the fact that it would have been 260 odd for 5, just ask that little bit of a question about the follow-on still. But as it is with Shan Masood and Eskenazi coming back tomorrow, you'd have to say that barring something extraordinary in terms of a collapse from either side, the draw is now looking hefty favourite.
Absolutely, yeah. Leicestershire chipping away at that lead. Then Masood will remain on 79 not out. Top scorer for Leicestershire so far, Lewis Hill, out for an agonising 88, and he certainly was looking that way when he had to leave the field after being caught behind off the bowling of Matt Taylor. Steve Eskenazi will join Shan Masood in the middle tomorrow. In fact, he's on 80 to that single off the final over. Shan Masood, 3 wickets for Matt Taylor so far, 1 for Josh Shaw, and we will of course be back with you tomorrow, weather permitting of course, so whether or not we get any play, but we'll certainly be back with you at 10:25 in the morning tomorrow. Thanks very much for joining us today. From myself, Nikesh Ragani, from Ed Seaborn and from Richard Ray, have a very good evening.